present, and those following us online. Good morning.
Good morning.
Bonjour. Mwaramutse.
Yego.
Mwaramutse.
Yego.
This is an amazing moment. I think for not only me personally, but for all Rwandans. So please, for those of you who are here with us, in the Arena, today we are making history in UCI's books in indoor arena. Please give yourself a warm round of applause. As President of Rwanda Cycling Federation, Ferwasi, it's a great pride and honor to welcome you all to the first ever UCI World Championships taking place in Africa. Today marks a landmark moment for our federation, our nation, and the entire African cycling movement, the entire African cycling movement, as we officially open the 2025 Road World Championship on the continent of Africa, here in Rwanda, in Kigali. Again, big round of applause to you guys and to UCI Road Fun Cycling. Thank you.
Hello.
For us in Rwanda, cycling is a culture. It's part of our daily lives. A symbol of resiliency, connection, and progress. Cycling has evolved into a formidable movement over the years, largely due to the events like Tour de Rwanda, which most of you know, and other tours worldwide under the UCI calendar. Having discussed with the President of African Cycling Confederation, the CAF, I can say that all African supports Rwanda in hosting this exceptional event, which will undoubtedly have a positive impact on the development of our sport on the continent. Together we say that the first ever must not be the only one on our continent. There must be a post-Kigali. Are we all together? There must be a post-Kigali Road World Championship on the continent of Africa. Rwanda, Kigali is hosting, but it's not going to be the end for Africa and other countries. So please, we're looking forward to be any other place in the next few years for the World Road Championships of UCI. We extend our sincere gratitude to the government of Rwanda, our partners, and the UCI for their unwavering support. To the all competitive athletes, welcome to our home. Prepare to discover Rwanda, the land of 1,000 years, where our course is going to challenge you. For sure, our course is going to challenge you like you've never seen before. Remember, our slogan for this year 2025 Road World Championship is Riding New Heights. So get ready. It's going to be fun and challenging. But beyond the challenge, you will discover the warmth of our heart, of our people, and the nation ready to cheer you up. Pedal stroke, every pedal stroke you will have in the next few please, let's have fun. And please, let's clap for these cyclists who are getting ready to conquer the roads of Kigali, the roads of Rwanda, country of 1,000 years. Thank you for being part of this historical week. May fair play and good competition guide the races. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Murakoze.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you so much for the inspiring and thoughtful words. Riding new heights is our slogan. And now, please join me on welcoming on stage the driving force behind the growth of sports in Rwanda, the Minister of Sports, Nelly Mokazawe.
Kigali! Kigali! Are you there? Let me see your flags. Kigali! I don't feel you. Kigali! Are you there? Monsieur David Lapartien, président de l'Union cycliste internationale, Excellencies ambassadors, distinguished ladies, guests who are here, the people of Rwanda, the people of Kigali, good morning. Naramutse. Bravo. It is my honor to welcome all of you on behalf of Government of Rwanda to this 2025 UCI World Road Championship happening for the first time in Africa here in Kigali. This is going to be a special week where we are going to have the best riders in the world that are going to be riding across our country, Kigali, in the hills and valleys, where they're going to meet the challenge that goes up to 5,400 meters of elevation, the first they've ever met. This is going to be a course that promises to be both beautiful and challenging. So I'm really honored to say welcome to the 110 nations that have gathered here, around 996 riders that are in this city, and the visitors that have come to join us in this historic moment. Let me tell you something special again about this ride. It is the first time we are going to have the women under 23 road race joining the World Championship. I don't think it's a coincidence that it's happening in Kigali, in Rwanda. This has been a country where, under the leadership of a statesman, His Excellency, the President Paul Kagame, women promotion, women empowerment and promotion has been part of his exemplary leadership. I mean, who is standing here? This is a woman, and this is the product of our leadership. Let's protest. I want also to take a moment to thank you, Monsieur Lapartien, for really meeting your commitment to Africa. We thank you for your leadership. We thank you, UCI team, Rwandan Federation of Cyclists, and all of you, cyclist enthusiasts, for this historical moment. I want also to thank everybody, organizing team, and every man and woman who has been part of this. It is just a beginning, and we are sure that your commitment to this will continue.
ko ibihe agomba kuza kuba abifite. Navuga ko ari ibyo ngibyo ndetse
lining is up at 10 past the hour. So for now, enjoy. Welcome to Africa, and what a privilege it is to say that. It's the 2025 UCI Road World Championships on this and of course culture as well. We are playing with one of the most amazing places on the planet. They call it the land of 1,000 hills for very good reason, and we're going to be playing with a couple of them today, one on 2 occasions. It's the elite time trial. We'll be starting off with the women's discipline, 31.2 kilometers the course today, and afterwards we'll have a cup of tea. Why not? The plantations brought here by the Germans in the late 1800s, and now very much part of, indeed, the culture of this magnificent place. Women's individual time trial about to get us off and underway, and as with the men's time trial a little bit later on, the first rider off will be the champion of Rwanda. We have Zavarine Niere, who will be indeed opening the course for us. There is a 460 meters of elevation gain today, and they're compressed into 2 mountains. We take the Col de Nyanza, that's on 2 occasions.
Monsieur David Lapartien, président de l'Union cycliste internationale, Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished ladies, guests who are here, the people of Rwanda, the people of Kigali, good morning. Ngaramutse, muraho. It is my honor to welcome all of you on behalf of Government of Rwanda to this 2025 UCI World Road Championship happening for the first time in Africa here in Kigali. This is going to be a special week where we are going to have the best riders in the world that are going to be riding across our country, Kigali, in the hills and valleys, where they're going to meet the challenge that goes up to 5,400 meters of elevation. This is going to be a course that promises to be both beautiful and challenging. So I'm really honored to say welcome to the 110 nations that have gathered here, around 996 riders that are in this city, and the visitors that have come to join us in this historic moment. Let me tell you something special again about this ride. It is the first time we are going to have the women under 23 road race joining the World Championship. I don't think it's a coincidence that it's happening in Kigali in Rwanda. This has been a country where, under the leadership of a statesman, His Excellency, the President Paul Kagame, women promotion, women empowerment and promotion has been part of his exemplary leadership. I mean, who is standing here? This is a woman, and this is the product of our leadership. Let's congratulate for him. I want also to take a moment to thank you, Monsieur Lapartien, for really meeting your commitment to bring the World Championship in Africa. We thank you for your leadership. We thank you, UCI team, Rwandan Federation of Cyclism, and all of you cyclist enthusiasts for this historical moment. I want also to thank everybody, organizing team, and every man and woman who has been part of this. It is just a beginning, and we are sure that your commitment to this will continue. A special thanks to our sponsors and partners, without whom this would not have been possible. Let's clap for them. This has been an effort of collaboration, of commitment and dedication of so many players, and we are very, very grateful for that. I want to give a special thank to all of you fans. You're the ones who are going to make this special, as we'll be cheering riders across the city, showing them the hospitality of Rwanda, the love of sport, and the commitment we have to continue with this. For Rwanda, hosting this World Championship, it's not only an event. It's a commitment to the future. It's a commitment to the next generations that are going to be part of this sport movement. We believe in sports as a driving force for unity, for commitment, and for socio-economic development. So we are here celebrating our statement and the commitment to the future. I want once again to thank everybody and really extend a warm welcome to all the riders. It's going to be a celebration of sport, riding new heights in this Rwanda, and this is how we do it. Kigali, show your way!
2025 tugiye gutangira, tugiye kuba turimo kureba live how the how the fucking thing is going.
Everything goes well, man. We know we up. We up in this, man. We support Rwandese people.
Let's go.
You know what I'm saying? Every one of people, make sure you tap on it. Make sure you sub. Make sure you did all that shit. We're not here to play it. We're here to support our country.
Let's go. No, remote irahari, man. But I gave it to reba hano mu ntebe.
Bivanye mu binyuma ubu turi mu b'imbere, amaboko yanjye ayawe n'ayacu twese niryo shingiro ry'aho tugeze. Rwanda yacu nta cyiza nko kugira agaciro mu gihugu cyawe ukanabiharanira. Rwanda ndashima aho tugeze, turakataje bazemera ryari kushoboye Rwanda, abenshi barabizi nuko batabyemera. Bazemera ryari kushoboye Rwanda, abenshi barabizi nuko batabyemera.
Adding to the sense of occasion, and as you said there, with the Tour of Rwanda, the crowds and the support roadside for that are absolutely huge, and this is of course anticipated to be even bigger than that. So we're going to see such crowd support, and it means so much to this part of the world, doesn't it? But yeah, it will be Zaverine Nirere who will go off first, and I just can only imagine the moments and whether or not she's going to be able to fully absorb that. But as you said there, of course, she's the national champion for Rwanda in the individual time trial. She took third in the road race as well. So it'll be really interesting to see her take to the start today. And as I say, it means so much around this race as well. It transcends the race, I think, the impact this will have, of course.
It does. She's got about 3 minutes to go. Nervous times, and you can see it as well. She's had more hugs, I think, than perhaps a sumo wrestler. She is ready to get off and underway. There's so much goodwill. I mean, this is a huge thing. And just listen to this amazing crescendo to get us started.
giving me goosebumps already, Carlton, honestly.
It's time. Well, what a responsibility as well, falling on the shoulders of Zavarine Nirere. Primarily competes in Africa, won her nation's Eros Cycling Cup, won a stage and finished overall in the migration gravel race, so she'll be okay with the rough stuff towards the end of her run. Got herself 2 medals. For her to start off this historic week of racing, let's not forget, with the women's elite individual time trial, the race of truth against the clock. And the truth is, we are just so happy and privileged to be here in your good company wherever you happen to be watching us. Time then for her to get in the zone and then get out of the BK Stadium into the fresh air and indeed start this run. Oh, magnificent. I do love, I've got to say, the Rwandan national flag. It has the sun rising from the east as part of its design. And it kind of a nation reborn, I think you might say, and it very much feels that way. There's her off the line when the clock indeed counts her in. 30-second margin. Big smile. That's great, carrying that burden of responsibility. There will be a roar when she leaves this start line and begins her run. 31.2 kilometers to be dealt with as quickly and as efficiently as she possibly can. The honor of starting us off here falls to Zavarine Nirere. Absolutely fabulous. She emerges into the light in front of the hordes that will line our route today. And she takes on what is a historic moment, but also quite a technical introduction to what is a long run of 31.2 kilometers. Now, because of the climbing, we shall wait to see our predictions as far as the length of each of these individual runs. But by the time they finish, they will know that they have been fully tested. Taking it gingerly, of course, at first. Last thing you want is to get yourself unstuck on some of those technical corners. But there's some rises and falls to this course today, some of which are extraordinarily significant. They'll be going off at 3-minute margin. I think the first is 2.5-minute margins, I beg your pardon, for this run. And here we are, 2 intermediate splits for the women's. The markers will be after 10.6 kilometres at 19, and then for the full 26. So we'll keep tabs. She needs to settle herself in, kind of put behind her the stadium that she's just left, and then start to invoke that thing that time trialists get into, known as the zone.
Absolutely. I absolutely loved the fact that she was allowing herself to enjoy that moment. Quite evidently, she had a smile, didn't she, on that start ramp? And it's such a historic moment for her, for everybody involved. It's huge. And yeah, I can imagine it's such a fine balance to absorb that moment, but as you say, go straight into that full focus. And yeah, loads to dissect in terms of what lies ahead on the course today.
Yeah.
Very happy because it's my home. It's a big story for my country, also for me. Yeah, I'm very excited. It's so fun.
What is going to happen here during the week? It's going to be crazy. A lot of people.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. Everyone wants to see the Porgy, the world champion. Yeah.
That's how we, like how we. Yeah.
I don't know who handed out the whistles.
Because
because the excitement levels here are very, very high. We have 46
ngira ngo
riders,
hano bari kwerekana abagore urebye kuri TV everywhere. Yeah. Bro, it's literally happening right now.
Everybody needs to watch it up, man. You feel me?
No, I like good to the it's It's literally happening when it's literally happening.
I'm talking
Divergence in
about,
terms
right?
of the times
Mm.
we
Making a
achieve
video
at the
for
end.
people.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Representing your nation,
Everybody just live right
celebrating
there.
cycling. It's
It's
what the
ours.
UCI
They are
World
watching
Championships are
now.
all about.
It really is,
Yeah.
and as you say,
so
we
the
are
thing
going to
is, you
see
see
these
what I'm
Come on.
talking
times
about?
throughout
Mm.
today. But I
Mm.
think
It's
something
like,
that's really
you see
prominent
how
is
the
the team
ears?
that
You
will
see
be in
fast
tech,
though.
and actually,
Why someone be fast?
we saw
Do
Xavier
we have
Ferrari
enough
go off
beer?
with a
Yeah,
brilliant setup
yeah.
there.
You want me to
But we'll,
open for you,
in the
Taylor?
early
Mm-mm.
riders, of course, see quite a big
Already
variation
have
in
one.
whether riders
Kangurema.
have the team support, have the funding for the team to have the full TT setup. Of course, we are going to see a lot of these early riders on their road bike setup, and that's what we'd expect to see. But as you say, the opportunity for these different nations, for riders to go up against the world's best, to gain that experience, to field the World Championships is what it's all about. So it'll be interesting to see the different technology that we see on the lineup today.
And Yeri, still with 29 kilometres of her run to be taken. Wide open highways at the moment. As you can see, the road surfaces here are absolutely impeccable. They've been looking forward to and preparing for these Road World Championships for such a long time. And this nation, after its troubles, of course, with the genocide in 1994, has rebuilt itself with the care and attention, I think, of the world, really. And the goodwill that has poured onto this nation is absolutely huge. And it just shows you how regeneration and indeed looking towards the future can actually bring an amazing nation, which is what we're dealing with here. Rwanda, I urge
in Africa, and so there's been so many of these nations able to prepare to field this, and we've said, you know, time and time again already how special this is. That we've also had the brilliant work of Team Africa Rising. Since 2007, they have been working on the development. Originally in Rwanda, known as Team Rwanda Cycling, but it's further expanded.
Long story, bro.
Really focus on under
That's like
23
Tyson
junior
Fury,
development
man.
so that these young
Sweating my
riders
mama,
are
bro.
ready to field at this level.
I don't care about nobody, bro. I still
3 jours avec l'équipe du chrono mixte et voilà, on a
Well,
passé
I'll be here.
de
I've
super,
been here for 3 days.
3
I'm
journées
very
ici,
much looking forward to
vraiment
the
des
mixed
paysans,
TT
et
later
les
on.
gens sont super sympas aussi,
It's
donc,
super
voilà,
lovely
donc,
here. It's
rouler,
everyone's been so
explorer,
kind.
et puis,
We've been out
one
having a
thing about
ride.
that.
We've exploring. Been sweating a lot as well, to be honest. I think it's going to be super
No,
demanding,
no,
really very hard, and
utanga
with the
gute,
altitude
bro.
and the
No,
humidity as
no.
well. I believe that it's
Because
going to be one of the toughest
Jele
championship
baho munsi ya
runs
talo
of my
life ni
career.
biti
That was
bihiga umugabo
Cédrine
wansenyera umugabo
Kebayon,
urago
who earned a
udatanga
place
mukamo
at this her third World
ntabwo
Championships
umuha
after a
umugabo
strong
atanga
season where she finished
wansenyera
8th overall in the Tour de France, you might
urago
remember. She's
udatanga
also French
umukamo
national champion. Earlier in the season, she won the national title for the second time in her career, and beating her compatriot Juliette Labousse.
I'm really excited to see Cédrine Kebayon in action today because
Brother, man, true love.
climb, but how much she keeps the pressure on descents as well. So keep an eye out for Cédrine.
It's Monica Kiplagat from Kenya. Do you know what? I think the drumming send-off is getting bigger and bigger as everyone just gets the flavour.
Oh, the anticipation for today has been so high, and it's been a long time coming because, of course, the preparation that goes in, not months ahead, but years ahead in securing the World Championships coming, and then all the preparations that go into that. So you can really sense that, can't you? That it's come to fruition, it's finally here, and it's exciting times.
It really, really is. I mean, when you look down the roster of nations that are here, this is, if nothing else, at least in the early stages, a massive celebration of cycling itself. I mean, look at the fans at the side of the road and how much respect as well they are giving the riders. This is an unusual thing, of course, for the entire African continent to have such an amazing event come and grace this sport. In a heartland, I've got to say, of cycling, then it's a privilege for us to witness, and of course for the fans to be able to cheer on in this, one of the most populous nations, I think, in all of Africa.
Completely, and as you said, we're going to start getting a gauge with our intermediate time checks, aren't we, of who's going to go into the hot seat, who might stay around in that hot seat for quite some time today, because of course sometimes we do see an early rider sit in that position for quite some time, and it was interesting, wasn't it, looking down the start order at who's perhaps going off when. So the reigning champion, of course, Grace Brown, is not fielding this race. It was a really interesting one, wasn't it, that she won so big in so many ways and then said, right, I'm retiring, I'm happy now, I'm off. And many people might or might not have seen that she announced this morning that she is pregnant. So huge congratulations to Grace Brown. And it was such a joyful post because she said, you know, I'm really excited to see a new world champion crowned today. Somebody else take this jersey, and it's not going to fit me for much longer, and I'm not going to be able to stay in the time trial position for much longer because I'm having a baby. So huge congratulations to Grace Brown.
Grace, if you're watching, it's been a pleasure to watch you, and best of luck. It's a wonderful time you've got coming. Here is Boppo Congo from Botswana, off and underway. Yes, she was in the Bebekeri Charity Cycling Challenge, the activation ride. So presumably starting a whole new raft of yet more races. Where she got herself a top 10, and as a youngster, this is going to be huge for her. Next up will be Natalia Frolova, one of the individual neutral athletes that will be getting us off and underway. The first benchmark, I think, and possibly somebody that may well find quite a few riders out there, will be Harmony Ahowisu from Benin. One of, I think, not amongst the favourites, but two-time Benin champion, extraordinarily. Of all the African riders, I think she's possibly going to be one of the very best. And she lines up with other very strong time trialists. Just completed the Maryland Cycling Classic in Baltimore, so starting to indeed go global as well, which is what this is all about. Bringing yet more African athletes to the pro peloton, be that women's or indeed men's, is very much an aim. This is a sport that celebrates the individual. It also celebrates national pride, and there have been many countries that have actually moved to cycling as a form of national promotion, and you've got to say that Rwanda has done that really well with excellent racing in this country for many years.
Yeah, for a long time now we've really seen that development, haven't we? And its presence has just been so known on the world stage of cycling, and the amount of work they're putting in to develop this sport. And I think that is what's quite prominent when you look at the early starters today, is that if you do look down their palmares and their list of results, they are a lot sparser, I guess. They're more sparse than we'll see at the pointy end of the action. But as you say, there's a lot of context to that, and we've got a lot of these early riders who fielded bigger races and not finished them, but gaining that experience is just so crucial to that development, as you say, not only for individuals but for them as an entire nation. So yeah, the levelling up of these riders today, this is a big deal.
Frolova coming off the ramp to start her run. These guys' arms are going to start hurting a little bit later on. I mean, Can you imagine the impact
think
on those wrists?
I think they've put in so much training. They are ready, Carlton.
I think they are.
But having said that, I mean, talking about measuring efforts today with this course, I think they're going to have to start looking at measuring their effort there with the impact on the arm and wrist area. But no, jokes aside, I think it's going to be really interesting to look at the pacing. Of course, in our sport, we see a lot of short time trials, perhaps part of Grand Tours and multi-stage races. But today, this is a really important measured effort. And you've talked about the nature of the climbing and the elevation gain today. And in the land of 1,000 hills, it's not a small feat to make sure you pace it on the climbs, but really pivotal to that when you look at all the elements that we're throwing at riders today is the fact that they are riding at altitude at 1,500 metres. Also, you're looking at things like the air quality and actually going into the red too early on the ascent with that pressure, I guess, to recover for the rest of the effort. Pacing is going to be so critical. And again, we'll have riders that have done a lot of full recce's, riders that haven't, people that have acclimatised, people that have had less time to do that. Also, when we look to the latter part of our field today and our later starters, it's really interesting to look at who's been fielding all the stage races, who's been maybe hiding and coming in a little bit fresher, having perhaps done more altitude training. So I'm really excited to see some of the unknowns answered today because, yeah, pacing is going to be critical in this part of the world.
Well, this is the Volcano National Park, Rwanda's northern province, so a place of legend, really, you might say. Mist-covered peaks is what it's all about. The walking and indeed some of the wildlife that you will come across is absolutely outstanding. Take yourself a local guide, by the way, if you are coming to these parts. It's by, I guess, for many European standards and beyond, it is not an expensive endeavour. And if you have a local guide, you're going to get the very, very best out of your experience. And experience is what we're here for. Tanzania's Jamila Abdullah is next off the ramp. And I swear that these guys are getting into party zone at the moment. I'm actually wondering who it is that they are teeing themselves up to give their biggest send-off to. And I think it's going to be Diana Igabire of Rwanda, who goes off very, very late and may well indeed be one of those that they're going to be screaming for. Yeah, it's a terrific day, this.
We'll have to see how they're getting on at the early time split, aren't we? Whether
yes, we are. Well, we've still got some time to go. Last rider will be coming off the ramp at 10 past midday local time. That's the same as Central European time. The latitude, I was explaining to Rebecca this earlier on. There's no
Thanks, Carlton.
there's no time gap if you leave Europe and head due south. There's no jet lag, so fill your boots, get to Kigali.
You've answered all my questions now about international travel.
We have two splits along the way. First timing point. Comes at the top of that more than a little ramp that you just seen. We're riding along here with Kiplagat of Kenya, and just look at the pace here. Perhaps this helicopter shot doesn't show you just how much of a grind this, but it's long, Rebecca. We take on the Côte de Nyanza twice. We do it once from this direction, and then, of course, we're using both sides of the highway. We do a dead turn at the southernmost tip of our course today, and then we come back and we do it again. First time is 2.5 kilometres at 5.8%, and you can see by the pace that really does start to eat in.
Yeah, and I think we so often cannot see from the TV screen just how much the gradient is biting and how much the other elements, like being at altitude to an extent, when you're looking at a course that's this kind of distance, it's longer than a lot of these riders will have contended with in terms of pacing and effort. So, yeah, I don't think we can fully appreciate sometimes how much those gradients grind when we're definitely sat in comfy chairs. But, yeah, the Côte de Nyanza will be really interesting, as you say, almost at 6% there as an average. And it will be also very telling to see these early riders do that dead turn, because I think that when we are looking at podium places later on today, it's going to be crucial to see how the riders do head towards some of these technical sections, how they do take the dead turn, can they carry any speed through, how much are they going to stay in the skis in TT position, and what gradients might force them out of that, and obviously measuring the aero gains of staying in position versus navigating anything slightly more technical to not lose that pace. And it's such a fine balance, and we've seen, haven't we, some of the best TT riders in the world, in men's and women's cycling, push to the limit to the extent that they crash. And I think it's such a balance, isn't it? It's such a fine line to absolutely push everything you can against the clock, but measure it enough, not only in not going into the red and burning too many matches before that first split, but yeah, there's so many elements to get right, and it sounds so simple, doesn't it? It's the race of truth. You're going against the clock, but when you throw all the elements into the mix, that's why some people are TT specialists and some people never nail it, because you've got to be on that limit without ultimately coming off when you're riding into a winning position.
Very much so. Pedestrian crossing just barried off here. Great respect for the race as well, I've got to say, the course. A little suggestion of some dust at the side of the road here, which is, of course, a time trialist nightmare when you get into a turn. And you can see from the ebbing and bobbing really here of our time check as she sets her intermediate at 19:10. That's our first benchmark, first checkpoint for us today. So 20 minutes into the run, and having done that...
It is stay.
I always think it's unkind when you get through a timing check and then you have to carry on climbing beyond it on a course such as this. Patapova is next to come off the line for Kazakhstan, a place where I've enjoyed the Asian Games and indeed plenty of others. Kazakhstan very much part of the forefront of cycling sponsorship as a nation. Familiar colours, of course, from Astana, the name of not only the team but also the capital of that great nation. And I guess colour scheme wise, pretty similar to the national colours of Rwanda as well, so maybe an extra cheer, I think, as well as she gets off and underway. Now, humidity today is quite high. We are, of course, in the tropics, reminded of the ever-present, there's a silverback there. I've been called that myself in the past, but anyway, I'm more kindly. Actually, they are extraordinarily gentle creatures, and if you actually get to go to the national park here, and we'll be having another little look at that perhaps later on. Yeah, it's spectacular. You can actually get extraordinarily close to, indeed, the gorillas. Guided, of course, I'll let you know. But yeah, part of a conservation program which has seen the mountain gorillas extend in terms of their population. And the Big Five as well in some of the national parks, including the Big Five are, I didn't know these were the Big Fives. I knew elephants, yes, zebras, giraffes, rhino, of course, and then buffaloes. I don't know, but anyway, yeah, apparently it's part of the Big Five. But anyway, the Big Five here at the Akagera National Park, they have, I've got to tell you, just that they have raised 70 southern white rhinos. So yeah, they know a thing or two about conservation in these parts. It's absolutely spectacular. This is the King's Palace, the museum at Nyanza. This place, there was an original settlement, would you believe, that's been found that dated back to 8000 BC. Now, it was nomadic peoples, but the King's Palace, when the kingdom was established of Rwanda, looked something like this, and it's been recreated, and it is absolutely beautiful. It is essentially, I believe, pandanus leaves, which are indeed sewn together, hung upon, indeed, poles, and then assembled into this amazing palace. I mean, look at it. It's absolutely stunning. The Royal Palace of Nyanza, the King's Palace Museum, is here. So you can kind of get a look back into what life was like back in the day.
Hey, nigga, join us. Join us.
They continue. This is Kenya's
Hey, look,
Kendra
girl.
Tabo coming off the ramp.
Because they, bro, look,
I'm just
that's
actually looking
King's
at,
Paris.
you actually look at some of the dates of birth here, and I start to think,
Bro.
gosh, I can remember what I was
If you
doing
don't-
then,
if you don't
and
know,
it didn't
No,
seem
that's
that long
Nyanza,
ago.
man. That's Nyanza.
I'm absolutely with you, Carlton. When I was looking down all the dates of birth for our start list today, I was thinking, hang on a minute, because of course we talked about the fact that we've had so many development riders coming in today, and those dates of birth are shocking to me.
Yes, exactly. Well, that
Barimo-
just shows you how
bino bintu birimo
long in the
guca
tooth we
kuri
are and how
channel ya
youthful and
UCI.
exuberant these athletes are.
Ariko ntabwo ari
Frolova
ibintu-
is busy eating
Nanjye
into
reba
the
hariya.
2.5-minute athletes.
Uri kubona
No
hari ahantu
surprise,
hari
really. This
iyi ball iri hano.
individual neutralized,
Iyi ball ni channel ya
neutral
UCI.
athlete.
Yeah.
Natalia Frolova.
So, ndi gutekereza
She's
ko ari kuri
got a
Nonsi.
palmarès about her, and clearly the
UCI
strongest of our
ni
early
iri rushanwa riri
starters. So
kuba
we'll
mu
see what
Rwanda
her
ni
benchmark
UCI.
is. I think that will give us a real measure of how
So
we
ndi
go on from
gutekereza ko
here.
iyi ball ni kuri website yabo.
16.7 kilometers
Ngiye kunyura
from
muri
home for
website
Zavarin
yabo kare nanyuzemo.
Nirere. I think she would
Ariko
like
mbona
to
nta
get
kintu ndi
home
kubona pe.
without anyone having passed her, and I think she's possibly going to do that.
Because
Frolova might
literally
have her
right
within
now
her sights,
we only
but the
have
starting
6
time between the
viewers,
pair of them was 13
and they've been
minutes, so there's a
there
lot of ground to
since
make up.
early.
But then again, I'm actually thinking I wouldn't be surprised by some of the athletes
Yeah, now
here
nobody
sort of
could vote
nudging up
this.
towards the 50-minute mark by the time they complete today. It's a tough course.
It's really tough, and we could see that, couldn't we, as we saw that gradient increase just how satisfying it is in so many ways. And it is about measuring that effort, as we've touched upon. But we are going to see big time gaps today. We are going to see big discrepancies in this field, and it will be really interesting to see who we have in that early hot seat. But I do agree. I think Nirere should go into that. We'll be able to get some more information as we go, and I think it'll also be really interesting to get sighting of all the points that these riders have been talking about, that dead turn, the cobbles, everything they've got to contend with today. We'll have an idea in a moment.
Well, here is Harmony Ahowisu of Benin getting herself off and underway. One of the strongest time trialists in Africa. She's done a lot of work. It was she that took part in the Maryland Cycling Classic in Baltimore. And when you know that, you realise just how global indeed the reach of cycling is. And it's fantastic that she's off and underway. Meanwhile, riding with Frolova, I think we'll possibly be staying with her for quite some time, because this, I imagine, will be our give us a genuine sense of how this course is starting to run. Aurelia Albachs of Mauritius is also one to watch out for. Anna van der Breggen comes off reasonably early. She's about midway through our entire roster, and she'll be off the ramp in about probably half an hour's time, something like that. And when she gets underway, I imagine that at that point we're going to see just how wearing this course is going to be for some of the favourites, who will, of course, come later. We're finishing off with Demi Vollering at the end today. When you have a degree of humidity as well, and it is described as a dry season, so it's not as heavy as you might think. But for some Europeans, they're very much feeling it, because there is a tropical sense to indeed the ambience here, and that can have a wearing effect to those who are not used to it.
Completely, and you've seen different responses.
If y'all don't believe
just across
it,
social media
we
and
got all
interviews
this
pre-race from different riders saying,
I
was really worried that the humidity would be huge and it would be a major factor. But actually, they've said, it's not as bad as we thought when we've got here. Other riders have suffered more as they've sort of acclimatised in the last few days. So I guess it goes down to the fact that athletes are humans and from different parts of the world and have done different preparations coming in, and conditions are going to affect people differently. I think some riders have said, I think Luke Plapp was saying yesterday that it wasn't perhaps as significant as they thought, but when you come in on the morning and you see what the ultimate temperature is going to be, how the air quality is feeling, how you're adapting to that altitude, there's so many elements at play. But yeah,
like how around is moving though.
That's my female.
Paladin
I love you.
of Italy about to get us started. This is
I
Soraya
give you a kiss.
about to take
those
to the ramp,
kisses
and
in
more and
here.
more Europeans are now going to start
Even though I got my
to
girlfriend
reveal
there.
themselves as far as this course is concerned. She's
I
had a
still
pretty
so
good run,
loud.
the
You feel me?
32-year-old. Veteran status, I think you might say. Some of her results this year just been ebbing a little bit. She was 6th in the national road race
I'm
of
gonna take on the
but
charts.
she has achieved an awful lot. 2nd in the Navarro Women's Elite Classic behind Kat Ferguson, actually, of Movistar.
the link you
So
got,
Paladin can actually pull it out of the bag on occasion. I wouldn't say that time trialling is possibly her specialism, but that means that if you're more of a classic rider, of which I think you can possibly say that she is. She won the Giro della Marcia in Rosa to announce herself really about 6 or 8 years ago, but also 3 times she's finished in the top 5 in the Amstel Gold Race. That gives you a sense of the sort of classic nature that has attracted some riders. It's actually put a few off.
Bishoboye pikalayoboye ashoboye byose niki wamuburanye
Wider field of riders who could actually achieve here.
Yeah, it's a really exciting day. I do truly believe that because, it's a very interesting mixed field. And I think, as you say, there is disappointment in some of the riders that we aren't going to see fielding the TT in the men's and the women's today. And, of course, we want all of our big names in attendance, but some have decided they're not going to do the travel, make the journey to Rwanda because the course simply doesn't suit them. And they don't think they're in with a shot of a significant result. So there's a lot of people
everything,
having
man.
said that, there's a lot of people here
If you don't
that
believe
can do some really big damage today, and I'm excited to see that.
Rwanda,
Soraya Paladin, such an experienced rider, and also just looking at her individual results, I'd say you've got to temper much work as a teammate this season, and crashing out of the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift. It's immensely impressive how quickly you see riders come back, isn't it?
I'm always stunned by it.
And I do talk about it a lot because I don't think you can get away from the fact. Firstly, how are they superhuman superheroes? But also,
she's the one who got it
about it enough, that element of riders coming back to huge form so soon after a broken bone.
You want a specialist? Hao Zhang is one of those. National road race champion last year and 4th in the nationals as far as time trialling is concerned. She can go very, very strongly, and I'm suspecting that this actually will be a bit of a screeching performance early on, because she's not afraid to go very deep very early, actually. Some riders are attack minded, but they get themselves up to that pitch and are able to hold it. Others, because they know that they're quite peaky, need to keep something back and rise up towards the end of a course. And it just comes down to your own sense of your own survivability on this kind of course.
Completely, and it goes back to the way we've watched some of the best TT specialists in the world measure an effort and win, doesn't it? Because actually, you might look at time splits and think you can predict who's got it, but we've seen very experienced riders get it wrong and fall apart. We've seen people going for our records and get it wrong.
Niwe uri ku mwanya wa mbere agakurikiraho Watango, agahita hakurikiraho undi munyakenya ufite izina rikomeye cyane.
Do you know, I absolutely love giraffes. And I've always thought, because they look like such gentle, graceful creatures, don't mess with a giraffe, that's all I'm telling you. Whereas buffaloes, you're thinking they look a bit scary. Oh, they're just lovely. Elephants, somewhere in between. You get a grumpy elephant, you're going to be in trouble. But an awful lot of them are just spectacular, majestics.
I haven't come face to face with a grumpy elephant and put that on the bucket list.
Meanwhile, baboons, grapes. Don't eat grapes anywhere near a baboon.
Really?
Oh,
I've learned a lot already today.
They love grapes. They will have you for grapes. Yeah, a baboon's favourite thing. Here's your hippo. Doesn't like the stalks getting too much. Once the ticks are gone, all you're doing is pecking the hippo. You don't want that. And lions, can I just say, steer clear. Stay in the car. That's all I'm saying. You get the idea.
Picking up some top advice here today. Not just gear ratios, but who to avoid.
Yeah, and indeed, what not to eat near a baboon.
Yeah. Which is important to know, arguably.
Oh dear, you can see how tough this day is. Even amongst the very best, those who can go deep, like Tanzania's Abdullah, are just finding out how hard this is today. A sense that the camera is upon her as well. Doesn't want any distractions. Meanwhile, there's plenty. Look at this.
Look at these crowds. This is what it's all about for so many riders today, is absorbing this level of experience. Going up on the clock against the best World Tour riders, the best professionals in the world, gaining the experience of a race of this scale. You can't say enough how significant that is. Nyerere here, of course, our first rider off this morning for Rwanda, Rwandan national TT champion, pretty handy in the road race as well. And I think she'll be able to absorb this as well as putting in the level of concentration and effort, but you can see the difference in riding style. You can see how sapped some riders are already on this course. And I think it goes back to what we were saying before about the riders that are more specialists in the TT discipline, people that drill their effort day in, day out, do wind tunnel testing, test their kit extensively, have the absolute best setup. You know, there is a huge discrepancy in our sport, and indeed today, with different nations, with different levels of support coming in today, but some riders know exactly what it takes to go from a recon to competition. Other riders haven't got that level of experience, have they? That they know how to best deal with that pressure, how it's going to feel going from doing that rather more comfortable recon to going into today on race day. So we're seeing some riders that perhaps won't get that perfectly right in terms of measured effort, but we're just going to see some absolute fireworks as we go through today.
This is Lola Al Mari, just trembling. Fantastic. It just shows you the weight of expectations that some have. This will, for some riders, be the biggest stage they've ever performed upon.
Completely. And that's why it matters, that's why it's important, because until you go out and you do this and you do it in this level of a real scenario, you're not going to have that under your belt. So that's why we've seen this part of the world doing so much cycling development, and it's just getting better and better and better, and it's really, really important. Now, I know a moment ago we were just talking about how effectively riders come back from crashes, from injury. I mean, we've seen it so prominently, haven't we, in recent years, with the best riders in our sport being taken out with huge detrimental effects, huge injuries, but coming back so quickly. And I don't know about you, Carlton, but sometimes I have to go back and check myself on when was it that they had that accident, incident, race scenario, because it is seemingly like the blink of an eye that they're not only back in the peloton, but they're back to winning. And so we were talking about Soraya Paladin, who's of course started her TT effort today, and she broke her collarbone in that crash in the Tour de France Femmes. At stage 7, she had to retire from the race, and it'll be really interesting to see how that recovery's gone for her and how she goes today as quite an early starter.
Do you know what? I did my collarbone, compression fracture of my right collarbone in 2016. I still haven't got over it. That was a long time ago.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at the fact that you're not over a significant injury. But it's when riders at world level are experiencing these injuries, it's just such a different, obviously it's a different process, but in terms of the medical attention of the bigger riders, it's so crucial, isn't it? Because they're straight into an assessment. Do we need to do surgery? I presume when you and I break a bone, we don't go straight into the option of patching us up back to full form within a couple of weeks. And you're often told your recovery time, aren't you, around 6 weeks perhaps minimum for a broken bone. But riders are back so fast because a lot of them do have the expert team of medical experts around them to get them back so fast. But sometimes we do see people come back too quickly and then suffer along the line a couple of seasons later. So it is important to get it right. But I am sorry that you broke your collarbone and you're still suffering.
Sounds like it's a back ref, that. Yeah. Biran Abra is next for Ethiopia. We will have Norway's Ugset after that. Miranglise from Mauritius, followed by Marta Hussens from Belgium. So yeah, you can see it's a proper global mix that we have. Patapova we are riding with at the moment, just to give you an update on some of our checkpoints. Timing, it is Frolova that has set the benchmark at the first timing point. She's been through there in a 19:10, same time actually as Nyerere, so they are actually tied. Not quite sure because it's actually gone to the thousandths, that those two timings. So I'm imagining that possibly one of them is gone faster than the other. But for the time being, at least, Frolova and Nyerere are issued with at the exact same time of 19:10.77. Not quite sure that is even possible, to be honest. But anyway, they'll get separated a little bit later on, as they're riding with the same transponder. You just don't know. Watango is a further 18 seconds down, and then it really does fall away. Kiplagat trailing by 3 minutes at the first timing point, and you're going to see some very big gaps. They will start to compress a little bit later on, so don't worry too much about that. This is going to be a well fought for course, and as you can see, Nyerere is actually coming to the second checkpoint. In fact, she has been through it at a 32.33. Watango nearest to her, but giving away 47 seconds as it stands at the moment. So half an hour into the run, 39 minutes in fact for Nyerere. We did say that don't be surprised if we start to see some riders nudging up to the 45-minute plus marker. But we'll get our first benchmark. I think some quick times today will be able to give you a better assessment of what we're expecting once we get the opening times through. A little bit of a hint there of the rainbow bands, as you can see, but only in reflection at the moment, as we have our start house here at the BK Arena. And next off is Sigrid Uterhus Ugset of Norway. Gosh, we've actually nudged up towards the Arctic Circle. We're back down, indeed, probably the longest trip actually. We're now back down all the way here at the tropics, the equator almost, essentially. She comes from Burkak, and that is nudging up towards the Arctic Circle. That's a change of environment.
For sure, and we're starting to get into the part of today's field of starters in this race. We're getting some really familiar names that we've seen plenty of action throughout the Women's World Tour season this year. And going back to a rider you mentioned a moment ago, Anna van der Breggen, she will be going off in a few riders' time, just actually after Tennille Campbell, who I'm excited also to see back in this field today. But yeah, we're going to start to see some names that could be pretty big contenders for getting a firm seat in that hot seat.
Well, just look at this. By the way, that, I believe, is the central market. It is. It's the Kimaronko market. Now, not only for you, is it lively, and as you can hear, fantastic. Do you know what you can get here? Batik shirts. I know. I'll show you mine later. Yeah, it is spectacular. I actually once went to a market such as this. It was actually in Timbuktu. And I said, I want the full costume, please, because they actually made them by hand. Here we are. There we are. These amazing. So full costume, please. And they said none of them are for sale. I said, what do you mean? He said they're commissioned by families, and you can only have them if. I said, what's the lead-in time? He said 6 years. And then one of the guys comes and he says, there is one actually. We haven't seen the family for 10 years. and so we think we can let it go. And anyway, if you ever want a fancy dress party, I've got the kit. Welcome the king. Anyway, right now we are dealing with, I've been around. Very effective. Love the kit, I've got to say. So, it is Aurelie Alwax, reigning time trial champion from the African Games. That is proper. So, as you can hear, we are getting rather excited. And even the start, look at this, taking every single one of those curves with exactly the right apex. You know, experience brings you an awful lot, but the line, without having to overcorrect, is actually a big thing. You can essentially, you shorten the distance by taking the absolute correct line, but getting that and mastering it at pace is a difficult task.
Yeah, exactly. And it goes back to the point we were talking about before in terms of doing recons, but then racing at this level and doing it with the pressure in front of the crowds, with the conditions on the day, with so many unknowns against the best riders in the world. It's another thing to get that right. And yeah, it goes back to the fact that we have seen people get it wrong at the highest level, going for the top 3 podium places.
Check this out. Cobbles, you're kidding me. This late on? No, we're not. It is a proper test late on. Now just start looking at elbows, wrists, and you'll kind of see what the impact is. That's essentially the body's shock absorbers. And this is not a pleasant environment to be in. It's great for us. 1.3 kilometers, 6.3%. So not only cobbles, but a climb as well. You're going to know you have been under pressure. Look at that, 11% as a maximum, 6.3 average over the 1,300 meters. And the most difficult part, and you can see it the way the buildings are indented into the side of the road here. What a tough way to finish.
This is such an interesting course, and we talked about it earlier on in the programme, didn't we? But now we are seeing the reality of it. You can see what this is taking, the toll it is putting through the body for Nyerere here. And yeah, as you say, this is over 6% average, which we're really seeing now. It's heightening up to 11%, the Côte de Kimihurura, and it's cobbled. You know, it's not just the gradient. You can't just look on paper at the elevation gain today. It's cobbles, it's an ascent, it's dead turns, and we're seeing it all at play now.
Absolutely magnificent. And it goes on. This is Housens. Well, they're coming thick and fast. Marta Housens off the ramp and starts her course, and as you can see, fully dialed in right from the very beginning. I'm not saying that there's any disrespect to anyone who has already started. It's just that right now you're starting to approach near specialists, and then we will have very much specialists coming on a little bit later on. Nyerere is doing a fantastic job. This is the biggest day of her cycling career, dare I say it. Doesn't matter what you've done before, if you're representing your nation at your home world championships for the first time in Africa, this is magnificent.
It's huge for Nyerere in every sense of it, and we're just keeping an eagle eye on this road surface, aren't we? And I'm sure she is just desperate to get to the end of this cobbled section now. But she's the national TT champion, isn't she? And she is first off the ramp for Rwanda today at this level of World Championships. It just couldn't mean more to her. And we saw a smile, for anyone that might have missed that in the coverage earlier, we saw a smile on that start ramp, an acceptance, an acknowledgement of every bit of support and tension and magnitude that was there for this rider. And yeah, she's within the last 2K now.
Paladin dominating the opening intermediate, as you can see, for Italy. That really is almost a turnaround, I think you might say. We're seeing a gap of about 40 seconds for Paladin, 37 seconds, I beg your pardon, over Frolova. Nyerere, though, she did a phenomenal job at that point. I'm still suspicious about exactly the same time between Ferreira and Nyerere, but we'll have a real time at the end. And Nyerere is about to just crest this. She's only 1,500 meters away from the finish, but look at this grind. The cobbles haven't stopped.
Yeah, and
Oh,
we're just seeing how long this section is. And again, I think, we can all, the riders, team managers, we can look on paper, but until you've done the full recon, until you've done race day, this is a long section to contend with. And people would have looked at so many technical elements today in terms of their setup. Tyre pressure is going to be something people are looking at for this segment. And the setup, how often can you stay in the skis in the full TT position? And you can see Nyerere here just contending with these cobbles and on the lower setup of the bars.
Well, we did say between 45 and 50 minutes for some of the riders here, and this is going to be a decent time actually by Nyerere. But I'm actually looking at the shock waves which are going through her body at the moment. She is not relenting at all. She's still got 1,200 metres to go. This does ease up a little bit. She'll get back to regular asphalt in a few moments' time. But I actually fear for some of the cobbles here. I'm not quite sure how well used this road is. If it's newer, it's worse because some of the cobbles will be sharper on the sides. Can you imagine the heartbreak of getting a puncture late on some of that surface? Finally, she sees the Flamme Rouge, and her day is about to draw to a close. And we will offer up our own applause for what has been a fantastic run for her. Into the barrier section right now, a couple of curves to take, and then she will draw her run at this opening elite women's time trial to a close. And I've got to say, chapeau to her.
Chapeau, she's done a brilliant ride. She's back into that TT position. She's back on smooth tarmac off of that cobbled segment, and she's got 600. Well, she's coming up to 500 metres to go here, and this is a big moment. And what a ride she's put in today. Look how smooth this is coming in.
Do you know what? I am proud of her and what she has produced today. This has been as brave as you like, and it is a very good time as well. This is our first benchmark. We said 50 minutes. Can she bust it? That would be lovely. She's on a 49.8 now. Just watch that clock. She'll be heading to the line. Slightly indented on the right foot. Nothing wrong with that. I have slightly indented left foot. I find it comfortable. She has been through hell, however, to get to this point. Nyerere about to stop the clock. It will be the first time on this first elite race of these World Championships, the first time in Africa. Can she beat 50 minutes? That's what we want. Just coming up to the crest right now. We've got a foreshortening camera here. It's a grind to the line. Come on, Nyerere. This is brilliant. Bring it home. Do it for Africa, and most importantly, do it for this magnificent nation of Rwanda. They're all filming her. We're cheering her on. About the last 100 metres, it's going to be just outside the 50-minute mark, but what a proud moment for her. A great day for Africa, and a spectacular moment as well for all fans of cycling globally. 50.07. That was impressive.
What a moment for Nyerere, and this rider will now go into the hot seat. She started off all smiles, looking quite measured and relaxed, but then gritted teeth all the way to the line. This is huge for Rwanda.
Yeah, bro,
Everybody watching today,
the whole
let's just see
tournament
the reaction. First rider off into that hot seat now.
Ariko hagiye kujya abagabo, bro, manigi abagabo
3 kilometers per hour. She produced a 50.0767. That is the target time. We're having a workout what we thought the average pace would be today and what sort of time we might get at the distance. I think the first thing we said was 50 minutes, and then we thought maybe 45. Let us wait and see. And I think a lot of the field are going to be in that window, aren't they?
Yeah, we are getting, we come in, don't we, to every race, say we want all the answers, we're going to predict it, how's it going to play out? But do you know what answer I think I've just taken from that is that I think we and maybe some of the riders underestimated that final segment, because actually it's...
No, nigga, he was kind of busy.
What are you talking about? I saw her from the beginning. At least I saw her. She was starting.
He wasn't even there. Look,
She won.
She won. She literally won this tournament.
That's so mad she won. Oh, good.
No, but we still got almost 5 days to go.
Oh, 5 days.
For her to win the whole race.
Okay. Dang, 5 days, that's a lot, bro.
I know.
But we still got 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is hellish.
bizarangira
The
kuri
grind to get
28th.
over the line. The only respite you get appears to be in the last
really
50 meters.
springing from
She
now
practically
to
fell over the line there.
Oh my goodness. And
So twese twabibonye ni rero uburyo yatsinzemo ntabwo ari ibintu buri wese yakwirengagiza literally.
but here's Anna
It's
van der Breggen.
just absolutely
Well, we've seen her on the
spectacular. It
track,
fits the
we've seen her on the
landscape
road.
perfectly.
We have
Whoever
seen
was
her
the
just about
architect,
everywhere.
then we
Twice
take
a
our hats
world
off
road
to you.
race
That
champion,
is
let's
amazing.
remind
Liao Zhang
ourselves.
has set the benchmark
And when you look at the
at
roster,
the first
she won
split,
Flanders,
by the
she
way.
won... say things that she hasn't won. She's won our hearts as well. 35 years of age now. She has moved around the world of cycling, let's put it that, but she put it that way. But she has come back to, well, a moment right now which could prove for this veteran. She's 35 years of age now. Something amazing. Let's see how she goes, shall we?
She was fully dialed in.
I'm really, really excited to see how she goes
And
today.
You can start to see the people
It's
It's almost in a sense that she's got nothing to prove, and because of that, I think she'll do something
in the work
spectacular.
it takes to be
yeah,
in this
and
position.
just if you
I think it's
watch
again, it's the one
exactly that, if
thing
you just watch her
doing
level of
some amount of
expertise,
testing,
she is
getting your
textbook when it
position
comes to
dialed,
riding a
but
time
actually
trial.
being
And she's
able
one of those
to
riders
secure
where
the
you
best
think,
time
okay, maybe
possible
she's forcing a
in
break
this
here. Okay, no,
duration
she's
of
gone
a time
solo.
trial.
Oh, she's gone
You
very
have
early.
got to
Okay,
find
she's
that
still
balance, haven't
solo,
you?
like
You know,
50
you
kilometres
can't be
later.
in a super
She is a
extreme
rider
position
that can
that
do this
ends
and
up
can
being
deliver
detrimental,
solo,
and
and
you can't
so
get the
she's
full power out. So as we
immensely
go up the field
exciting
here,
to
you're starting
watch
to
in
see
her
riders that are so
technicality,
familiar
the years
with
of
doing
experience she
TT
brings
drills,
today.
with being
Well,
in that
5
testing
medals in the
position,
time trial,
and they've
let's
got
not
it
forget,
home,
for Van
and
der
it's so
Breggen.
evident,
But
and
also
you
the
can see there
title.
with Marta Goosens
That was
just
in
how well
Imola
drilled she
in
is.
2020.
And
So
it's going to be interesting, that final
you know,
test,
I
actually,
think she's
and
a couple of
how
times she's been
much
national
it
champion
starts
as
to
well
impact.
in
I
the
think there'll be a
discipline.
few
So
riders that will be thinking
why
about climbing
not
off just at the
today?
very last.
Can you
She's
imagine
won
the
it
story?
all.
What a story
It's
would
the
that
last
be?
bit
She's won it all,
to get
and
there.
If she medals again,
There was a
it'll
bit of a
just be
roller coaster. You come
yeah,
off,
and the
up
story,
over
yeah, the
that
story
cobble
will be
section, you actually go into a
spectacular
little
because
dish,
of, as I
and
say, the
indeed
narrative
finish
coming into
on
the
an uphill
season
lip
with
before
people
that
saying, well,
very late
let's
little bit
just
of
watch
respite. Here's
what
Daniel
she is
Campbell
capable of
from
doing,
Trinidad and
because we all
Tobago,
know that
they
not
produced some
having the
spectacular
race
track
days in your
riders in
legs,
the past
it
of,
impacts even the best
Trinidad and
riders in the
Tobago.
world. Of course
And
it
I
does.
always
She
love
was a
watching
director sporty very
love
successfully
Danielle
for Team
Campbell.
SD
She
Works
is an
Pro Time for a
absolute
number of
joy
years
to interview,
before
a
deciding
joy
to come
for
back
our
to
sport. Here
racing.
she is now,
You've
taken
got
to that
to assume a
start
big
run,
part
and
of
she'll
that
be
was
so
knowing that the Tour de
focused
France
today.
Femme avec Swift
She
is now
is
on the
another
calendar. It's
rider
now
that has
possible
not
to
only
field that for
impressed
the
as
women's
an
peloton, which
individual,
has
but it's
been another
transcended
huge,
that.
huge
She
pivotal moment for our
has done
sport, a
so
big talking
much
point.
for
But
the
she
cycling
is back, and
community
she's
in
not
Trinidad
just
and
back, she
Tobago,
is
coming
back
into the
at
World
the
Tour,
very top end. So
representing,
that'll be
having
immensely
so
exciting.
many
But here we
injuries,
go, another
setbacks,
big name
bad
today.
luck, missing out on big targets,
Ivugangingo
and she's always just had her
off the
heart on her
ramp for
sleeve
Poland,
and
a
said
nation
what
that
it means to
always
just
punches
represent
above
at
its
this
weight,
level. And
be that
I
on the
love her. I
track,
think she's brilliant.
and
What a role
particularly
model.
when it matters. You get to
And,
pivotal
you know,
moments.
why not?
Be
If the World
that, as I
Championships
say,
can come
something like the
here to
Olympics
Africa,
or
and
indeed
we've seen,
these
of course,
World
Asia
Championships. And
starting to
Poland
rise
always
as a
seem to
powerhouse,
be
and,
able to punch
you
above
know, why not the
expectations.
West Indies? That'd be
Ivugangingo, though,
fantastic.
is
Imagine
somebody we
Trinidad
expect a
and
lot
Tobago.
from.
I'm putting the bid in
And
right
I
now.
guess in a mixed course,
Here
she might be able to
Anna van der
surprise
Breggen.
even more.
I am very excited, as you
we
can
talk about time
tell
trials, pure
by
time
the,
trials,
by
and
the
you talk
buzz
about
in my
those
voice.
who are more
I
adaptable.
cannot wait
perhaps.
to see her
I think
out
that's why
there
Van der
today.
Breggen, we're expecting a
know how
lot from
well she
her
can
as we
time
just
trial.
ride here with some eating up the opposition out there. She is finding riders
getting treated
left, right and centre. She is dominating the time checks at the moment. She's the fastest by a margin of 48 seconds at the second sprint. Jenga coming through here as well. So we are starting to see some spectacular performances throughout the entire run. And
because
Paladin
it was so exciting to have
and
the news that she
comfortable.
was
What
going to
about
come
Van der
back in,
Breggen?
and the
Classical
level
time
she's come
trialling.
back in at,
She has a
having
little
been
bit
away
of
from
lateral movement,
professional racing,
but
is
it's where she feels
just
comfortable, and
so
sometimes
staggering.
finding purity.
Former world champion,
I've seen a lot of riders actually go into tunnels and they've been put into the perfect position, and they, because they're uncomfortable, they actually generate less power and are less effective.
And then
you have to find some
back
comfort.
to this peak performance
Completely,
today.
and
So
I think a really prime example
really
of
worth
that is
noting where
when
she's
we
had to come
saw
from
the peak
in
of
preparation.
the battle between Anna van der Breggen
Well,
and
we've seen her
Annemiek
on the
van
track, we've seen her on the road.
Vleuten. Everybody used to talk about their
we
positioning
have
on the
seen her
bike
just about
because you
everywhere.
could look
Twice
at
a world
Anna,
road race
her
champion,
face, her
let's
demeanour, her
remind
body
ourselves.
language. She always looks so
And when you
calm.
look at the roster,
Annemiek
she won
would
Flanders, she
have a
won,
much more
Strade
animated
Bianche,
style, look like she
Apple
was
Gold
throwing it
race.
around,
I mean,
and then you'd never be able to
it's
tell
actually
who was
easier
going to
say
take it
things that
out of
she
the two of
hasn't
them
won.
because their
Well, she's won our hearts
stance
as
on a
well.
bike was so
35 years
different,
of age now.
but they were both
She has moved around the world
able
of
to
cycling,
win
let's put it that, but she
Grand
put it that way,
Tours,
but
go
she's come
solo,
back to
do the big mountains.
well,
You know, they had the
a moment
capability
right
to go
now
head to head
which
in that
could
with two
prove for
completely
this veteran,
different
she's
styles.
35
So
years
if
of
you
age
were
now.
to say to Annemiek van
Something
Vleuten,
amazing.
okay, so try
Let's
and
see how
position
she goes,
yourself
shall we?
more like Anna van der Breggen, well, that wouldn't work for her. And I think
Wouldn't go
it's
down well.
also, well, yes, it wouldn't have gone down well
It's
because
almost
they
a
were
sense that she's
both
got nothing to prove,
the
and
best in
because
the
of
world,
that,
so
I
you
think
wouldn't need
she'll
to
do
alter their
something
position. But that's another thing. It's easy for
and
onlookers to
just,
say,
if you
I think
just
they're slightly
watch
toe down or
exactly
they're
that, if you
heel out,
just
or
watch
I would
her
correct
level
that.
of
But if it's working for them, they don't need to
textbook when it
correct
comes to
that.
riding a
They've
time
done
trial.
so much
We've
testing
seen
with the
her
team.
win so big in Grand Tours, stage races, where she's been able to solo to victory, and she's one of those riders where you think, okay, maybe she's forcing a break here. Okay, no, she's gone solo. Oh, she's gone very early. Okay, she's still solo like 50 kilometers later. She is a rider that can do this and can deliver solo, and so she's immensely exciting to watch in her technicality and yeah, but this just goes to
want to be seen to be celebrating
time trial. Let's not forget for Van der Breggen.
I guess almost the
but
failure
also
of
the title. That was in Imola in
I would be hiding it. No,
So,
I take that.
you
And
know, I think she's a couple of
it's
times she's
really
been national
interesting, isn't
champion
it,
as well,
to see the array of
in the
emotions
discipline.
when
So
someone has gone
why
into that pole
not
position. They
today?
are sat in that hot
Can
seat.
you imagine the
get
story? What
to
a
see
story
them
would that be?
watching
She's won it
every
all, and
rider
if she medals again,
take
that would
off
just be
around the course.
Yeah, and the
who is going to
story,
beat them, who's
the
got
story
the
will be
best at the time.
spectacular
And
because
it's,
of, as I say, the
a
narrative
really
coming into the season, with
element
people
of
saying,
time
well,
trials, because sometimes we do
let's
see
just
an
watch
incredibly
what she's
strong rider
capable
go
of
off
doing,
early,
because
and then
we
they
all
are
know
there
that
with bated
not
breath for
having
so
the
long.
race days in your
But
legs,
we have some
it impacts even the
incredibly
best
fast
riders in the world. Of course it does.
Here's
She was a
Marta
director
Giesens,
sporty
at the
very
moment
successfully
for
for
Belgium,
Team SD Works
and
Pro Time for a
just
number of
look at the
years.
speed, and
Before
I've been
deciding
really
to come back
trying
to
to
racing,
squint in at
you've
the
got to
setup
assume
and
a
the
big
gearing
part of that
some
was
of
knowing
these
that the Tour de
riders
France
to
Femme avec
more
Zurich
recent
is now
starters,
on the calendar.
because
It's now
we know
possible
how much
to feel that
pressure
the
and
women's
power
peloton,
can
which has
potentially
been another
retained
huge
on the descent.
pivotal moment for
So
our
that's
sport,
going to
a
be
big
a
talking
really
point.
big balancing
But
point for
she
teams
is back,
and
and she's
coming
not
into
just
today.
back. She
Looking
is
at the
back
tech on the
at
bike,
the
looking at the
very
gear
top end. So
ratios,
that'll
whether
be
they go
immensely
for one or
exciting.
two
But
at the
here we go,
front,
another big name
is
today.
because not only have you got the
Ivugangingo
gradients, but you could potentially
off the ramp
still
for Poland, a
at
nation
the
that
least maintain
always
or gain
punches above its
on some
weight,
of those
be that on the
power
track,
descents.
and particularly when
This
it
is
matters. You get to
Van der
pivotal
Breggen,
moments,
just
be
coming
that,
through
as I say,
at,
something like the Olympics or indeed
these
World
points
Championships. And
along the
Poland
way, still with an awful
always
long way
seem
to go,
be able
but
to
this
punch
should be
above
a
expectations.
trim.
Nivedoma,
One
though,
can only
is
imagine.
somebody we
Let's wait and
expect a
see.
lot from.
We've seen some strong performances
and I
out
guess
there.
in a mixed course,
Zhang
and Paladin
she might be able to
seem
surprise
to be
even more.
measuring themselves. We talk about time trials, pure time trialists, waiting for the third. You talk about those who are more adaptable checkpoints. I think that's why Van der Breggen, we're expecting a lot from her as we just ride here with Soraya closer towards 45 minutes by absolutely eating up
at the moment
the opposition as a finished rider that was left right over a minute. She is dominating the time checks at the moment. Has also she's the fastest by about 48 seconds at the second split. Zhang coming home as well. 7 minutes and 47. We are starting to see some spectacular performances throughout the entire run. And Paladin, of course, I am absolutely certain and comfortable. What about
she has probably spent
an
awful lot of time
she has a little bit of lateral movement.
There's no shame in that.
It's where she feels comfortable. And sometimes finding that most of the authorities have
more
given her several runs on closed roads to make sure that she produces a good time. I've seen a lot of riders actually go into tunnels. It's all very well starting off as favourites, but you have to get into that spot position and accept the burden.
Because
because they're
I've just
uncomfortable, they
distracted
actually
them for a
generate
moment
less power
because
and
we
are
just
less
had Saito Marsugisens
You have to find some
and
conflict.
we were talking about how
and I think
a really pivotal aero gains are today and staying in position, and her number has fallen down between Anna van der Breggen and Annemiek van Vleuten. It's not everybody used to talk about their positioning on the bike because you could look on the skin suit being perfectly slick. Her face, her demeanour, her body language. She always looked so calm. Annemiek would have a much more animated style, look like she was throwing it around, and then you'd never be able to tell who was going to take it out of the two of them because their stance on a bike was so different, but they were both able to win Grand Tours, go solo, do the big mountains. They had the capability to go head to head in that. So do you think she's different styles? So if you were to say to aero gain, okay, so try and position yourself more like Anna van der Breggen, well, that wouldn't work for her. And I think it also, well, yes, it wouldn't have gone down well because they were both the best in the world, so you wouldn't need to alter their position. But that's another thing. It's easy for onlookers to say, oh, I think they're slightly toe down or their heel out, or I would correct that. But if it's working for them, they don't need to correct that. They've done so much testing with the team to see where they need to be, and they've got it drilled, they've got it right, and it works.
Frolova, despite sharing the early intermediate split with Nirere, the difference between them at the third checkpoint was 10 seconds, and the fade has continued throughout the run, I'm afraid, which actually all it does is underscore what a spectacular
but it is really interesting, and I've been privy
to
wind tunnel testing, to track testing, where you just constantly
is going to find herself way down, and that hot seat, which looks very comfy, I must admit.
This is our first sighting of the actual hot seat, isn't it? With Nirere in there, you could just see her sort of already just her hands over her face, like you say, because it's such a hard place to be, isn't it? It's a joyful place to go into hot seat, but you want to stay there for as long as possible, just to state the obvious. And but this just goes to show how important that pacing is. But it could be as simple as one little ridge on a skin suit or something like that.
I mean,
and I must just throw in my huge tangent that when I was heavily pregnant, I went cycling with one of our lovely colleagues, Matt Stevens, and he then started the talking point. I wouldn't be hiding it. No, I take that aero. It's because really interesting, isn't it, to see the array of emotions when someone has gone into that pole position. If I'm more aero, I'm going to say to see them watching every rider take off around the course, who is going to beat them, who's going to better the time. And it's
that effect I was telling you about. The reason why javelins, for example,
because sometimes we do
sort of a rough surface on the tail.
Incredibly strong rider go off early, and then they are there with bated breath for so long. But we have some incredibly fast riders out on the course. Here's Marta Giesens. I'm not sure it's going to be worth any gain for me to do that, but it is. And I've been really trying to squint in at the setup and the gearing of some of these riders.
It's also
more recent starters, because we know how much pressure. That's the other thing, isn't it? On the descent. So that's going to have been a really big balancing point for teams and riders coming into today. Looking at the tech on the bike, looking at the gear ratios, whether they go for one or two at the front.
Our friend from Norway,
because
still
not only
playing a trade upon the course, and let's just give you some updates, shall we?
At least maintain or gain on some of those
Zhang is still
descents.
quickest at the second split, so I'm expecting the Chinese athlete. She comes through the third split as well. She's a minute and 12. It'll be our initial on Paladin along the way. Still with an awful long way to go, but this should be a mighty trim coming to the finish now. It is. We've seen some strong performances out there. Zhang and Paladin seem in the hot seat and has not been upset yet against each other at the moment. Look at the heat haze we're starting to see generated as well. And as we get to a hotter part of both the day, which is just, but I think we're going to be starting to nudge down closer towards 45 minutes starts to rise. Same as Central European time. So we're just after half 11 in the morning local time, over a minute clear. Patapova comes to the line, and they all know how tough this has been. But every single finisher we have just adds to Nerere's kudos. 47. The home favourite doing an amazing job. what Nyerere has managed to pull out for this course.
Zasohotse
Of course,
Nyerere,
I am absolutely certain
off the ramp
she
this
has
morning,
probably spent an awful lot of time
we're talking about
practicing.
how she had
And
to
there's
measure
no
the
shame in
with
that.
the huge
I imagine
support that she's got here.
I imagine the authorities have given her several runs on closed roads to make sure that she produces a good time. But she's lived up to the billing. It's all very well starting off as favourite, but you have to get into that spotlight
the
and
Rwandan
accept the
national
burden.
TT champion. There were so many things that she had to measure in the way she handled today, and they're right. But it was evidently fantastic. And I think we said, didn't we? It's very hard to tell today with the first riders, let alone the first rider fallen down. What we're expecting from the field overall, but she put in such an ideal thing. Her position looks so smooth. She got a spin suit being perfectly slick out of this cobbled section towards the last few hundred meters. Yes, you may. And it was job done for her. And she still sat in that hot seat. It's amazing.
Paladin,
just
did you know that they actually Benin's the most aero and indeed a sailing rendering of did the right thing, just got
hair on your
gave
stick with it.
Is actually to shave the front of your legs
and leave the back
of your calves hairy.
That doesn't
because
look like
of
so
the
you think
10
she's
to me,
positioned this number?
No, I don't think it's deliberate, but I actually
just being
think
warned.
strangely over to the other side of the road goes Paladin. Don't forget that Shang is also on course. She'll be coming in behind Paladin in a few moments' time, but as it is smooth driving for the line is because she's already caught her 2.5 within those little small eddy currents formed within the ball itself. And so the air that we're staying with Ahuisu right now, so the motorcycle doesn't get involved in a negative way. So yes, there is now is allowed to move forward by the commissar. Good work to here. And so it is that Paladin is in the most difficult part of the course. Now Paladin was second quickest at the split, gave away a minute and 12 to Zhang, who will be picking up, I presume,
interesting
fairly soon.
Well, it's very interesting for me as an
further out on course,
I must admit.
This is
but it is really interesting, and I've been privy to
the clock's
wind
green.
tunnel testing,
She's not
to
that
track
far away from the
testing, where you
intermediate,
just
so one can only suspect that this is going to be
the
a mighty
smallest
trim.
factors. And
We shall wait and see. We've got some great riders out there. I desperately want to get back to Paladin actually to see her finish because I think she is going to take
when you
the
change
lead.
one tiny factor, like you say.
And
we've understood more and more, haven't we, about aero gains over the years. We've had some really key riders just pushing forward the development and the understanding of why it really matters. And we joke about these things, but it could be as simple as one little ridge on a spin suit or something like that. And I must just throw in my huge tangent that when I was heavily pregnant, I went cycling with one of our lovely colleagues, Matt Stevens,
and at least she gets a comfy chair, I imagine, in a few moments' time. Here's Van der Breggen, and there is the Tissot timing, and look at this for a trim. Van der Breggen finds
that
50 seconds as a trim for the fastest so far, celebrates with a little toot on the bottle, and she now has to finish the job.
She does, but that's something she knows so well, is measuring her effort.
That effect I was telling you about is the reason why javelins, for example, have
in this scenario about what she
expects
from a course,
the problem
and
is,
look at the position.
if you only shave the
She is
front of
just
your legs
so well
and leave the
drilled
back of your legs hairy,
perfecting a time
looks
trial.
terrible.
I think what was so interesting coming into this season is how she would
for me to do that, but it
is good to know. It's exciting. But here is Soraya Paladin.
Anyway, it is going to be our benchmark. It's also, we suspect is making it very so strong out on the course to receive massage. Out, goes on to the drops, just gets out of the saddle to bring this one home. And they're coming thick and fast. Thanks to Zavarin Nyerere, but she's going to be relieved of that position in a few moments' time. Paladin is going to bring this home. Still quite a way to go. Still camera angle you can't quite see where she is relative to the finish, but she's into the rainbow stripes hoarded section. Here we go, heads up just to this crest. So I'm going to come over the top. It's going to be our first sub 50-minute and time. And all credit to Paladin, just at that respite zone right now. It's almost cruelty in action as you watch it. Back coming to the finish, the best time possible. You see the line, but still it just seems to go further and further away from you with every pedal stroke. And there is this little dish she has to go into and come out. Look at the heat haze we're starting to see generated as well. It's not the most a challenging finale in terms of geography here, considering what she's already put in, but stops the clock. Starts to rise. And a minute and 30 trim. We've got a 48.36. That is a very strong time here. And thanks to Zavrine Nerere for setting a great benchmark. And they all know how tough this has been. It's every single finisher that we have just adds to Nerere's kudos as
Nerere there.
the
She'll
home
leave that hot
favourite,
seat, but we just once again must mark what a brilliant benchmark she put in early on today. That's Soraya Paladin, just weeks after breaking her collarbone, retiring from the tour. Here she is now back in that hot seat.
May not be there for long because minute and 12 they were separated at the third timing point. And Xiao Zhang coming in,
debut rider to go off in these World
very dialed
Championships.
in terms of
being the Rwandan
efficacy
national TT
of
champion,
their
there were
sports
so many
programs
things
China.
that she had to measure
They do
in the way she handled
physiological
today.
and
And the
sometimes
ride she put
psychological
in was
testing to make
evidently
sure that
fantastic. And I
athletes
think
are
we said, didn't we,
absolutely cut
it's
out
very
for their
hard to
sport.
tell with
And
the
Zhang
first
is a
riders,
fantastic
let alone the first
prospect.
rider
They
off,
have, of course,
what
a
we're
wide
expecting
population to pick
from the
from.
field overall.
But
she put
Zhang
in
is
such a
absolutely at the
measured
top
effort.
of
Her
her
position
game,
looks so
and this is
smooth.
going to be
She got
very impressive
absolutely
because Paladin's
everything
time
out
was
of this
very, very
section
good.
towards the
And I think
last
we're going to bust the
300
48s
And
big time here.
it was
So
job done for her, and
47,
she's
let's
still
see
sat
what
in
the
that
clock
hot seat.
stops
It's
at in a
amazing.
few moments' time.
Just
Whoa,
catching Benin's
47-23. And indeed,
time,
right, did
That
the right
certainly
thing,
is,
just got
and
out of the...
typical of me, just as I'm talking about who's taken to the hot seat, of course, it's going to immediately switch. And that's another heartbreaking point in a time trial, isn't it? Because riders just go to sit down and then they're straight out again, because we're going to see these times now coming
over to the other side of the road goes Paladin. Now, don't forget that Zhang is also on course. No, she'll be coming in behind Paladin in a few moments' time. But as it is, driving for the line is Paladin. She's already caught her 2.5 minute ride by Zhang. Congratulations to her. We're staying with Ahowisu right now, so the motorcycle doesn't because I've got to tell you that Norway's in a negative way has just taken off to move forward by the commissaire. Good work. 46 seconds. And so it is that Paladin, so if she wants a hot seat, she's in the most difficult part of the course. Now Paladin was second quickest at the split, but gave away a minute and 12 to Zhang, who will be picking up, I presume, get the fairly soon.
But yeah,
meanwhile,
when
further
you're not in it for long, but it
is Van der Breggen.
showing us
just look at this first
the class
intermediate
of the riders that we've got
the
out on
clock's
the
green.
course now.
She's not that far away from the intermediate, so one can only suspect that this is going to be a mighty mode. And that we should wait going to be the watchword. We've got some great riders out there. 10.4 kilometres. Desperately want to get back to Paladin before she finishes her run. She is going to take the lead. So relieve Zavrine Nerere of her position in the hot seat. 12.9 kilometre marker is going to be this timing just a little bit of pixelation by a margin over Zhang, who's just set our benchmark at the finish. She's going to bring this one home. We're going to see a lot of chops and changes. This is essentially, I believe, going to be the first one. Enormous. So it is Soraya Paladin.
Talking of enormous
who's had a road back
time gaps,
to recovery, and
think we're going to see a special ride as we've come to expect.
Time. Here's Van der Breggen, and there is the Tissot timing, and look at this
for a
trim.
I keep saying it,
Van der Breggen
finds
her
position on this bike. She is just
as
flawless,
a trim for the fastest
and you
so
can
far.
See the way
with a little
got her
toot
head
on the bottle,
positioned as well.
and she now has to
look up
finish
and then
the
tuck
job.
back into position, and it makes all the difference. She knows so well.
Well, you're starting to see
I don't think I've ever seen
around
her
them.
make mistakes in this scenario about what she expects from a course, and look at the position. She is just so well drilled.
And over to the other side of the road,
perfecting a time trial. I think what was so interesting coming into this season is how she would fare, and she's just delivered. So today's immensely exciting. But here is Soraya Paladin.
Tucks in. It is a bit of going to be our benchmark on the saddle. We suspected that. It's been so strong out of the course. Just herself. Just out goes on to the drops. Gets out of the saddle to bring this one home. And thanks to Zavrine Nerere, but she's going to be relieved of that position in a few moments' time. Paladin is going to bring this home. Still quite a way to go. It's a tight camera angle. You can't quite see where she is relative to the finish, but she's into the rainbow stripes hoarded section. And here we go. Heads up just to this crest. She's going to come over the top. It's going to be our first sub 50-minute time. And all credit to Paladin. Just at that respite zone right now. It's almost cruelty in action as you watch it. Back out of the saddle. Just wants to get the best time possible. You see the line, but actually it just seems to go further and further away from you with every pedal stroke. There is this little dish she has to go into and come out of once again.
again, it's not the most challenging finale in terms of geography here, considering what she's already put in, but stops the clock.
It doesn't.
And a minute and 30 trim, we've got a 48.36. That is a very strong time. And thanks to Zavarine Nerere for setting a great benchmark.
On the day, haven't I? And
but
the conditions,
it's Soraya Paladin that takes the lead.
Them down to the
finest
tough moment
for
exactly what the
Nerere there.
She'll leave that hot seat, but we just once again must come into competition. What a brilliant benchmark she put in early on today. That knows exactly what to expect from herself and the position. But you're right, yeah, there's some shifting around now back in that hot seat. She is
may not be there for long
because
a minute and 12 they were separated at the third timing point.
Not only
throughout
her entire
coming
career
in
to perfect this,
always
but recently
very
she
dialed
will have
in
put such a big focus on today as well. We talked
efficacy
earlier
of their
about the
sports
fact
programs
that we've
in
got
China.
some really big names absent
They do
from the men's field, the women's field,
sometimes
and
psychological testing
whether
to
or
make
not
sure
they
that athletes
thought
are
they could
absolutely
target a
cut out
result
for their
today.
sport.
The fact that Anna
And
van
Zhang
Hagen
is
is
a
fielding this
fantastic
TT
prospect.
means she
They
is
have,
well
of course, a
drilled and well
wide
prepared
population to pick
special.
from. But Zhang is absolutely at the top of her game, and this is going to be very impressive because Paladin's time was very, very good. And I think we're going to bust the 48s big time here. So a 47, let's see what the clock stops at in a few moments' time. Whoa, 47.23. That's a time. And that's because this is the first time, of course, that the World Championships have been
just
held
as I'm talking
here
about who's
on the
taken to the
African
hot seat,
continent.
of course
And it won't
it's
be the
going to
last because
immediately
it's been
switch. And that's another heartbreaking point in a time trial, isn't it? Because riders just go to sit down and then they're straight out again, because we're going to see these times now come in thick and fast,
an amazing
and just
achievement.
Better and better.
And just look at it as well. We have retina fizzing sunshine. It is glorious. There's very little wind. There will be even conditions for that was a fantastic throughout the run. A near perfect time trial, you might say. Well, some time trialists will possibly disagree with you. Start to reveal themselves because maybe not tell you for the purists, but that makes it even more entertaining. Has just taken off Zhang's time. The questions that now we have as to who will thrive in this field. So if you want a hot seat, you better go and sit on classics riders who can actually push the time trial bikes spectacularly. So, and in fact, it's not the first time that the World Championships for time trial has featured altitude, but there's a lot
when
in this
you're
course.
not in it for long.
We've
but
got 460 metres of elevation gain spread over the 31.2 kilometres of the course, which is significant over such a short distance. So there are rises and falls, there's cobble sections as well. It's brilliant. 10.4 kilometres for
utterly brilliant, and it's even more brilliant because there were elements of the course that we'd all had a look at prior to today, thinking they might not be as taxing as they could be, but they evidently are. That final section is brutal after everything else they've contended with. And with the duration of today that we're looking at, this level of distance for a time trial, and that elevation gain,
enormous.
It is all about not going into the red too early in those early time splits. As we just see Anna van Bregen there overtaking
we're going to see
who went out
special
ahead
ride,
of her
as we've
today,
come
of
to
course,
expect from
for
Anna van
Trinidad
Bregen.
and Tobago. But
Eyes on
here
her
we are
now,
with
of
Anna van
course.
Bregen,
And I know I keep saying it, but you've just got to observe her position on this bike,
and it's even more important when you're looking at riders taking on the altitude that they are at as well, and that little look up, things like the air quality, position, and it makes all the difference. If you go into the red on a climb, it's bad. If you go into the red at altitude, that's contended with as well. Recovery becomes all the more difficult each kilometre you go on.
Slovenia. In their familiar to the other side of the road, and Slovenian racing green, a golden thread through this tapestry. We will, of course, be seeing that in with that phrase on it. Van der Breggen, a little bit later on as well. A little bit of shuffle here on the saddle. You see him encroaching the front.
He's not
Let's
bad.
see a readjust. He's all right. Again in a moment. Well, he can push a pedal. This is one of the things that can meanwhile we come back on a time trial run. Spectacular. It's the finish at the convention centre here. And Uxet is going to unseat Bao Zhang, who has only just finished. And while we said that some of the best may well be busting the 45, we're not quite there just yet, but we're getting close. This is going to be sub 46, and Xiao Zhang is also rather wonderfully applauding.
Gracious.
That's just lovely to
that wasn't a good look.
She's
still got the velvet throne
allowance
as it stands at the moment.
Some of the technology is actually
celebrating there for Sigrid Idris Hagset coming in here.
Butt shuffle.
How lovely.
Has actually
Line is about to welcome Erksad. She's still got this little rise and fall to deal with.
It's a mark of how much
the
power they're
margin
putting in.
is going to be less than a minute, I think, by the time she reaches the line. But what a performance this is.
It doesn't.
Just about there. Here we go. She trims 59 seconds for a 46.24. And rather,
I think it's all about, talked about, you know, surprises on the day, haven't I? And the conditions, you can't utterly predict them down to the finest elements.
She knew, didn't she? She knew she was off on her way out of the hot seat, and took a moment to celebrate. But the time of anybody knows exactly what to expect from herself and the position. But you're right, yeah, there's some shifting around there, but she is very, very used to being in this TT position. She has put hours upon hours and hours and hours, not only throughout her entire career to perfect this, but recently she will have put such a big focus on today as well. We talked earlier about the fact that we've got some really big names absent from the men's field, the women's field,
I've got to say, not the food either.
Whether or not they thought they could target a result today. The fact that Anna van der Breggen is fielding this TT means she is well drilled and well prepared to do something
a bit of a peek on
the voice of Rebecca Charlton, who's joined me, Carlton
if you the UCI Road World Championships, some of the open air restaurants in Rwanda,
absolutely gorgeous.
Well, there's been population here since 8000 BC they've found evidence of.
How lovely.
She's done it. Quite a few things have changed. She's we're having a bit of a party right now. And that's because this is the first time, of course, that the World Championships have been held here
just as
on
I
the
say,
African
look at this
continent.
setting, Land of
And
a
it won't
Thousand
be the
Hills,
last because
and
it's been
not an easy
absolutely
course.
spectacular.
No, it's not.
Beautifully organised, and of
Cup of
course,
tea?
thanks
Why
to
not? The UCI.
These are the tea plantations, and rather beautiful they are as well.
What has been
in fact,
an amazing
some
achievement.
Of the black
and
tea
just
that
look
you
at it
enjoy
as well.
we have retina fizzing sunshine. It is glorious. There's very little wind. There will be even conditions
here in
for
Rwanda. They're
absolutely
particularly
everyone
throughout
throughout
the
the
run.
run.
We'll be
A near perfect time trial, you might say. Well, some time trialists will possibly disagree with you. Is
basically
our
saying this
leader
is maybe
for
the
not
time
for the
being.
purists, but that makes it even more entertaining.
But anyway,
Because the questions
This is
that
what
now
I'm
we
interested
have
to
as
see,
to who will
Carlton,
thrive
is
in
how
this
much Anna
field
van der
have
Breggen keeps
widened.
the
We've got
pressure on
classic
down the
riders who can
descents, and I
actually
think
push
she's
the
going
time
to
trial bikes
start peddling
spectacularly
some
so.
of
And in fact,
these
it's not the first
downwards
time
roads,
that the
and
World
that
Championships,
is
the time
evidently
trial
the amount
has
of
featured
power
altitude,
that this
but there's a
rider is
lot in this
able
course.
to
We've
get
got
out
460
of
metres
each
of
part of this
elevation
course,
gain
and we know
spread
how
over the
fast these descents are.
31.2
But
kilometres of the
gearing
course,
again has
which
been
is
such a
significant over such
consideration
a
coming
short
into
distance.
today to
So
get
there are
over the
rises and
ramps,
falls,
but
there's
to really
cobble sections
maximise
as well.
what you
It's
can
brilliant.
do. Because when you're looking at those top
Utterly
three
brilliant.
places today,
And
the
it's even
medal
more
contention
brilliant
places,
because there were
that is
elements
going
of
to
the
mean
course that
everything
we'd all
in
had a
terms
look
of how
at
much
prior
power
to
they
today,
can keep
thinking they
carrying.
might
Of
not
course,
be
at
as
every
taxing
point
as they
could
could
be,
be,
but they evidently
You know what?
are. That
In any
final
kind of
section
speed
is
event, I
brutal
remember
after
talking to
everything
the
else
great,
they've contended
Terry
with.
Reimer,
And with the
who's
duration of today that we're looking at,
motorcyclist,
this level of
24-hour
distance for a time
motorcycle
trial,
race. I said,
and that
how is it
elevation
you're so
gain,
dominant? And
it
he
is
said,
all
by
about
making
not going
the
into the
easy
red
bits
too
hard.
early in those early time
And I
splits.
just
We
thought
just
that
see
is
Anna van der Breggen
absolutely
there
right, and we're
overtaking
seeing
Neil
it.
Campbell, who
We're
went out
seeing
ahead
that
of her
from
today,
Anna
of
van der
course, for
It's an easy
Trinidad
bit.
and Tobago. But
Don't
here
take
we
a
are with
break.
Anna van der Breggen,
This
and
is where you can
I
make a
keep
difference, because if
talking
everyone else is
about
taking a
the
break,
importance of
power
pacing,
through,
and it's
make
even
the
more
easy bit
important when
hard,
you're looking at riders
and you're
taking
gonna
on
do
the
something
altitude
spectacular.
that they are at today.
And we know in
And
this
the
sport,
things like
that's what
the
it
air
takes, that's what
quality,
it
the
comes
humidity.
down to. Did
If
you
you go into
manage
the red
to
on a
carry
climb,
a
it's
little
bad. If you
bit
go
of
into the
power
red at
through a section that
altitude,
somebody else
that's
didn't,
contended
that
with
could
as
win
well.
it.
Recovery
It's
becomes
Doma.
all the more
Make the
difficult
easy
each
bits
kilometre you
hard.
go on.
Listen to
Love
Terry.
that. So
Erskine
true.
Zihendutse, Slovenia. Here we go, near Vidoma. And that's a big giveaway, I'm
national
afraid.
green.
A minute and a half
Slovenian
down at this
racing
point.
green,
That's a
apparently.
surprise. There we are. We will,
It
of
is
course,
a surprise.
be seeing that in
Kasia
the
Niewedoma,
men's
we know her class,
race
we
a little
know
bit
her
later on
all-round
as well.
ability as well,
Mr.
that she
Tali
can
Bakati, you may have heard
really
of him.
succeed in different
He will be
disciplines.
going off.
He's not bad.
He's all right.
Not bad.
The way that
Well, he can
curve
push
was
a
and how
pedal.
quickly
About.
she was not fearful about grounding a pedal. That is
Meanwhile, we
knowing
come
your
back
machine
to
apart
this
from anything else.
spectacular.
Spectacular.
It's
It's
the
the
finish
finish
at
at
the
the
convention
and centre here, and Ugdet is going to unseat Bao Zhang, who has only just finished. And well,
it is wisdom, and that's what she brings to our sport, and that's why I'm so delighted she is back in this fold of the World Tour peloton.
It's going to be sub 46, and Zhao Zhang is also rather wonderfully
when she announced she'd come back, there were big question marks over whether you can be out of the sport.
She's still got the velvet throne,
of course, she evidently did.
At the moment,
but whether or not celebrating that into race success is another thing. And she came into the Spring Classics and did exactly that.
Line is about to welcome Ugset. She's still got this little rise and fall to deal with
all season.
The margin is going to be less than a minute, I think, by the time she reaches the line. But what a performance
we're going to get some more answers today. But here's Anna Kiesenhofer.
Here we go. She trims 59 seconds for a 46.24.
Win at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, where she just
applauds her rival
for what made a staggering move and secured that victory, and I think surprised herself.
She was off on her way out of the hot
seat,
and
she was well aware of her capabilities.
Celebrate.
She's had a really interesting journey in this sport, coming out of the pro team fold for 2025, and actually taking on a coaching role in Team Picnic Postanel and the team staff behind the scenes. But she's completely decided, right, I'm going to focus in on the World Championships today in the time trial.
Gosh, this looks like the ridge down to Ian. A challenging start, I must say, for Rusa. Hope she's okay. Only because of the greenery, perhaps. To me, but not the weather. Rusa, and I've got to say, not potentially not the food our favourite for today. Here. So Marlon gets herself some of the cuisine in these parts underway. Are absolutely wonderful. This is going to be very, very special. Got a little bit of a reigning Swiss time trial champion to it. Swiss time, of course. If you care to enjoy some of the open air restaurants. Song was that? Smoke on the Water, of course. Deep Purple. Phil, we know there as well.
Look at that smile.
How lovely. The red. She's done it. Husens, and I'm afraid she's finished. 47.53.
Well, Land of 1,000 Hills.
With that, I'm afraid.
Is where we have. Just as I say, look at this setting. Land of 1,000 Hills.
3 medals, 2 silvers, and a bronze. She's no, it's not. Of course, in the Worlds. Why not? These are the tea plantations. Some of them a bit burnout, rather beautiful, which is a shame. Well. Self-declared, I've got to say. Some of the, the black tea that you enjoy when it comes to time trialling, tea in China, absolutely as well. Africa produces some amazing teas. Tour de France that here in Rwanda, they're particularly proud of their brew illness, which is something that you have to retrieve, to bounce back from. Is our leader. Everyone's going to get bad luck in their career. Illness, I think, is one of the most unlucky things, but it's got nothing to do with
this is what I'm interested to see, Carlton, is how much Anna van der Breggen keeps the pressure on down the descents, and I was thinking she's going to start peddling some of these downward roads, and that is evidently the amount of power. I think that this rider is so many big narratives that play to get out of each part of this course, and we know how fast these descents are. The gearing, again, has been such a consideration coming into today to get over the ramp, but to really maximise what you can do. Because when you're looking at those top 3 places today, I think, and we've got eyes on Kiesenhofer here, it's going to mean to see what she can do today. How much power they back to your carrier on Marlon Moisa. 3 points today. There was a lot of illness going around, stomach bug sickness, and we know that that can spread not only throughout a team. You're all sharing rooms, you're at a grand tour together, but it can transcend that and go through the entire peloton. And we saw so many people with huge targets of coming in spectacular form to the Tour de France being immediately taken out with ill.
Abo banyonzi bameze nabi, bro. Baranyonga bakirukanka bitabaho. Nyine turacyari ku bakobwa. Abakobwa baracyari gutangira, nyine ikibazo barimo baratangira umwe kuri umwe. Abakobwa noneho uko bari crazy, they move like a man, bro. Ariko barimo kugenda umwe kuri umwe to.
In Oz, everyone. Here we go, Niewiadoma, and that's a big giveaway, I'm afraid. Racing a minute and a half down at this point. That's points out and backs. as they're sometimes
It
called.
is a surprise.
So out into the outback and then back.
Kashinyva, we know her class, we know her all-round ability as well, that she can really succeed in different disciplines.
She is
but
absolutely fabulous. Look at the way that curve was and how quickly they are so attack. She was not fearful about grounding a pedal. That is knowing your machine. How Australia can describe itself quite honourably. Knowing when you can get the power on as you come out of the corner without actually getting yourself destabilised and into trouble. She kept that so smooth. This is wisdom.
It is wisdom, and that's what she brings to our sport, and that's why I'm so delighted the world, isn't it? Especially in time trials, at the very top end of it. And I think going back to my point before, when she announced that she'd come back, there were big question marks over whether you can be out of the sport. Always with Brodie Chapman training, of course, she evidently has to be such a workhorse for her trade team. She's been a super domestique thing, and she came into the Spring Classics when it transfers back to being her as an individual. She delivered. I think we and I don't think that's an easy balance because we know the psychology and just went back being thinking of her as an out-and-out favourite, forgetting that she's been away from the sport. So yeah, I mean, we're going to get some more answers today. But here's Anna Kiesenhofer, who many people will of course remember from her win at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, where she just experience to that, and she'll be great out there today. Made a staggering move and secured that victory, and I think surprised herself, although perhaps not, because I think she was well aware of her capabilities. But she's had a really interesting journey in this sport, coming out of the pro team fold for 2025 and actually taking on a coaching role in Team Picnic Postanel and the team staff behind the scenes. But she's completely decided, right, I'm going to focus in on the World Championships today in the time trial.
Gosh, this looks like her challenging start, let's put it that way, for Rusa. Hope she's okay. Niedermeyer is next. To me, Rusa is potentially our favourite for today. I mean, so Marlon gets herself the national champion and underway. This is going to be very, very special. Reigning Swiss time trial champion. I don't know where they got the team plans from. They probably nicked them from the Brits. Time is running out. Famous line. Nicked them from the Chinese and then set up their own plantation. Smoke on the water, of course. Deep Purple. We know that. I mean, China had the monopoly on tea, and now it's everywhere. But particularly some of the best of it I'm afraid, in Rwanda. 47-53. Kiesenhofer should be a little disappointing at her right now. Van der Breggen with a 35-44 at the third intermediate and a minute and 53 up. 3 medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. She's had.
Ex-players now, but in their own right, they stand alone, Colton, legendary. 1.5 kilometres remaining for Anna van der Breggen. We're seeing her navigate these cobbles now. Interesting to look at her position on the bike, which I've talked about so much today. But back with Kiesenhofer here, and as you mentioned before, there are certain riders, actually Anna van der Breggen, very good at it, at just concealing any evidence of pain on their face. But Kiesenhofer is very much heart on sleeve. This is the amount of effort I'm pouring into this. She played down her chances coming into today, saying she didn't have the ideal preparation, but she's another rider that always focuses on the target. It's really hard because she won the Olympic Games. There's been so many big narratives that played into how good this season's been, and I genuinely believe that this, for me, is the best season of women's cycling we have ever had. It has just been spectacular.
Can't see the other side of it. It's absolutely beautiful and well worth.
And I think, and we've got eyes on Kiesenhofer here. It'll be really interesting to see what she can do today. And back to your point there on Marlon Moisser.
This is where it starts to get
there was a lot of illness going around, stomach bug sickness, and we know that that can spread not only throughout a team, you're all sharing rooms, you're at a grand tour together, but it can transcend that and go for the entire peloton. And we saw so many people with huge targets coming in spectacular form to the Tour de France Femme Avec, being immediately taken out with illness. Of course, most prominently being Marlon Moisser to fall victim of that illness. And she was quite open, as she normally is in interviews, interviews, which I love because she's so candid, that she was saying,
will have a ringing sound in it by the time she leaves the arena
too
here,
unwell to even consider being at my peak, and we saw that very early on, forcing her to retire. There's Brodie Chapman of Australia starting, another person that we always talk about in a time trial, because as you'll see, she is able to push it to the limit.
Close and give the drummers a break.
In Oz,
meanwhile,
everyone's
going to be saying, "Oh, give us a break." Van der Breggen is absolutely in charge. This could well be meddling significance. Let's wait and see.
So yeah, depending.
Sigrid is having a look. She's got a big grin, shaking her head.
That's okay.
Just sheer appreciation. I don't mind being beaten by Van der Breggen. How lovely is this?
If you're going to be beaten by someone, you would just accept it, wouldn't you? If it was Van der Breggen coming in to take your time and better it, you can see the look on Sigrid Johansson's face there. Yeah, okay, she's the best in the biz. But she's only just come out of that position in this push to the line. She's been so neat all down, isn't it? Especially she knows how important it's going to be to get absolutely every inch of power and leave it all out on the road. And she's a rider that so well knows how to do that. Look at this coming into the line here, back down the TT position.
Every single pedal stroke matters. Make the easy bits hard. Don't finish at the line. Think about finishing beyond it, and it's beyond even her expectations. That is a powerhouse performance of exceptional quality and delivery. Wow, we have a heck of a winner here, at least for the time being. Let us wait and see how long this can last, but at the finish line, we're in the 44s, for goodness sake. The trim is 2 minutes and 23 at the finish with a 44.01, and she has broken into the 42s at an average of 42.5 average pace throughout that punishing course. Underscores Anna van der Breggen's sheer greatness.
Time trial, talked about textbook displays of dominance from Anna van der Breggen. Look at the damage she's done there. That was just a joy to watch, and she was so calm, as we've come to expect from this rider, so measured in her effort. Nothing is left to chance. But here's Anna Henderson. Great
screaming there. She's off and underway, next. And Anna Henderson has now got a big task she goes. Possibly career-defining. Let's wait and see. Of course, the national champion. She hasn't yet it was Germany that brought to a podium as far as the world's concerned. I don't know where they got big targets from. They probably met them from the Brits. Let's hope that that indeed happens from the Chinese, and then set up their own plantations. You know what? I know. It's not beyond the realms of possibilities, and this rider on your screen now proves that. But particularly, if you have believed some of the best of it, it counts for a massive percentage of what you can deliver. Anyway,
it completely does, and psychology, as we know, is so important.
At the third intermediate,
and teams are placing so much more importance on understanding the mental approach to coming into these races, and how well you deal with pressure. You know that can, of course, massively affect your result on the day. Henderson does deliver when in their own right. She has really proven that in her career, albeit she's still such a young rider and navigate these cobbles now. Be interesting to look at her position on the bike, which I've talked about. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what she does today. She's another rider that's had to come back before. There are certain riders, injuries, and she's got full focus on today. So I think any evidence of pain on their face. But we're going to say that, aren't we, for the last few riders, because there is the amount serious competition out on the road at the moment, and indeed with our last couple of riders today, so she didn't have the ideal preparation. But she's another rider to challenge the time of Anna van der Breggen. Always focuses on a target, evidently, because she won the Olympic Games. Her teammate Demi Vollering.
Absolutely beautiful. It's almost like an
and that will be very interesting to see what Vollering can do. And I think we always say it, don't we? Anything can happen, but it can. We don't wish it on a rider, but we can see mistakes, we can see crashes, we can see people push a turn too much. It'll be very interesting to see who really capitalises on everything today. Talking of which, someone that can do that very well.
To engage,
one of our big favourites, Chloe Digan.
Now. This is where it starts to get properly serious. Getting ready. Bronze last year, of course. She'd like
Juliette
by
Labousse
sheer
was
alchemy and force of will to turn that to gold today. Let us wait and see. She's got Demi Vollering, of course, still to come off the ramp, who was the best on course. But Juliette Labousse last year. Again, another one of, here we go, the very, very strong time.
Great Britain versus the United States versus Netherlands, France, Germany, Austria, Switzerland.
Well, and away she goes. A European eardrum to that. We'll have a favourites. However, we are racing in Africa here because we thank the people the drummers of Rwanda and Kigali. Away she goes as well for that amazing event. Tunnel, and it's just so beautifully delivered. See what she can do, shall we? It's a question of just digging a little bit of glory. Of course, Demi Vollering to draw the start house to a close. We're getting ourselves greedy now because the performances are spectacular.
Everyone's going to be saying, "Oh, give us a break."
Van der Breggen
out of shape here for Kaisenhofer. In charge.
The dead turn is a difficult thing to
well
master.
be
Get that absolutely bang on.
Meddling significance. Let's wait and
yeah,
see.
And that's what it
Sigrid
all comes
is
down
having a
to
look.
time and
She's
time
got a
again.
big grin, shaking her head.
She's like, that's okay.
Sheer appreciation. I don't mind being
There's
beaten
no
by
point
Van
in
der
being in the
Breggen.
most
How lovely is this?
If you're going to be beaten by someone, you would just accept it, wouldn't you? If it was Van der Breggen coming in to take your time and better it, you can see the look on Sigrid Johansson's face there. Yeah, okay, she's
not a grin.
she's the best in the biz, but she's only just come out of that position in this push to the line. She's been so neat all day on every kilometre of this course. She knows how important it's going to be to get absolutely every inch of power and leave it all out on the road. And she's a rider that so well knows how to do that.
But bang in the middle of my prediction
coming into the line here,
2.5
back
minutes,
down
giving away
in TT position.
to be precise.
Every single pedal stroke matters. Make the easy bits hard. Don't finish at the line. Think about finishing beyond it, and it's beyond even her expectations. That is a powerhouse performance of exceptional quality and delivery. Wow, we have a heck of a winner here, at least for the time being. Let us wait and see how long this can last, but at the finish line, we're in the 44s, for goodness sake. The trim is 2 minutes and 23. With a 44.01, and she has broken into the 42s at an average 42.5 average pace throughout that punishing course. Underscores Anna van der Breggen's sheer greatness.
Even a stop clock.
Talked about textbook displays of dominance from Anna van der Breggen. Look at the damage she's done there. That was just a joy to watch, and she was so calm as we've come to expect from this rider. So measured in her effort. Nothing is left to chance. But here's Anna Henderson.
Any moment now, but they've maintained their smile throughout. I'm not surprised because this has been Henderson has now got a big task on her hands this event. Possibly career-defining.
Everything about today has been joyful, hasn't it? We've got a spectacular field out on the road. We've had riders who probably never dreamt that they would be fielding a World Championships who've taken to that start ramp early today. It's been purely joyful. Here is Chloe Dygert. She is a massive favourite today, of course, for the USA. And I feel like in recent years, everybody focuses on and talks about how horrendously she crashed at the Worlds in 2020. Psychology, as we know, is so important. Many people will remember that teams are placing so much more just such a devastating crash mental approach to coming into these races. But the way she's come back you deal with pressure and just fought to get back to this level and done again so many Anna Henderson does deliver when it matters, doesn't she? She has really proven that. And here is Cedric Cabal coming in on her ride. She's still such a young rider, achieving such big things in her list of achievements so far in the sport. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what she does today. She's another rider that's had to come back from so many setbacks, injuries, and she's got full focus on today. So I think it could be an exciting rider. But we're going to say that, aren't we, for the last few riders, because there is some serious competition out on the road at the moment, and indeed with our last couple of riders to go off that start ramp.
Who's going to go better?
They are going to challenge the time, of Anna van der Breggen. And one of those people is her teammate Demi Vollering, Dutch cycling this week. And that will be very interesting to see what Vollering can do. And I think we always say it, don't we? Anything can happen, but it can, because we don't wish it on a rider, but we can see mistakes, we can see crashes, we can see people push a turn too much. It'll be very interesting to see who really capitalises on everything today. Talking of which, someone that can do that very well, one of our big favourites, Chloe Dygert.
What about Chloe Dygert getting ready? Bronze last year, of course. She likes the by sheer alchemy and force of will to turn that into gold today. Let's just wait and see. She's got Demi Vollering, of course, still to come off the ramp. Draw this to a magnificent conclusion. The very best of today last year is still to come. We'll be wearing number 1. Here we go. I cannot wait to see Great Britain versus the United States versus Netherlands, France, Germany, Austria, Switzerland. Deserved cases, and each one with a different story to tell as well. It has a European whiff
there's
to
so
that
many different stories
list of favourites. However, we are racing in Africa,
and people
we thank the people
on the road race in a week's time as well.
UCI as well for this
Monica
amazing event,
out,
and it's just so beautifully delivered. And right now,
and we did expect these big time differences on a course like today.
In fact, why not have a lot of glory? It's starting to seat in. We're getting ourselves
She was
she gave away a minute of 53.
That corner looked a bit
checkpoint
out of shape here for Kaisenhofer. The dead turn is a difficult thing to make now, which means that she's held it
very well in the most difficult part of the course.
What it
so
all
there
comes
it is.
down
That's
to time and
the
time
margin
again
now. So every second after this counts as what she's lost in the latter part of the course. But it's not much. This is a very, very strong performance by the young
You're
Italian.
constantly shifting around.
It is,
and here we have eyes now at passion, isn't it? As I mentioned, it looks like she's suffered out there today. We did expect it big time gaps, and that's enough to ride her in second currently.
This is not a grim.
But it is interesting when you were talking about how when we get to these medal positions, every second is going to count, every split
possibly
counts against
nearer
the
to the 3-minute mark than it is the 2-minute mark.
And if you look at where Anna van der Breggen came in, as
some
we
of the
just
conditions
see
will
what our
be
current
better
standings
to the
look
liking
like,
of some riders than others.
But
bang in the middle of my prediction there, it is 2.5 minutes, I'm afraid, giving away.
Anna van der Breggen
2:31
came
to be
across
precise.
that line so
But
smoothly.
as you've
She did
just
not
heard, good
waste
enough for third place,
any
which
effort coming
explains
across the
some of
cobbles,
the big margins
transitioning
that
back
we
down into the
have
skis, back on the TT bar.
So yeah, slotting into third
she
place
has drilled that
behind
to perfection.
Zihendutse.
What time will tell. Very shortly, we'll see if that's made enough of a difference to keep her in that hot seat.
Later on,
you
I
can
think every
see,
second
you can
may well
just
start
see
to count.
the effort that this has taken.
But what we are
out
seeing
today.
is that Van der Breggen's time,
You
we
should
assume the
arrive
times would be between 45 minutes and 50.
to use every
I think we did all right with our assumptions, to be honest. A
44.01
You did
Van der Breggen. Your finish line isn't the finish line itself if you're amongst the very best. You have to think beyond the finish line. You have to go through the finish line, not to finish there, but to power through it. Anyway, Vollering makes the easy bits hard. When everyone else is starting to think about easing up, taking a break.
This is going to close out. The drummers can have a bit of a break.
Looks
like some of the skins here might actually go pop at any moment now, but they've maintained their smile throughout. And I'm not surprised, because this has been grin-makingly brilliant.
Makes it an easier task.
Everything about today has been joyful, hasn't it? We've got a spectacular field out on the road. We've had riders who probably never dreamt that they would be fielding a World Championships who've taken to that start ramp early today. It's been purely joyful. Here is Chloe Dygert. She is a massive favourite today, of course, for the USA. And I feel like in recent years, everybody, someone like Chloe Dygert, talks about how horrendously pressure into the world in 2020 and know her limit, and know where she can many people will remember that because it was just such a devastating crash at some point in their career, push the limit of a time trial, she's come off on a turn, especially if we're not fought to get back with weather conditions, if it's been partially wet on the day. We've seen riders push past that limit rides in the last few years that we're seeing out on course now know better today. Here is Isiganwa Ry'Umukino coming in where that limit is, how you balance that fine line, whether it's an aggressive position, whether it's powering down the descent, whether it's taking a technical turn at absolute pace. They know what they have in the tank. They've read it, they've practiced it.
However you look at it,
know exactly
going
what
to be good enough to nudge that podium, and there it is. But it shows you really the dominance of Van der Breggen when you start to indeed extrapolate those who've gone well here. Of who's going to go better than Anna van der Breggen?
Put that behind her.
I don't know how long that time's going to last, but I think she's going to get herself a little bit jumpy in that hot seat. Cedric, you talk about mentality there, Rebecca. It'll take some time to recover. It'd be nice to hear actually from some of those who completed the task. As lovely as you can be, we want to give and just to keep it live for those who are out on course. Demi Vollering will close us out today, individual, which is what time for the drummers to have a break. You are in the office, which is on the course for the men's event.
And I've spoken to so many riders about that, because you know, being in our position, we have these lovely chats with riders when they are personable and off the bike, and we're very relaxed in terms of the circumstance. We're chatting to them, and then the focus cup of tea that descends on them in a bunch sprint, in a time trial, on race day, they have to have that. They have to be able to switch that on and off. And again, the best riders in the world can evidently do that to perfection, because that's what it takes to be this good on the bike, is to not let any outside noise in. And every rider has a different psychological approach, a different way of looking at the sport, but they all have this laser focus, and race in a week's time as well. Switch, I think, to put it on Monica. Here is Marlon Reusser. We haven't had too much sight of her so far, have we? And we did expect, but we were talking before when she was on that start ramp earlier about how much illness she's had to contend with this season.
She gave away a minute and 53
for me, it's another sign, I think, in a way, of how we've seen the women's peloton and racing schedule evolve,
which means that she's held it very well in the most difficult part of the course.
Female riders would have to field
so there it is. That's the margin now. So every second after this counts as what she's lost in the last part of the course. But it's not much. This is a very, very strong performance by the young Italian.
Riders have it is, and it's really good to qualify that, isn't it? As I mentioned, the nature of we had such high hopes. Did expect Royce coming to gaps, and that's enough to ride her early season. The battle with Demi Vollering, that was just interesting when you were talking about how when we get to these medal positions, she had every such bad luck with illness, couldn't ultimately field the tour, but she's gone away. And if she's been quite quiet as to how her preparations have gone, but we presume they've gone very well.
Well, she's certainly gone loud after going quiet, because at the first timing point, she is 15 seconds to the good of Anna van der Breggen. Van der Breggen was not the fastest at that point. In fact, there's now 3 riders quicker than her at the first intermediate. But Van der Breggen ran up what we often refer to, for those who don't know, as a negative split. So she kept something back, some reserves, which she knew she would be spending later on. And that's wisdom, and that comes with experience, which Anna van der Breggen has plenty. Rusa, though, has gone all in early. Now, if she can hold it, and that is a big if, then the Swiss could actually produce something magnificent.
Yeah.
She is 9 seconds to the good of Katrina Allerud, 13 seconds better than Niedermayer. And finishes 15 seconds faster at the first split if you're amongst the very best. So there's a lot to be done here. You have to go through the finish line, not Labousse finish there, but to power through with Brody Chapman has actually just gone through fifth when everyone else but she's giving away 15 seconds to Van der Breggen. Break. So there's a lot at stake, and that's the latter part of this course where you are going to find or lose those seconds. Almost because that's where the most difficult tasks lie, and not memory the cobbles of having been there to visit those dark places is going to be a championship definer. I think.
It certainly does, and yeah, and these riders will have and if you've been in that place and you know how exactly where they can afford to be in terms of going into that red or not in those earlier parts of today's course, because as you say, there's so many challenges in the latter part of the most aggressive position. As with Demi Vollering, Marlon Reusser knows exactly how to pace for herself as an individual, and I think that's something someone like Chloe Daiger can become quite difficult as a rider as well throughout their career, is not looking around at what everybody else is doing. We know that you can look around and say, well, we have seen that, what gearing is that rider running? Have at they gone for the same pace, push the limit of a time trial, ultimately really come off on a turn,
when
especially
you
if we're not
are
able
able
to
with weather conditions trials at the level that someone like Royster is, you ride your own pace. These riders that we're seeing out on the course now know better than anybody today where that limit is, how you balance that fine line, whether it's an aggressive position, whether it's powering down a descent, whether she knows exactly what she's capable of doing today. But somebody else they know what they have in the tank. Very good run into this with good preparations. They know exactly what to do on every inch of this course, and that's what you need to be a GT specialist
between Vollering and Daiga, which is absolutely fascinating. Horrific as you can see, the 16-second gap. We only dwell on it their current part of the course, which is one measured against the other. With which so we've got proper battles going on here. We talked about some of the areas within the circuit as well. We just don't know. She's that going round and round. You talk about mentality. We're going around the houses, you might say, and uphill and down dale as well. This is a proper mixed course, lovely as you can be, because it's not absolutely just the most course. It offers us up some speculation as to who might thrive. Predatory individual. Marlene Royster started off as my favourite today, in the office, which is on the even though she has an advantage at the first checkpoint, the survivability of the latter part of the course that is going to find our winner. Here she is, and the target time for her is a 28:35. She's very close to the next checkpoint. It's up ahead of her, and I think she might still be within the lead.
They have to have that. They have to be able to switch that on and off. And again, the best riders in the world can evidently do that to perfection, because that's what it takes to be this good on the bike, is to not let any outside noise in. And every rider has a different psychological approach, a different way of looking at the sport, but they all have this laser focus. And you ultimately need that switch, I think, to put it on and off. But here is Marlene Royster. We haven't had too much sight of her so far, have we, out on the course? But we were talking before, when she was on that start ramp earlier, about how much illness she's had to contend with this season. And for me, it's another sign, I think, in a way, of how we've seen the women's peloton and racing schedule evolve. Lay ahead in the latter parts of this course. Once upon a time, Royster, female riders would have to field absolutely watching the time trial, because now we're seeing riders target of experience of riding her own race, not perhaps target everything as much as she wants rainbow bands on her shoulders at the end of the day. So does Chloe targets, and then for the USA. And back to your point that a lot of people talk about how coming into the Tour de France after everything she did early season, the battle and Vollering that was just set up from perfection. It was a rider she did such a positive force, she had such bad luck with illness, dwell on that. Let's talk about where I am now. The Tour, but she's gone away when you're behind the scenes at races. Sometimes she how her preparations have gone, but because of presume they've gone very well.
Well, she's suddenly gone loud after going quiet, because at the first timing point, she is 15 seconds to the good of Anna van der Breggen. Van der Breggen was not the fastest at that point. In fact, there's now 3 riders quicker than her at the first intermediate. But Van der Breggen ran what we often refer to, for those who don't know, as a negative split. So she kept something back, I think today some reserves, which she knew she would be spending later on. And that's focus on and that comes with experience, which Anna van der Breggen of getting those rainbow bands. Royster, though, has gone all in early. Now, if she can hold it, and that is a big if, then the Swiss could actually produce something forward. She is 9 seconds to the good of Katrina Allerud, 13 seconds better than Niedermayer. And she is 15 seconds faster at the first split than Anna van der Breggen. So there's a lot to be done here. Juliette Labousse did the quickest with Brody Chapman has actually just gone through a good time, but she's giving away 15 seconds to Van der Breggen. Now been altered. So there's a lot at stake, and it's the latter part of this course where you are going to find or lose. You can finish seconds, because that is where the most difficult tasks lie. But not margins as well, which count for an awful lot. She's going to be solid in second place by the looks of things. That's a silver medal, but a minute and 40 is an enormous gap, and I feel like we're going to get closer.
Exactly where they can afford to be in terms of going into that red or not in those
those earlier parts of today's course that are being set now. There's so many challenges in the latter part of that. But in the thick of the action, with Demi following, Marlon Reusser knows exactly how to pace for herself as an individual, and I think as we've got our real podium contenders becomes quite difficult as a rider to these points in the course. It's not looking around what everybody else is doing. We know that you can look around and say, well, who we've seen what gearing is that rider running into that hot seat earlier for the same pacing strategy. I think that's something that's always been a talking point when we come to able to win world road race is the level that someone like Reusser is. Talent you ride actually is within you do your own plan.
Look at this.
How close is this? Knock your confidence
what a battle. We said every second counts.
Utter belief, and I think that's what's been fascinating about the demeanour of Reusser. Is she knows exactly what she's capable of doing today, but somebody else that's had a very good run into this with good preparations is Demi Vollering.
Just about three-quarters of a second only separating Marlene Reusser. We've got head-to-head Demi Vollering between Vollering and Daigo,
right
which
now,
is
this is going to go absolutely right down to the wire. Essentially, they're on the same time.
Part of the course.
What a battle!
This is incredible. It's what we wanted. It's what we hoped for, and it is delivering. And now it will be a case of us watching exactly how much these riders can get out of these sections of the course.
Just look at this. As a result, because it's not an absolutely pure time trialling course, it offers us up some speculation as to who might thrive today.
Down here,
Marlene Reusser,
how much energy do you want to put into that? And then the escape. Even though she has an advantage at the first checkpoint, got on the survivability of the last smoother, I've got to say.
That is going to find our winner.
Maybe she carried exactly the right pace to actually deal with that target time for her.
Looks slightly more ragged. She got the power down, but she's very close to the next checkpoint.
It's up ahead of her.
She now is
smooth as she might still be within the lead. Now, if she is
on the bike,
this is going to be
wonderful.
A question of
she almost looks like
this
to the latter part of the course
of perfection on the bike.
Yeah,
she's already
and
taken a
that's
big
what we're talking about now, isn't it? With these last few riders out on the course,
let's see what time this clock stops. It's our intermediate, the second one. This is a big check
and it is, as you say, it is hard to tell because
everybody else as to what's required to go forward.
On one part of the course more than another rider, and then of course we know other people can pull that back in different parts of it, and maybe someone doesn't keep the pressure on her turn, but maybe they then are suited better to an incline or a descent. Here's Anna Henderson, we just see Chloe Daigo up there. These times are going to be so close between these riders because they all want it. Not only are we talking about them being well drilled, well prepared, having been challenges lay ahead in the having the best kit and equipment in this field, but they want it. They're so hungry for the World Championship bands, and it's so significant of experience. Of course it is to wear that for the rest of the world. As much as she wants rainbow bands on her shoulders at the end of the day, so does Chloe Daigo for the USA. And back to your point that a lot of people talk about how serious her crash was in 2020 at the Worlds, and I think it's something that as a rider she's such a positive force, isn't she, that she's like, right, let's not dwell on that, let's talk about where I am now. But you can see when you're behind the scenes at races, sometimes she needs help because of the long-lasting effects of how serious that injury on her leg was.
13 seconds, by the way,
and she doesn't dwell on it. She goes back out there fighting at the absolute top of her class every single time. And
laser locked on.
She is another rider that has not only gone for individual results, but everybody has followed this season as closely as we have. And that's why coming in this year very special and for seeing Marlon Reusser's ultimate focus on her target, on her former teammate of Demi Vollering at SC Works Pro Time. When we saw her switch teams, her demeanour changed. She became a GC contender. Not only that, a GC leader. We were treated to the head-to-head battle between Reusser and Vollering, and we hoped for that today. We knew that they both had it. We didn't get that. Look at this.
23 seconds. She's getting quicker, however. 23 seconds. She's getting quicker, however.
Oh my goodness.
And this is what I was talking about. Marlon Royce knows what we head back through Royce and Vollering, and we hope that today we knew they had it in them to have the tightest possible battle, and that's what's playing out now. And we were expecting to see that at the tour. We didn't get that. Look at this.
23 seconds. She's getting quicker. Around about 27 Celsius.
And this is what I was talking about. Marlon Royce knows what lies ahead, and she is a pacing expert. Her ability as a tactician in time trials is why she's won so many times.
You do not want
she
to
will not
get
that wrong either way, because she won't have been doing evidently just see the pace. She just how to get it right with Royce, and we expected big things from her, and my goodness, she is certainly giving us what we wanted.
We talked earlier. Check it out. She has and then indeed the steepest part and some of the most uncomfortable part is just been dispatched like an old ice hockey. She has the remainder to go smooth and then shockwaves just going through and then go into a trough. There is another steep test just up ahead. Doing an amazing job. Her target time, by the way, at the finish is going to be 44.01. So she's still 4 minutes away. Rusha has an advantage over Van der Breggen, so she should easily do it. No, it's going to be close in the hot seat because the time starts to get stripped out. 28 seconds was her gain over the second.
It certainly does, and that is
so how
the part of the course. We found it quite hard to predict early on, and we've just seen how much the riders have had to navigate to suffer. We think they're almost there. It's a long stretch, that line, and I'm saying that's not here, so I can only imagine how tough that pull is to the line. But look at what Royce is doing here, and I think psychologically, after the disappointment she had at not being able to field the tour in the way that she planned to do, that would have fired her up even more mentally to plan ahead to come in at an absolute peak today.
Check this out, she has dispatched the cobbles, she's on to the asphalt.
I mean, you've
there's
asked
the Flamme Rouge, she's going to roll everybody, Royce. It's a Rolls Royce performance, this would be spectacular. She's smoothed out the bumps, she's powering home, gives herself just a moment here to double check into the corner. I think she knows that maybe she's got this in the bag, and it might be by a handsome margin as well. My goodness, we'll be back to her as she finishes, but Chloe Daggett is just coming, and this at the intermediate is a shock.
It is absolutely thrilling. This is a really big shock for Chloe Daggett. I mean, I've said time and time again today that we had so much unpredictability that this course was going to offer today.
Got about 5 minutes left,
and this has been a tough day for Daggett.
Certainly has. She was giving away 28 seconds at the first intermediate. Meanwhile, let's get back to this, shall we? Oh, this is wonderful. This is a limousine performance by this athlete. Absolutely perfect. She has smoothed out the course and actually delivered something incredibly special here. In fact, she's saved the power until last. She comes up over the rise here, but her rise has been inexorable, I think you might say. This is potentially going to be our winning time. She started off as favourite in my eyes, and she has lived up to the billing. She's opened the door, closed it behind her, and said, "This is my party." And you know what? Nobody else is invited.
And the clock's only just gone red against
if we get some
her, so
gate crashes late on. But I believe that this is going to be a championship-winning performance. Royce hits the line brilliantly. Whoa, 43.09 is exponentially brilliant. coming through the heat haze. It's getting warmer out there. Temperatures hovering around about 27 Celsius, but nudging up
and
into the sunshine here.
And do you know what? When she came into the section, we knew it was going to be brutal, and under that flamme rouge, she made it look almost effortless. That is how much she danced through those closing meters to deliver such a staggering time. We knew she'd had setbacks this season. She targeted this. She had such, I was going to say, a quiet confidence about her. No, she had an outright confidence coming into today. The way she spoke in pre-race interviews, she knew she had something very special in the bag. And you can just see she has delivered out there to perfection today.
Indeed, the steepest part and the most uncomfortable part, I think, has just been 43.3 kilometres per hour. She has the remainder to deal with, and you can see the shockwaves just going everyone through her shoulders here. There is another steep test just 5 seconds between. She's doing a fabulous job. Her target 2 and 3, by the way, at the finish, decided to go to the top table, so she's still 4 minutes away.
She has come home.
She's only 1,400 metres
with an advantage.
She should easily
do it.
So
Anna
it's going to be close.
51.89 seconds.
Nearly
52 seconds
it
clear.
certainly does, and that is the part, of course, I think that we found it quite hard to predict early on, and we've just seen how much the riders have had to navigate to suffer. We think they're almost there. It's a long stretch to that line, and I'm saying that's not here, so I can only imagine how tough that pull is to the line.
Here we are with Anna Henderson, 5.4 kilometres remaining for the rider for Great Britain. Psychologically, after the disappointment she had of not being able to field the tour in the way that she planned to do, that would have fired her up even more mentally to plan ahead to come in. And we've had so many ups and downs that we've lived through with her. She came in and showed us what she could do as a GC leader. As I say, not just coming in as I might be a big contender now, but dominating, winning in ways we didn't see from her in previous seasons because she wasn't given the freedom. She perhaps wasn't in the same headspace that she's been in this year. She's had that utter confidence, the confidence of Team Movistar, and it might be by a handsome margin as well. Around her.
My goodness,
she didn't have an ideal end to the summer. She went away, she prepared altitude, and she targeted the world today.
This is a really big shock for Chloe Dygert. I mean, I've said time and time again today that we had of course much unpredictability
the damage it's done as we've got our last today. And this has been a tough day for Dygert.
At the third intermediate, she was giving away 28 seconds
to
at the first intermediate. Meanwhile, let's get back to this, shall we?
Possibly slim.
Oh, this is wonderful. This is a limousine performance by this athlete.
This is
absolutely perfect. She has smoothed out the course.
I still think she is going to be in the bronze medal.
Something incredibly special here. In fact, she saved the power until last. She comes up over the rise here, but her rise has been inexorable, I think you might say. This is potentially going to be our winning time. She started off as favourite in my eyes, and she has lived up to the billing. She's opened the door, closed it behind her, and said, "This is my party." And you know what? Nobody else is invited. I know she's waiting for that right now. Crash out on, but I believe she's going to get there. She knows she's got to sprint for it, a championship winning performance. And indeed, bronze medal position so far, pushing Katrine Allerud just out of the medals right now. Reusser is exponentially brilliant.
Van der Breggen. And now, indeed,
a ride
we're starting to see some great
Marlon
performances.
Reusser.
What just produced one herself.
Perfection and delivery. And do you know what? When she came into the section, we knew was going to be brutal. And under that flamme rouge, she made it look almost
today that on any other day would have put them right up there
through those closing meters to deliver everybody out of the water today.
Here we are back with Anna
she'd had
Henderson of
setbacks
Great
this
Britain.
season.
3.1 kilometres remaining for her.
She had,
and you can just see her experience coming through here.
No, she had an outright confidence coming into today. The way she spoke in pre-race interviews, she knew she had something very special in the bag. And you can just see she has delivered out there to perfection today.
There is no shame in finishing in the top 10 behind such performances. It's where you're going to be. Following double checks into the corner, almost got the line.
Almost
here, just slightly out of kilter, but immediately on the power with 7.3 kilometres to go.
5 seconds between
now then, Vollering,
the checkpoint.
let's give you an update of where she
and then
has
decided to go to the top table.
And second intermediate was
she
28
has come
seconds
home
down
brilliantly
on
with an
Marlon
advantage.
Reusser.
Get this,
almost
over Anna van der
exactly
Breggen.
the same time.
51.89 seconds, nearly so. 52 seconds
needle
clear
of the mighty Anna van der Breggen. She wants to go extremely strongly.
If anyone can get
she
close,
nails
it's
when
a
we get
big,
to the third
big ask.
timing point.
We still have riders out there who
her
may
target
deny
is
her,
a
but for right now,
35-21.
Marlon
Van der
Reusser
Breggen was 23 seconds down on that margin, so we're about a minute and a half away from where she wants to be. We'll
Here
be
we
back
are
with
with Anna Henderson, 5.4 kilometres remaining for the rider for Great Britain. And
certainly does.
Oh gosh, we just
up here as we
can't shout enough about Marlon Reusser this season. For me, it's just been a fairy tale season for her, and we've had so many ups and downs that we've lived through with her. She came in and showed us what she could do as a DC leader. That we're seeing, as I say, not just coming in as I might be a big contender now, but dominating, winning in ways we didn't see from her in previous seasons because she wasn't given the freedom. She perhaps wasn't in the same headspace that she's been in this year. She's had that utter confidence, the confidence of Team Movistar, doing everything to support around her. She didn't have an ideal end to the summer. She went away and she prepared at altitude and she targeted the worlds today. And oh my goodness, we've just seen that play out to utter perfection. She couldn't have hoped for that to go any better, of course. We're just seeing the damage it's done as we've got our last riders out on the course now.
Always going to be
Henderson comes through full quickest
tie-up
on
this third intermediate
climb
giving
here.
away 38 seconds.
This is where the hurt really starts to kick in.
1,300 metres, as you can see,
with an average of
6.3 that would have had the
she looks to me to be on an even steeper approach just to this 11%.
One of them
finally gets a bit of
Chapman,
traction.
I still think she's going to be in a bronze medal position by the time she hits the line here.
But nonetheless, we're seeing some terrific performances, and it may well be we have modest margins between the medals.
We look a lot
but possibly not between gold and silver. Let us wait and see who can get close to Marlon Reusser.
But not always.
But right now,
what it peaks at, and you can see there she was approaching that 11%
potentially could be a
and I think when we
medal
started
position,
to see her
I
earlier on
believe
today,
it's going to be tight
the pressure
because
that
Alarud
is keeping
sits
on
on
the
a
riders right until that finish line,
and
which
she knows
is why
she's waiting for that right now.
It's over.
Chapman comes to the line. Is she going to get there? She knows she's got to sprint for it and does so brilliantly. And indeed, bronze medal position so far, pushing Katrina Alarud
quickest
out
in
of the medals right now.
Reusser
and
37 margins. She sits behind Anna van der Breggen. That will, I am sure,
great
be
performances. Brody Chapman has just produced one herself.
Essentially,
Brody
she wants
Chapman,
to get
class as always, and we do have to keep qualifying those times, don't we? Because we've seen some brilliant rides today. On any other day, would have put them right up there at the top of those standings, but Reusser has just blown everybody out of the water today. Here we are back with Anna Henderson of Great Britain, 3.1 kilometres remaining for her, and you can just see her experience though coming through here because she has stayed and remained calm throughout this
around
course.
a 23-second advantage.
Great
and
run,
actually make it a 51-second advantage at the end.
There is
that
when you
showed
see
you just how much she was able to pour onto the latter part of the course.
You can
no
see
shame
from what's on your screen at the moment
finishing
in the top 10
performances. The boost comes to
the
the line shortly. She's still got that sort of hellish finale to deal with, and this is here just Heartbreak Hotel here, because every time you think, oh, the finish line is just ahead of us, no, there's still this pesky dish to deal with. Best served cold for some.
Been sitting.
There we are, 6th quickest out of the top 5.
Was 28 seconds
just
down.
A handful of seconds, just a couple of seconds off
almost
that
exactly
top 5
the same time.
Coveted position.
As Anna van der
It's a
Breggen.
cool game, this.
It's
So,
really cool, and
terms of
still again a
needle
really
on the
solid ride
bragging
there.
rights,
And I think
she wants to
today
go
I've
extremely
talked about that
strongly. Let us
unpredictability
see
because
what she
you can
nails when we
compare
get
with
to the
previous
third
World Championships, can't you, in
timing
terms
point,
of
our
what is
third
the elevation
checkpoint here.
gain,
Her
but where
target
that
is
sits, where that comes,
35.21.
what the road surface is, what the
was
altitude, the
20
elevation,
down on that
it
mark.
all
So
play
we're
part
about
in
a
the
mile from
divide
where
of
she
human,
used
and we're
to be.
seeing
We'll
that
be
now with
back with her
Diget.
in a few moments' Seeing the time. tops of the We've got a lovely
trees just
tracing
nod
shot.
a little bit,
Gosh,
some
it
like
looks
the
warm,
riders,
doesn't it?
I guess you might say, as they try and take on this peak.
But
well protected is
up
the
here
course.
as we're just eagerly
almost equal
anticipating
conditions
this.
for everybody.
It's
Possibly a couple of degrees change in
It's been
temperature.
just everything
Anderson
that
on
we
this
hoped
power
for
section
today.
of the course at the
Antonia
moment,
Niedermayer
but,
for Germany
throwing in the
here,
climbs
and
has
we've said this,
I don't
haven't
think it's
we?
diminished this
These
time
rides
trial
that we're
at all.
seeing
I think
come
it's
in
enhanced it.
now
It's made
are
it
brilliant rides. But it's
fascinating
just
how
showing
they've coped.
of what Royce has put in today. The climbs have been really
It's going to be
prominent, and it's easy to
I
write
think she'll
off
be just
an
outside
elevation
the medals
saying,
by the
these
time
riders will
this
make light
clock
work of it, but
stops,
we've
I'm
evidently
afraid.
seen that's not
But
been
it'll
the
be a
case
top
today.
5
It's been
for
absolutely
Niedermayer,
brutal,
and that
and Royce
is a
has just
creditable
perfected it better than anybody
by the
else
young
by
German.
far.
Here we are, a minute
Henderson
29
is coming
so
to the finish here,
for 5th place as it stands at the
not going to beat Royce because the clock has already turned red. But I think she's going to be thinking about a bronze medal position potentially. Let us see.
Is always going to be
see on the
something.
course.
Oh,
this is a big tie-up
to where
on
she
this
is. Here we are.
punishing rainbow barriers right now. She's got to go into
this is where the hurt really starts to kick in. 1300 metres, as you can see,
So
an
well
average of
described as a saucer, but it's really tough, and just when we, never mind the rider, just when we think they're coming into sight of that finish line, there's still a really big push, and when every second, split second counts, that's what it takes to keep pushing to the line, and this has been a really tough percentage.
Out of the saddle, back into it, out of the saddle again, into the dip, under the crest.
Peak that, and you can see there that she was approaching that 11%
nasty,
section,
almost
and
punishing,
I think when
cruel,
we started to see that earlier on today,
finale
we
to this
realised the
course.
pressure that is
it's
keeping on the
fabulous
riders
entertainment
right
for
until
us,
that
but this
finish
is
line,
about
which is why
top 10
you can never
positions for
say
Anna
it's
Henderson
over.
at the moment. Let's see where she
following
sits.
Hart and
7th
Sleep
place for now.
always
Minute
fights
37
for the victory
down,
with
but what a ride that was.
Everything she'll be disappointed. She threw everything into getting a top 3 today, but ultimately on reflection, I think she'll see what a strong ride that was.
36-second margin, so she sits behind Anna van der Breggen.
Tells you everything you need to know about what's required today.
That was
brilliant by Anna Henderson.
She wants to get
7th place,
in
but
the
Royce is our leader.
That's a big retrieval
margin,
to try and find
then look
what
how many are
every single time we came
Royce
of every time we came to the splits, I was thinking really surely this must have faded.
It was designed
and when
to
I
be
saw
so.
Royce's time between
the
checkpoint 2 and checkpoint 3
absolutely
had
beautiful
indeed
mists,
moderated,
gorillas in the mist,
dropped
you might
5
say.
seconds to Van der
Well,
Breggen. But to
we've
then
got
turn that
cycling
round,
beasts here
turn
as well that are doing a
turn it
phenomenal
around,
job
23-second
and
advantage,
let us
and actually
enjoy
make
it,
it a
shall we,
51-second advantage at
this
the
is
end.
for our entertainment.
That
and
showed
for
you
some,
just how much she was able to pour onto the latter part of the course. You can see from what's on your screen at the moment how difficult that is. At the third split,
boost comes
to
the
line shortly. She's still got that sort of finale to deal with, and this is it's almost Heartbreak Hotel here, because every time you think, oh, the finish line is just ahead of us, no, there's still this pesky dish to deal with. Best served cold for some.
Absolutely leaves
there we are,
everything
6
out
quickest
there.
out of the top
and
5.
Again, we've seen brilliant rides, but
just a couple of
Royce
seconds
has
off
set
that top 5
such a huge benchmark, and it's been so tough out there with again a really solid ride there. And I think today it's been a really hard day in the saddle, but you can compare with previous World Championships to this in terms of what is the elevation gain today. But where that sits, where that comes, what the road surface is, what the altitude is, the air conditions, it all plays a part on the day. It's made us huge, and we're seeing that with
World Championships. We are in Kigali, Rwanda, a little bit.
And
we know,
I guess you might say, as they
try
and take on this
is going to be
but well protected
is
the course.
What a performance!
It's been
they've pushed
almost
hard.
equal conditions
Van
for
der
everybody.
Breggen, possibly a second,
couple of degrees change in temperature.
Third,
Anderson on this
power
section, of
for
course,
13 seconds
down
down
on her
throwing in the
climbs,
and I don't think that's
diminished
this
time trial at all. I think it's enhanced.
How do you describe?
How do you find the words to describe what the athletes have provided for us today? It's been magnificent.
The climbs is really tough for her to find the right words as an elevation, saying these ones will make light work of it. Onto the smooth tarmac, we thought maybe when riders reach that smooth tarmac, it would be not a respite better than everybody else by far, but it might ease up a bit. But as you can see, as Diet comes in for the USA here, just how crucial it is, how much the riders are having to push to that line. They always push everything to the line, but this is not an easy run-in, and it's been brutal today.
Position potentially where the cruelty starts, as we say, it's not the finish line. Still a corner to be taken, and the rainbow barriers right now. But she's still going to go to the does fall when the over the tops. She's
so well described as a saucer, but it is. It's really tough.
But let's have a look.
Just when we, never mind the rider, just when we think they're coming into sight of that finish line, there's still a really big push, and when every second seconds and split-second counts,
discipline.
that's what it takes to keep pushing to the line. And this has been a really tough effort
will
today.
be a very brave Vollering as well. Into the final couple of curves, but she's already closed her account
gnarly,
for today.
nasty, almost punishing.
What can Vollering achieve? Let us wait and see.
She is gunning for a medal at the moment.
Fabulous entertainment for us, but this is about
indeed
top 10 positions
in
for
the champion spot
at the moment.
She
Let's
is
see where
our
she
champion
sits.
already.
7th place now.
Down, but can she possibly finish?
Yeah, she'll be
disappointed. For silver
she
is
threw everything into getting a top 3 today, but
I don't think she's going to get there.
It's going to be what a strong ride that was.
Bronze medal, I believe, for Demi Vollering here. 2 medals, of course, for the Netherlands. That will mean, and is it going to be even cooler than that? Let's wait and see. This is the closeout of proceedings here at the West. She knows what's required. She's out of the saddle, driving for the line, and she'll stop it for a bronze medal behind Anna van der Breggen, who takes silver, and the Swiss world champion is Marlen Reusser after one of the most incredible rides we have seen on a time trial machine. What a day of racing we have had.
Final job, and let us enjoy it, shall we? Because
a lot
this is for our
of riders came in today saying, I'm not quite sure what I can expect from myself on this course on the day. But there's one rider that came in and said, yeah, my preparations have gone well, and that was Marlen Reusser, and she delivered. Came in with a lot of pressure on her today for the USA. Such a big favourite and such a dedicated rider that absolutely leaves everything out there. And again, you know, we've seen brilliant rides, but Reusser has set
to get a
silver
medal
here benchmark, at the Worlds, and it's been so tough out there with all the different conditions, the elements. It's been a really hard day in the saddle, but yeah, Dygert brings class to this peloton.
No shame in that. You realise she certainly has. Reusser has achieved.
Vollering will close
Brody Chapman
this
in 4th place, just out of the medals by a margin of 16 seconds. Catherine Alerud, the Road World Championships. We are in Kigali, Rwanda, behind Brody Chapman, and we know
another 5-second margin to Antonia Niedermeyer.
Is going to be
Juliet Labrousse. Brave was for 7th place, pushed hard by Van der Breggen. 8th, second
of Chloe Dygert
at that third timing point. Vollering was a further 13 seconds down on her compatriot. And I don't think that's the first ever World Championship.
A word.
Elite time.
How do you describe? How do you find the words to describe
what
the athletes have provided for us today? It's been magnificent.
Thank you, the UCI.
It is really tough to find the right word, isn't it? Very Vollering just exits that couple section onto the smooth tarmac. We thought maybe when riders reach that smooth tarmac, it would be a respite because it never is in a T2, but it might ease up a bit. But as you can see, as Chloe Dygert comes in for the USA here, just how brutal it is, how much the riders are having to push to that line. They always do push everything to the line, but this is not an easy run-in, and it's been brutal today.
And this is where the cruelty starts, as we say. It's not the finish line, still a corner to be taken, another rise. And then, of course, the guillotine does fall when the clock stops. She is looking for a top 10. I think she is potentially going to get it. But let's have a look. Chloe Dygert stops the clock here. 8th place for now with a 2:25, which means she does get a top 10. I think she'll finish 9th for this discipline. She'll be disappointed with that. And indeed, drawing proceedings to a close will be a very brave Demi Vollering as well. Chloe Dygert has already bronze it was last year, but she's already closed her account for today at least.
Championships.
What can Vollering achieve? Let us wait and see. She is gunning for a medal at the moment. Marlen Reusser is indeed in the champion spot. She is our champion already because the clock is red here against Vollering. But can she possibly finish? The target for silver is 51.89. I don't think she's going to get there. It's going to be a bronze medal, I believe, for Demi Vollering here. 2 medals, of course, for the Netherlands. That will mean. And is it going to be even crueler than that? Let's wait and see. This is the closeout of proceedings here at the Worlds. She knows what's required. She's out of the saddle, driving for the line, and she'll stop it for a bronze medal behind Anna van der Breggen, who takes silver. And the Swiss world champion is Marlen Reusser after one of the most incredible rides we have seen on a time trial machine. What a day of racing we have had.
Like, it was such an effort.
I'm still like, it's more than 15 minutes ago, but I'm still...
riders came in today saying, I'm not quite sure what I can expect from myself
the effort, because the course was really brutal.
But there's one rider that came in and said, yeah,
and I'm actually not that type
well,
of
and that was Marlon Reusser, and she delivered.
This course you
Marlon
could really
Reusser,
like
the world champion. I can't tell you how much pleasure that gives me.
So I came to the finish line with quite some...
look at the margin
I really
over the
went
great
really hard on the climbs,
Breggen, who herself
maybe I went too hard in the beginning,
coming out of retirement to get a silver medal here
I think it was
at
the
the
right
Worlds.
way
A 51.89
and I think also
was the margin.
I have an
That
advantage
shows
as
you
I'm
the Swiss
quite a
dominance
heavy
here.
rider, so
Two from the Netherlands
without
on
a
the
lot
podium.
of effort, I still
With Derry
go
Vollering
down
closing
pretty
us
fast,
out
and then I
here,
can put
a
all my
deficit of
effort
a
in the
minute
climb.
before. No shame in that
So
when
I
you
did
realise
this
what
and
Marlon
super
Reusser
hard.
has achieved here.
So hard.
Brody Chapman
Yeah, I made
in fourth
it.
place,
I'm
just
so glad.
out of the
I'm so
medals by a
happy.
margin of 16
And
seconds.
especially
Katrin
also,
Allerud
I know
bags
everybody
a
says
top
this.
5 spot,
I mean it
finishing
from
4
deep
seconds
down my heart,
behind
like
Brody
so
Chapman.
many people work
Another 5-second
with
margin
me
to
so much
Antonia Niedermeyer. Then
to do
Juliet
this,
Labousse, brave
since
it
so
was
many years,
for 7th
with
place.
such
Fabulous performance by Anna
a lot
Henderson
of
to the
passion, love.
ahead of
So it's
Douglas.
that finally I
Mirella
can kind of
Benito,
reward
it
it.
is
I don't
from
know if
Spain,
this is
that rounds out
really
the top
something you
10
say, but it feels
of
a little
this,
bit like this.
the
So
first
it's really the
ever
goal we worked
World
for, and
Championship
I can achieve it now.
time trial
Makes me
in
happy for
Africa.
myself, but even
Thank
more
you,
for the
Thank
whole
you,
group
Rwanda.
that is around me,
Thank
and that
you,
I really,
UCI, for an amazing race.
even off the sport, not only in the sport, but even if the sport would not be here, I'm really like full of love for these people, and it's so nice that we can do this together.
And you do it in Africa, first time the World Championships are in Africa. What was the atmosphere like?
Yeah, it's really special for me. I was never in Africa or Rwanda before, but to be honest, during an ITT, also in the preparation, and now it's really closed here, so I don't really realize a lot because I'm so much in the tunnel. There could be black walls, pink walls, stars, sun, whatever. I don't really realize. I'm just focused on my effort. So it's maybe ask me again in 1 week or more in the road race where you have more of the atmosphere really coming to you. So far, it was just a question of how are the climatic conditions, how is the parkour, how is the roads. So these were more the questions we had in mind.
You'll have a good taste on the podium. Enjoy the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How lovely. Marlon Reusser spreading the love to all of those who've helped her achieve what she has delivered. What a wonderful day. Finally. And what a way to open these World Championships. We send the love straight back to her as well. What a wonderful acceptance. No one speech that was.
It was. You could tell that she was just following her heart there with that post-race chat interview, and she was considering what she wanted to honestly and openly pour out about all the people that supported her. Somebody else who said what an effort it was. I think that's a really big talking point fresh, which I think only Marlon Reusser could do. Mightily delighted with how that went.
She took a polarising view of it, and by that, what she meant, polar is
you have it.
To actually
you
go
have
to
your
every single
title,
point, to raise your game
this
at
victory
every single
maybe
margin.
even more sweet for you.
She dominated
even more. No, I have the feeling I was like
run.
10
there was
times
no
on
point
the podium.
Within
I'm so I can almost not believe it. I
she
know
was in
it's
second
real
no
and it happened, but I tried so many times
nailed every
and
single
it didn't
one.
work out. And now
she had an advantage over Derry Vollering.
I think I made it, and it's really special. But like it was such an effort. I'm still like it's more than 15 minutes ago, but I'm still think I need to let it settle.
Of course she was.
It was about this
she raised her game
effort,
again.
The course
Still,
was really brutal.
Margin.
Yeah, maybe you see I'm still breathing, and I'm actually not that type of lactic acid, high lactic acid rider.
If she was going to finally
this
be
course you could
world
really like pace it,
visiting what she described as 10 times or something the podium.
So I came to the finish line with quite some. Yeah, I really went really hard on the climbs and on the final climb. Maybe even I went too hard in the beginning, so I was full of lactic acid, but I think it was the right way to pace it, and I think also I have an advantage. I'm a heavy rider, so without a lot of effort I still go down pretty fast, and then I can put all my effort in the climb. So I did this and super hard.
She was so well prepared.
I made it. I'm so glad. I'm so happy.
And something you
and
talked about
especially
earlier,
also
herself gone out too hard. Did she actually over fly in the effort? But the way she was able to recover and,
so many years,
as you say, not only maintain but just better and better and better. her time on everybody else by such a huge margin. That was an incredibly impressive ride. And I think the narrative of her whole season, like she was summing up in that post-interview, is that she has felt a lot. She's felt the support, not only from the team and the fans, but so many people important to her have put that ultimate belief in her this season. To get ill just when she was targeting the tour was devastating for her. And I think from that day, this is the one she had to get, she wanted to get, she's done it. And it's not only a joyful moment, but you could see the emotions starting to course through her there. And I think we always get on this take from Roysa. It's not always emotional. Today you could really see it, she's about to go.
So
in
I
a nice
don't really
way.
realize a lot because I'm so much in the tunnel. There could be black walls, pink walls, stars, sun, whatever. I don't really realize. I'm just focused on my effort. So it's maybe ask me again in 1 week or more in the road race. You have more of the atmosphere really coming to you. So far, it was just a question of market conditions, how is the parkour, how is the roads.
I believe that
so these were more the questions we had in mind.
Have a good taste on the podium. Enjoy the podium. Thank you very much.
You've got to be happy and you've got to be content. And it's no good going to the best in the world if you don't find perfect fit, if you don't feel like
she has delivered.
You know, a certain technique is working for you going in races, and I think the way she has ridden things differently this year, it's working for her. You could tell that she was so happy in her own skin, following her heart there with that post-race chat, couldn't you? And she was considering what she wanted to so honestly and openly pour out. And I do believe her that supported her. She was saying what an effort it was, but she did look remarkably fresh, which I think only Martha Roysa could do. And she's done it. She will be able to tear that jersey and start to believe it.
Polar is well, they say that
to go to every single point, to raise your game at every single margin.
She dominated throughout the entire run.
They forced it off for them. What I also love is you always have plans on your sleeve, and that's what I really enjoy our sport, is you can always see that mark, and for anybody new fan, which we so welcome, is a fold. Enjoy sport and see that person a few years back, world champion. You never lose that on your kit, and that's special.
Of course, she raised her game again today, and congratulations to Anna van der Breggen.
23 seconds,
Third phenomenal story. Demi Vollering,
and then she knew that she just had to go all in if she was going to finally be declared
not
world
champion
after
visiting
what she
described
as the very
10
times
or something
with a bronze medal. She found any silver medals by an enormous margin. This is a world championship. Seeing very, very accomplished riders around her.
And she won. What a story for Anna van der Breggen to come back out of retirement.
That is a huge underscoring achievement that we thank her.
It is, and you've got to add context to exactly what she's doing, don't you? But she was so well prepared, wasn't she? I mean, she did really happy with how today's gone. I think it's been interesting to watch her move through the season because did she actually think that earlier on in the race overcooked it slightly in a different way, but the way she was able to recover, she's come back, her first turn she's not come in just better and better and better. Out favourite. I don't want to be assuming I'm going to be the best. Huge margin. Whereas at one point in her career, we always looked to her to try and take the victory. The narrative of her whole season has to an extent come off because of all the qualifying factors that she has helped successfully. The has not from the team and the fans, but so many people important to her. And as you say, securing silver today, to get ill she will certainly just when she was targeting the tour was devastating for her. And I think I really felt that this is one she had to get. She wanted to get, and she's done it. And it's not only a joyful moment, but you could see the emotions starting to pour through her there. And I think we always get an honesty from Roysa. It's not always emotional. So you can really see it's about to go.
If that could be a
in a way.
It's possible for everybody else. You have to appreciate what we love our heroes in this sport. Bronze medal that's so time tunnel disc at the honest in the way that's achieved. You have to give absolutely finishing ultimately, she has on so many occasions. It's never quite worked out for her. But I believe that makes this victory and this ultimate all the more medals for the Netherlands. You can see strong performance.
And you've got to be happy and you've got to be content. And it's no good going to the best team in the world if you don't find your perfect fit, if you don't feel like you know, a certain technique is working for you going into races. And I think the way she has ridden things differently this year, it's working for her. And she's so happy in her own skin. You can see it.
She's going to be wearing a rainbow jersey next year.
How lovely is that? I wonder what her first event will be where she wears it.
And I do believe her when she says she can't quite believe in the moment that she's done it, because every rider that dreams of turning professional dreams of the rainbow bands, and she's done it. She will be able to stare at that jersey and start to believe it.
Well, they say that if you win a jersey, the way of celebrating is to sleep in it.
Well, I would. I'd never take it off unless they forced it off for the wrong discipline. But what I also love is that you always have the bands on your sleeve, and that's something I really enjoy in our sport, is you can always see that mark. And for anybody, new fans, which we so happily welcome into the fold, can join the sport and see, well, that person a few years back was world champion. You never lose that on your kit, and that's special.
Well, fabulous runs today, and congratulations to Anna van Breggen as well, which is a phenomenal story. David Vollering as well for keeping this very much alive. It was really not fully resolved medals until the very last. Vollering with a bronze medal here. Anna van Breggen takes silver, so 2 medals for the Netherlands. Of course, story for Anna van Breggen and still get silver medal.
And you've got to add context to exactly what she's achieved. And my thought, she will be really happy with how today's gone. I think it's been interesting to watch her move through the season, because you touched on this much earlier on in the race today, that she's riding a different way because the pressure is different. She's come back, her first return year to the peloton, she's not come in saying, I'm going to be the out and out favourite, I'm going to be coming in assuming I'm going to be the best. Whereas at one point in her career, we always looked to her to try and take the victory. That pressure has to an extent come off because all the factors. She's been a successful team yet. She's trying to get her skills back onto the road. It's a big task, but she's done that. And as you say, securing silver today, I would imagine she will certainly go away smiling with that.
Well, I'm sure it's an amazing point. And what I think we do is that I hope it's not making us almost you imagine she's back. It kind of pushes everyone one further step down the road. I think what people realise is that Anna Breggen and achieved, and at the age she achieves as well, then possible for everybody else you have to bronze medal for her, despite time told this at the back, didn't spin quite well, whereas she would have had to shoulder areas of but I think it's no shame. 2 points from that it's about Switzerland and Martin Grusser, who is our world champion.
mu muhanda umanuka izamuka mu kanogo akitambika yekeza Poiru nyuma akazamuka yizariya ndetse n'akazabu mu muhanda kwa za ya uvuni kaza ikesi abantu bakaba abakinnyi 10 mirongo ine na bane bagomba gusiganwa muri individual trail mu cyiciro cy'abagore muri kugeza ubu rero kureba uko okukirana kuko niwe bamaze kugenda bajya kuri plaza kugeza ku ya kane nibura watanze kare muri Zaveri n'atambi yaje kugeza ku medihire nkuko nebaye nta kwigiye kuza mu Nyabugogo agene kuri kakantu kabupe gatoya gahari niho ari gushaka kugira nyuma rero Zaveri nakaba ageze aho agomba gukora ibinyabe kubera ko nta mapave mu y'ikirashinga ni mapave muri evangiye ko cyangwa kubona dimukamba kubera ko nicyo cyashoboka ku cyumba ubutana neza Zaveri agomba kuba yinjiye hano amaze kugeza hejuru bizengwa kutwo aya mapave.
Alright, so in the middle of doing these new albums, which are pretty interesting, but new albums are great. And then, of course, this also happened, it's September, things just don't stop. So I put that there for a second, I fly back out to California, and what Meta has to show me is actually shockingly advanced. Because just 10 months ago, I saw this. I made a whole video about it. These are Meta's Orion AR glasses prototypes, which were super cool, overlaid software onto the world around you. But they can never sell these things because materials alone cost like 10 grand, and they're a bit cumbersome, and they have a whole separate stick with a computer in it that's nearby, and they overheat, and the battery lasts like an hour. It was a cool proof of concept of a bleeding edge technology, but not a real product. Now here we are 10 months later, and they're handing me a finished product with a price tag and a release date. And it's these, the Meta Ray-Ban Display. Clever name, I know, but it's essentially an updated version of the Meta Ray-Bans, and it's massively better than the Orion prototype. Now, the main difference with these is these are a monocular display, meaning it's only showing up in one eye, the right eye, and it's fixed slightly lower and to the right of the middle of your vision, but it's still full color, plenty sharp, 42 pixels per degree to be exact, and more than bright enough to be seen outdoors. I tried these things outdoors, gets up to 5,000 nits. So it's like a real life little HUD in the corner of your vision that you can turn on or off at any time. And you still control everything through a neural band on your wrist that uses
byabo byo bikaba ari ibihe navuga ko biri hasi rero akaba ari
is the land of 1,000 hills, they say. Well, we're playing with 3 of them today. The men's time trial about to get off and underway. We're in Kigali, of course, and as you can see from the mirror-like lake here, there's virtually no wind at all. Some would describe it, not even a kitten's cough. No, we are taking on 40.6 kilometers of road racing here, against the clock, of course, and to finish us off, and maybe some ambitions as well, will be found wanting or indeed missing when we get to the Côte de Kimihurura. It's cobbled, can you believe it? It has ramps of 11%. It comes right at the end of the run, and it is quite simply cruel. It's also highly entertaining. The fans have turned out en masse. They're loving what they've seen so far. And just check this out. This is how, indeed, it has panned out. Remco Evenepoel, twice a winner of this great race. In fact, wearing those rainbow bands with pride, of course. He'll be last to go off, maybe for an historic treble. Let us wait and see. Evenepoel was king of the hill when we came to Zurich. Well, it seems that factoring in some rises and falls as well as technical sections are of no consequence to this man. When he's in the mood, he's on course, and more often than not, you think, finishes up as world champion. Well, he's carried the bands on for the last 2 years, and quite frankly, even though he's moderated his Royal Marines haircut, he is determined to power his way in battle and deliver once again. He'll go off last. His problem is that he follows the mighty Tadej Pogačar, who is well rested after deciding not to take on La Vuelta and just save himself up for this. Let's see. Stefan Kung is here as well. We have the likes of Jay Vine, who spectacularly so had a sensational Vuelta, a race, as we've said, that Tadej decided to miss. Let's see how they go head to head, because Jay Vine himself is on amazing form when it comes to the time trial. This is our playground, Kigali. In one of the most populous nations in all of Africa, we are having some fun, but just look at this course. There's a dead turn in the southernmost section of it. We then come and we play with the Nyanza mountain once again. We do that twice. Then we go to the Côte de Péage and indeed back to the Kimihurura with the cobbles. And then our day will be done. This is going to hurt. It's also going to be great. We thank our UCI commissaires panel for indeed overseeing what has already been an enormous success, and we've only just started. We've had the most wonderful women's time trial. Now, though, it is about to get underway with the men in about 6 minutes' time. First off the ramp will, of course, be a Rwandan. They are our hosts, and in fact, a decent benchmark was set when in the women's race when Niere actually sat in the hot seat for quite some time before, of course, it was ultimately going elsewhere. We won't spoil that by telling you the result, just in case you want to watch that on catch-up on the UCI website. In the meantime, feast your eyes on what we have to deal with. We'll be starting off with Isiganwa of Rwanda. We have so many nations represented: Tanzania, South Sudan, Sierra Leone, Mali, Senegal, and that's only your top 6 riders, for goodness sake. It is a panoply of colour and indeed entertainment. First big name that we will be waiting for, I think, will probably be Florian Vermeersch of Belgium. He will be coming off in around about half an hour's time, but it gives us plenty of time to look at this amazing nation. Artem Nish as well will be hoping for something glorious, but we will, of course, get to the pointy end ultimately And that's where you're going to hear names like Leknesund, like Barter, like Heidemann, like Arnsman, like Seixas, Schmidt as well, of course, Van Wilder, Rafferty's here, Tadej Pogačar, as I mentioned, Remco Evenepoel, Jay Vine, Bruno Amerai, Isaac Del Toro. I mean, these are superstars we're going to be playing with shortly. We cannot wait. My name's Carlton Cabby. Thank you so much for your company. Sitting alongside me is Rebecca Charlton. We have already had so much fun, possibly too much. We're a bit giddy. But we are now waiting for the men's event to get underway. Swapping 31.2 kilometres in the women's race for 40... I'll double check this because that's what I'm paid for. 40.6 kilometres. I nearly gave you the Zurich distance, but don't worry. I'm a professional. Kigali is where we are. Are they in safe hands? I think so. This has been a brilliantly organised day of racing so far. And it is the men's elite individual time trial next.
Well, firstly, an absolute pleasure to be sat alongside you today in commentary, Carlton. As the listeners can tell, the viewers at home know that we've already had plenty of laughs today. We won't give massive spoilers in case people didn't tune in for the women's action, but what it did do was tell us a lot about the course ahead of the men's elite time trial today. We have many, many question marks as to how people would fare on this time trial, and well, it hasn't disappointed so far today.
It certainly has not. In this beautiful land, it may well be landlocked, but there's plenty of water here. Freshwater fish as well. I remember once ordering a fish at a restaurant and then suddenly getting really worried because we were many thousands of kilometres away from the coast. And I was thinking, how fresh is this fish going to be? And of course it was absolutely fresh. It'd been landed from a lake. I'd completely forgotten about freshwater fish. That's what Rebecca's having to deal with today. That level of misguidance.
I'm a vegetarian, I'm afraid.
Not even a pescatarian?
No, I spent a little bit of time as a pescatarian, and now I'm just full vegetarian.
Yes, there we are.
There we are. There's a fact of the day.
There we are. I tried being a pescatarian, and I thought, well, you know, ducks, they're on the water, aren't they? They're nearly in the water. And then, of course, all the other animals that come to the water hole. So had some of them as well. Meanwhile, it's time to go racing. We start off in this magnificent stadium, and in fact, where are the drummers? Maybe they're just having some treatment for an RSI to their wrists. You'll understand when you see them getting off and underway. The riders, several things to worry about out there. Burst left eardrum as they go by the drummers, which will be sparking up in a short while. The atmosphere is always absolutely at the max. And if you're wondering why those empty seats, they're just outside. They've basically just seen the women's race. They've gone out to get themselves a brief snack, which are fantastic here, by the way. And now we are going to welcome, as you can hear, the roars have already started. Shero Isiganwa is about to get off the ramp. He's going to be counted in first. He opens the course for us today, which will give you a great view of the technical nature of the entree. Some to the drummers.
You've been really concerned about them, haven't you?
The wrists,
all morning so far, because you were worried that their time splits, they weren't going to keep them up. But no, the sense of occasion here is understandably absolutely huge. And as we just see our first rider of today's elite men's time trial get underway down that start ramp, I think it's just worth noting the arena that this is set in, because it's allowed the crowds to just really form around that inside venue to appreciate what this means today for the sport. And this is the first time, of course, that we've seen the UCI World Championships go to Africa at all. And as we start to see the crowds lining the roads, we can see the impact that this is having and the inspiration factor here today, and the amount of riders that will start early on today that are getting a real opportunity to compete on a world stage here, and it really matters.
It certainly does. It's wonderful. Our hosts here have been absolutely magnificent, and indeed
we wait for, I just love the name Boniface. He's coming off fairly soon off the ramp. It's Boniface Ngwata from Tanzania is next. I bet he's got a smile on his face. It's possibly going to be a grimace by the end of the day because this is serious stuff. What will be our timescale by the end of the day? It's hard to say, to be honest. We have a whole sequence of climbs. We go and we visit the Nyanza climb on 2 occasions. So out, down to a dead turn, come back, do it again, but from the opposite direction. And indeed, both tests are pretty sterling, I've got to tell you. We've noticed all of the riders, no matter what their qualities and grade, really starting to know that they're on a serious climb. We're talking gradients actually maxing out during this day of around about 11%. That stings, and especially when you factor in cobbles as well along the way, you know that you've had a big old test. They're going off at 2.5-minute margins. So first underway is our Rwandan hero. And as you can see, the party is still in full swing. Our drummers are back. They've missed, unfortunately, sending off Shema up the road, but they are here and ready to beat out a rhythm for this man. Well, it's all quiet. Got to hear the beeps. Well, we heard one of them. That was good. The drummers are here, and Ngwata has departed. They're all where they need to be. Unfortunately, they missed their friend, Shemu. He didn't... Well, I mean, his benefit is that his eardrums are still absolutely where they need to be. But Ngwata now needs to dig in deep. And we've noted as well that some of the riders here will be aboard road steeds, others on certainly more focused time trial machines, but take nothing away from the effort and indeed the input that they will be putting into this ride. This is big news for every single one of these early runners.
It really is, and it's really worth talking a little bit about the tech that we're going to see on show, and it's always exciting for tech geeks like myself. I don't know about you, Carlton, but I do love a TT day and exploring the options that riders have available to them, and we are going to see a contrast in times to date, but we're going to see a big contrast in the technology available to these riders and the setup in terms of whether people are in a full TT position with a very customized bike for the merits of using it today and people that are going to be on a more standard road bike setup because they simply don't have that structure around them to provide enough funding to really drill them in with a TT position. As you say, there's riders in this field and indeed in the women's earlier today that are for the first time getting exposed to a world championships at this level of UCI racing, and it's so important for the development of riders in this part of the world. And Team Africa Rising has sort of formed from what was originally a Rwandan-based cycling team initiative, and then it expanded across different parts of Africa to really develop under 23 and junior riders to get to the top level of cycling. And they can't get there if we don't go through steps of riders getting exposed to this level, getting the experience, maybe having to field a race with a standard road bike setup. And we're seeing the sport evolve in Africa and get better and better with riders able to come into being fed to the higher echelons of the peloton.
Jalal Edouard is next for South Sudan. You know, the panoply of nations that we've got here is absolutely outstanding. It's so wonderful as well that we have come to Africa for the first time, the biggest continent on the planet, and just so very special for us to be here. And indeed, able to welcome so many different nations as well that haven't had perhaps the expense of leaving the great continent and have allowed themselves the honour of actually coming and competing. So we're going to see a whole panoply of different levels potentially of performance, but don't read too much into that, at least in the early phase, because it's an absolute honour to witness them racing, and it will be big news for everybody back home. Of course, this man from Tanzania hasn't come as far as some others, and of course Shemo Isiganwa, who went off earlier on, our national champion of Rwanda, given the honour of opening the race for us today. And here he is, just 35.4 kilometres to go. It's a long day.
The Isiganwa here, sorry Carlton. Sorry. Yeah, he's been the first off on the start ramp, and it's an interesting one because I can only imagine the sense of occasion, the pressure on your shoulders, the balance, I guess the fine balance of knowing that this is so special, you want to absorb it in this part of the world, being a Rwandan cyclist, being first off, but equally we know how brutal for the women's race, we've seen it, we know how brutal this course is and how much focus it takes, and so yeah, it's not one that this rider will be able to absorb fully at the moment, but reflecting on how amazing today has been is going to be something for later. But yeah, we had a lot of questions answered because we'd seen riders out there covering recons of the course on social media, but I think it was only when we saw the women at race pace that we realised that there were more elements perhaps to contend with than we had considered on paper.
Well, this is Ibrahim Jallo of Sierra Leone. I've got to say, I really like this kit. It's kind of colour block in the old look kind of way. I absolutely love it. UCI, all bikes, all competition for everybody. How lovely is that?
I know you did as well, of course, Carlton, but I had the pleasure of being involved in the Super Worlds when it came to Glasgow in Scotland. And I think that montages like that give me such goosebumps now because I was at the heart of every discipline that week. And I think it just hit me how vast this sport is and what we have going on in it and how it transcends cycling, inspires more and more people to get active, and it's a really special thing. We're in a good place in the sport.
And we're in a good place here, the Volcanoes National Park. It's absolutely beautiful, best known for its endangered mountain gorillas. Yes, an unparalleled opportunity you will get to go and witness those beautiful, powerful yet gentle creatures. And in fact, if you pay to have yourself a guide, you will get closer than perhaps you could even begin to imagine was possible to those amazing creatures. Time then to get ourselves into the zone, and this man, Diarra, is of course representing Mali. I've got to say, when you come to a Worlds, the choice of kit, when you get national jerseys and national representation up for grabs, stripped out of sponsorship, there's a purity about it, and there's some amazing designs. And every single one that comes to the podium here, I'm thinking, I wonder if they do treble XL.
Well, I have been looking at a lot of the potential technology that we're going to see displayed today, and I think it's a really good talking point, actually, is when we see riders obviously go from their trade team kit into what we'll see them representing today in terms of their national kit. And each rider has different kit, of course, available to them depending on what national team they're riding for. And some riders will have been putting in endless hours of development in aero testing, in knowing exactly how their kit's going to perform. And as we discussed with the bike setup, some of our earlier starters today, there might be a big discrepancy in the kit that's been available to them, even if they have a skin suit or not. So I think as we get further and further on in today's proceedings, it's going to become more of a talking point as to who's developed their own kit for today, which riders have been allowed by their federation to say this is exactly what I want. And of course a large part of that is down to funding as well, which we'll see big discrepancies in again today. But the important point being, as you made earlier, Carlton, is the representation we're seeing today is really, really significant.
Well, we've got quite a playground for you today. World Championships individual time trials, they occasionally they're quite simple courses. I think the simplest we ever had was actually in Qatar. You know, take a pancake, iron it, play billiards on it. That was the kind of surface we were dealing with. This is anything but. It's not unheard of to have climbs, but when you have this level of altitude gain within such a short distance, it is something quite exceptional. We are indeed playing with about 500 meters of altitude gain in this men's individual time trial, and some of the peaks are really, really sterling, to say the very least. We're playing with those peaks, and of course wherever there are peaks there are troughs as well. So there are fast sections, there are climbs. It's very difficult to set a rhythm for those, say for the drummers of course, who are doing a brilliant job, for those within the run. It's not necessarily for the pure time trialists, which has meant that there are some who've decided that this is not going to be their game to play. There's no Philip O'Garner here, for example. Primož Roglic has decided not to come along. I think to their detriment, to be honest, because bizarrely, I think it might have suited them.
I feel like, I mean, it's very easy to say, isn't it? Oh, it's unpredictable. We say that a lot in cycling, but truly today has been so hard to predict and hard to navigate for the riders in terms of pacing it. And not only because of the course, but we are operating at an altitude of 1,500 metres, and a lot of the riders reported back, including the likes of Domi Vollering, that the air quality was affecting whether or not riders were able to go into the red and recover from that. So we've had reports that, you know, there's so many elements that riders are climatising to today. And I think because of that, no one really could call it coming into today as to who it was ultimately going to play in the favour of. But yeah, I think when we look at the likes of Felipe Ganna, you expect him to field a time trial. People want him to, of course. So there are some big names missing from the list today. But that said, we have some pretty handy names that are going to be going off later today. But it is going to be fascinating because you have your out-and-out favourites, but anything can happen on this course. I think we've played down the elevation.
I love being here. The people are beautiful, the weather's amazing, and I think it's so special for them to have this race, and we can really feel that. So absolutely stoked to be here. Yeah, it's tough. There's not a lot of recovery, and there's a hell of a lot of climbing. I think if you think back to the tour when we had the uphill TT or the mountain TT, this course has got the same amount of climbing as that. So it's absolutely brutal. The downhills are rapid, the roads are as good a roads as you've ever ridden on. So it's going to be an absolutely flying, rapid course and a very hard one. Look, I think it's about doing the best power I can, the best average speed, and seeing where that lands. I think I know what I'd be happy with in terms of power and speed at the finish line. And if I can get close to what I want, then you can't do much more than that, can you? So, but hopefully, I think if I can do what I'm aiming for, it should be competitive.
Fantastic. It's good that Luke Plapp's gone for an aero haircut as well, I noticed. Something I've been sporting for quite some time, but anyway. We just saw Ahmed Bedruddin Wais, who is part of the refugee Olympic team, originally from Syria. And wonderful to see that there is that representation as well. It's about spreading the love of cycling. And of course, the UCI have indeed brought cycling to Africa. Not that it wasn't here already. The Tour of Rwanda, very well established as on the UCI calendar, but for the World Championships to come here, as you can see from the fans, this has gone down so well with absolutely everybody. The nation are agog, and look at the way, we mentioned it during the women's race as well, the faces follow the riders. I absolutely love that. This is a treat for absolutely everybody, including ourselves. And this is Ibrahim Majolo just about to catch here Jalal Edouard, who looks to be labouring just a little bit, the rider from South Sudan, on the climb here. You can see that even at the moment we're looking at right now, you can see the differences in the kit and indeed what is available to the athletes in terms of funding. But this is something that the World Championships help to even out over time, just bringing the news of cycling really to everybody.
Completely, and you've got to start somewhere with that development process, and that's why we keep nodding to the fact that this is really, really important. And as you say, it's not just different styles on the bike, it's different setups, it's different kit availability. It's just night and day for some of these riders, but gaining this experience coming onto this world stage is what we're ultimately talking about. And we mentioned that we're missing the likes of Ghana, but within this field there's so many talking points, so many stories. And you were talking there about the Olympic refugee team, and we have got all these stories that we're now talking about in our sport that we otherwise wouldn't be, and we're shining a spotlight on that.
We are, and indeed it doesn't need a spotlight to be shone on this amazing country. Just make sure you try it out. It's absolutely wonderful. Time then for the departures to continue, and they're coming off thick and fast right now. 14:02 local time. This is Mohamed Fia Handsoa of Malaysia, and indeed we have Guinea-Bissau who will be represented in Madagascar, I beg your pardon. We have Guinea-Bissau coming off shortly, and then the Comoros Islands. Do you know, all it does is prove to me what a global phenomena cycling is. It's a way of binding people together. It's also the most spectacular canvas upon which to paint the best of a nation, and that's what we are seeing here in Rwanda. It is a beautiful place and an impeccably well organised, indeed, World Championships. Yes, it's a nation that historically has had its troubles, but then again you could say that about any country. There was, of course, the genocide in 1994. Since then, money globally has poured into this part of the world. And as you can see, the infrastructure is impeccable. The roads are brilliant that we are playing with, and the welcome of the people here has just been exceptional. It feels like Africa is kind of putting an arm around cycling rather than the other way around. And for that, we are grateful. This has been wonderful so far. Great experience. And the racing is going to get absolutely white hot. Rebecca's already mentioned the names that are indeed about to grace us. Florian Vermeersch will be the first sort of major name, I am sure, that some of you know about. The Belgian will be off the ramp in about 20 minutes' time. And then at the end of a long, hard run, you get to have yourself a nice cup of tea. And these are the tea growing areas of Rwanda, introduced at the turn of the last century. I believe it was by the Germans, quite frankly, who somehow managed to find some tea plants in India and then decided to export those and set up their own growing sections here. Tea cultivation full and proper, once the plants had been truly developed, Didn't happen until just after the Second World War, 1952 in fact. And now it's one of the major tea producers in the world. So obviously there's China, there's India, Ceylon, some would wager. Tea in all kinds of parts of the world, but in Rwanda you get a very, very nice hearty brew. And it's a heady brew that we've got right now. The atmosphere inside the BK Stadium just heralding yet another departure. It's been a party all day, this.
It's been such a huge party. And as I mentioned earlier, I love the way that the start ramp is structured in the middle of that indoor arena, because it's just allowing that sense of occasion to be amplified here in Rwanda. And you mentioned the Tour of Rwanda and how important that has been, and we're also aware of that. And I think if you look at the crowds that line the roads for that race every year, and then you look at today, it's amplified even more. And it's evident that these crowds are so invested in watching the racing, and we've seen that all day so far. And I'm really enjoying that element and the celebration that is going on today in Rwanda for these championships.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a really binding event, this, and the build-up has been tremendous. I mean, even years ago when it was first announced that we would be bringing this to Rwanda, the government and indeed the people of this great nation have been coalescing really and just making sure that they are ready to welcome it. And even various border conflicts that have been bedeviling this part of the world have quietened and indeed been resolved, apparently. And I like to feel that just as the Olympics as well itself likes to regard itself as a peacemaking opportunity, that cycling and the UCI World Championships have delivered something similar here in this amazing country, where the main characteristic is the sheer friendliness of the locals, and you can see it. The beaming faces is just brilliant. So we're here to enjoy ourselves and trust you are as well. Let's hear from Paul Seixas, shall we? Who, of course, will be going off a little bit later. He's one of our favoured riders today, very accomplished in his own right, and I am certain that he's going to deliver something special. He could easily get a top 5, Paul Seixas. Expectation levels.
C'est sûr que c'est particulier, niveau culturel, c'est bien différent de chez nous. Mais après, franchement, moi, je me suis préparé pour ça, donc ça me dérange pas tellement. Le climat est finalement peut-être un peu moins différent de ce que je pensais. Donc franchement, je me suis assez vite adapté. On verra, mais ouais, voilà, c'est une course comme une autre au final.
Climate may be a little different to what he was expecting, but he says he's adapted very quickly and he's very much looking forward to the run. Adapting to the climate may well indeed hamper a few, although the temperature of the day just ebbing ever so slightly. We've been averaging around about 27. Now, there are storm clouds gathering, but they are away from indeed the course for the time being. I'm just hoping it stays dry for everybody. We've had almost a pre-storm, it kind of feels like pre-monsoony really. It's a dry season, this, so rain not particularly expected. You might see some of the fronds of the palms here as you look past the crowd here at the cumulonimbus that are starting to gather. We may have some rain later, but I think the course itself is going to avoid that. The only problem is that as you get cumulonimbus forming over some of the hills, you get a draft being drawn in, and that can indeed just add a little bit of wind to a factor later on. So it might be, if that wind does pick up later, that it hampers some of the late riders. Let's see. Maybe that will just be an equalization really, because the highest quality will of course be coming off towards the end. Let's see.
Well, let's see indeed. Shemu Nsengimba is the rider that we have eyes on at the moment for Rwanda, of course, and he was the first to set off on that start ramp in that beautiful start arena with all that crowd support, which indeed continues for him for every kilometre of the action, with all the fans lining the roads here. We talked about how special this is, but yeah, I just can't say enough what this moment will mean to this rider as an individual, for everybody on looking on this day and this historical day for the UCI World Championship. Championships. And yeah, a solid performance so far, and we're very likely going to see him take to that hot seat at the conclusion of his ride today.
Well, earlier on, we had Zavarine Niere, and she was in the hot seat for quite some time. She really set a belting pace out there, and I am sure that Isiganwa will do pretty much the same. Meanwhile, next off is Ricardo Sojede from Benin. Benin also famous for drummers, actually. I'm waiting to see a Tongan or a Samoan. Have you ever heard Samoan drums?
I'm not sure.
That's something, I tell you. Hollowed out trees, and they make one heck of a noise.
Wow.
Yeah.
Probably not then.
Well, I spent a lot of time in the South Pacific, as you found out yesterday.
I did.
Yeah. I haven't seen a Tuvaluan representative yet, but it'll happen. I was once responsible for forming the Tuvaluan beach volleyball team. Yeah. Tried to get them in the Commonwealth Games.
Wow.
You know, my sporting credentials are planetary. Anyway, not interplanetary, not yet. We'll see. First football match on Mars, that's what I'm after. Anyway, we are indeed digging deep right now, as you can possibly tell. But our rolling terrain is now being revealed to us. Now, this is a long run. I'm expecting that we may well start to nudge the hour mark by the time we get to the end. That is a hell of a long time to stay in position on a time trial bike, and to have the imposition of climbs, cobbles, inclines. Quite frankly, the crowd is absolutely wonderful, but you're going to go into a very, very dark tunnel indeed in terms of pain and effort that you've got to put into this.
Yeah, it's really, really tough today, and it was interesting to get the insights from Luke Plapp earlier on, wasn't it? It's his interview that we had the pleasure of seeing, and yeah, just giving his honest appraisal and summary of what he thinks lies ahead today. Of course, a lot of these riders will have done extensive recons when they arrived, and we now know how many resources teams and riders have even before setting sights on a course. We have the likes of VeloViewer, where we can really hone in on what's going to lie ahead for the riders. But yeah, he, I think, said pretty much it's going to be brutal. 40.6 kilometers, 681 meters of elevation gain. So a lot is being thrown into this world's course this year.
Well, it's designed to be tough. Now, China in the women's race also produced some great performances, and I'm expecting pretty much the same, because quite frankly, when China get invested in a sport, they don't really let it go until they have target achievements, and I'm sure that Zhankun Liu will be one of those. He is bound to go strongly. I'm just looking down the roster. I think China have actually come with just one representative. Yes, indeed. So it's all upon his show. I beg your pardon. We have Hayoyu Sao going off a little bit later on. This is the Akagera National Park, where you get the Big Five. Do you know what the Big Five are? It's not 5-star. That was a long time ago, and since their last hit, it's been a while. But here, yeah, the Big Five are rhinos, lions, elephants, running out now, giraffes, there we are, and buffalo. I remembered them all. That's an achievement in itself. I always wonder about buffalo.
I never doubted you.
Are they one of the Big Five? They are here, apparently.
I'll let you answer that.
I'd have gone crocodiles. Something like that. But anyway, you know, I mean, buffalo, yes. Crocodile, ooh, you know. Anyway, back to it. 19.5 kilometers before he gets home. That's got to hurt. I mean, you've already emptied yourself on the race. You are, getting on for half an hour into your run. You've still got 19 kilometers with the worst part at the end in terms of effort that you're going to have to put in. That's cruel.
It's really interesting to look at the pacing of riders today, and something else to observe as we go on through our start list today is how much riders are able to keep time trial position as well, keep in the skis and keep aero, because again there's a big variation in who's able to have the time to prepare sitting in that ultimate position for this duration with this elevation. And of course, as we get towards the latter starters, we'll see more and more riders able to hold position a little bit longer. But it is really interesting to look at the Côte de Nyanza and the elevation of that, because although we're looking at averages of around 6% on some of these climbs, they do top out at 11%. So as Luke Plapp was saying, yeah, there's a significant amount of inclines today.
Here is Ahmed Weiss for the refugee Olympic team. Went very strongly in the Asian Games, finished in 9th place in the road race, and has indeed competed in so many events on behalf of refugees and the Refugee Council. And all credit to him, proving that through sport you can overcome all kinds of things that life throws at you. And, you know, so wonderful that he is here.
It's really wonderful. He began cycling at 14 years old, and I'm just looking down the list of his palmares, and yeah, he represented the Olympic refugee team at the 2020 Summer Olympics in Tokyo, of course, and he's competed in 6 editions of the UCI Road World Championships. And yeah, he started at a young age, but of course had a very troubled, difficult journey. So the fact that he is here racing today is important, and it is the stories that come out of our beautiful sport that we need to keep shouting about.
We certainly do. And Isiganwa is here on course, and with 2.5 minute margins, he should stay clear. Edward Jalal of South Sudan will probably have something to say about that, but let's wait and see. We've seen Hassan Sharif of Tanzania completing the Tanzanian input at the beginning, as Ngwata is already on course. Next up, Laurent Gervais of Canada will be off the ramp. In fact, I think he may well have just departed. Dick Dormout is also going to take to the podium. I think it is our Canadian friend, actually, that's just about to get off and underway. Backpedaling, that's a way of keeping your legs moving without moving. Laurent Gervais representing Canada, another phenomenal nation, I should say, and they've got phenomenal nature, of course. Canada is also a nation that punches above its weight, particularly in track cycling, and indeed brings it to the road occasionally as well. Remember the great win of rider Ejidal in the Giro d'Italia, which warmed the cockles of my heart, I must admit. Lovely guy, and never met a Canadian I don't like. I mean, there's probably a few I wouldn't like, but I haven't met them yet.
You've yet to meet them.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Isiganwa is still out there and doing a job of opening the course for us. He's going to set our benchmark for us here.
Yeah, Shemu Isiganwa is out front. He will presumably take to the hot seat. As the first rider off on the ramp this morning, this afternoon? We're in the afternoon, aren't we? Yeah. Let me just check my time of day. Yeah, so of course he was the starter for our elite men's time trial, and yeah, the timing 0.1, so the first split, the gap was 1:45, so he's going to look to ride into that hot seat, and yeah, it will be a really big moment for this rider, and he's still at the head of that course.
Well, I'm just passing by the Kigali Genocide Memorial, which of course is a solid reminder of just what a dark place humanity can go to. But this nation has turned itself around absolutely amazingly, and is now a very hospitable and beautiful place to come. As I said, all nations have had their dark moments. It's how you move away from them that indeed is the mark of a great country, and that is what we have here. Fabulous place that we are absolutely loving, enjoying, while of course acknowledging those who have passed. Well, as the eternal flame burns for those who have passed, right now it's the moment of truth for some of these riders. Slightly upright positioned for to be on a time trialing bike, but maybe like a spinnaker, he's going to indeed catch the wind and head through. The breeze is just starting to pick up ever so slightly, and it might well be slightly impactful as we get deeper into the day, but for now, those who are opening the course have got a free run, a free hand. I'm hoping that our benchmark times, the timing point 1, has indeed been breached by this man, and he's quickest so far. And I've got to tell you, of the 7 riders who come through, by a handsome margin, 1:45 quicker than the nearest rider to him. So Isiganwa, they've put some very, very good riders, Rwanda, out first, just to give us a proper benchmark and get a look at them on the hot seat. I reckon he's going well.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen this, haven't we, early on in the women's elite race and indeed the men's, with Isiganwa just putting in a really solid ride here. And so he's obviously just gone past the second checkpoint, so the only rider to have gone through the first 2. But as you say, the time gap's significant, as we saw him at timing point 1. So we're seeing riders scale the Côte de Nyanza today, then descend, do a dead turn and come back up again on the other side, with of course a different gradient and a different approach to that summit. So there is a lot of climbing to contend with today, and it's perhaps had even more of an impact than we first thought. And there's a lot of riders looking at that 681 meters of climbing, and of course having to consider exactly how they pace that coming into those time splits. And I think the narrative enhances throughout the day, of course, with more and more riders setting off on that start ramp, as to how individual riders are planning their race, because we can't always tell, of course, can we, in the early checkpoints, whether somebody is going to have a part of the course that favours them more to pull it back, for example. And in the latter part of this course today, for this TT, and we'll get to see it in all its glory very shortly, the Côte de Kimihurura contains a lot of cobbles and quite a long drag.
Oh yes, and including a ramp of 11% that you have to negotiate for a couple of 100 meters. Unfortunately, we have a non-starter here in Kuruma. As declared a non-starter, one can only guess what the issues are, but there's a bit of sadness about that. I always think if indeed you don't get to actually start for something that you must have been building up for an awful long time, there has to be a very good reason.
Yeah, it's really difficult, isn't it? And with a time trial, we sadly have seen that, where people are in big anticipation of starting and something happens, and once that slot's gone, it's gone. And yeah, that's mighty disappointing, especially at the UCI World Championship level. So yeah, very sorry to see him not start today. I think, yeah, there's so many elements to consider, going back to my point on what we see in the latter part of today's time trial course. Of course, 40.6 kilometres. And as we approach the end of that, we have the section of cobbles, and then once they're off that surface, there's more climbing towards the end, of course. And I wonder how much elements like tyre pressure have come into the conversations, because although it's late in the day, you do not want to fall at that hurdle by having any sort of technical difficulties on that run-in.
So our friend from Sierra Leone, it could be something just as simple as having missed your slot, and you're not allowed to indeed go beyond that. I believe he is the only rider from Sierra Leone as well, so it can actually just be nothing more than just having not had your eyes on the clock, as simple as that. It's brutal in that regard, isn't it? You're not allowed to enter the course if you're not on time.
Yeah, there's so many elements like that, isn't there, across our sport, and all the rules in terms of track cycling. We see it a lot in terms of whether you're allowed a restart or not, and there's perhaps more nuance to that. But I find that when new fans of the sport start exploring all these rules and things, a lot of people say, well, what do you mean they can't just start a little bit later, or they don't get an opportunity if they've had a problem? But it's not always the case, of course.
Indeed. Well, this man is here. Ghana's Victor Akpabli is Pabli, I beg your pardon. Victor Akpabli is off the ramp. Next up, it'll be Florian Vermeersch of Belgium. And dare I say, that may well indeed be our early benchmark. However, having said that, Rwanda and their own riders have been brilliant. And when they give us their national champions, we have been sitting up and appreciating what they are delivering. The man from Madagascar here, Mohamed Fatih Hian Toa, is off and underway. I tell you what, I like this bike. It's not the most dialed-in time trial machine. We've talked about the different kits, but it's kind of quite sinuous and lovely, old school, like me.
And I think that's what we're seeing a display of here with this rider, is just look at the focus, the dedication, everything that he's putting into this ride, despite being on that start ramp, knowing that you're going to have the likes of Remco and Tadej later, who have got absolutely everything on their side, everything dialed in. But this rider is just putting everything in to getting the most he can out of himself, out of his equipment, and we're seeing a lot of that on display today.
I must admit, my heart goes out to him. Different funding levels, of course, for different federations. Of all the sports, however, I've got to say that cycling is, in terms of its equipment, it's quite open, I must admit, to all. The variation between, let's just take motorsport for a moment, shall we? A regular car and indeed a Formula One car is an eternal difference between them. From the very best, from the very best of the shop-bought bikes to the pro bikes, there isn't that kind of void. So if nations get behind cycling, they can make huge vaults in terms of their delivery of success. You just look at a South American nation of Colombia, for goodness sake. The amount of stars that have come out of there. We have Eritrea and Ethiopia, of course, that are starting within Africa likewise. So it's a sport where it's easy to make big gains for not an inordinate amount of investment, and we love that. Off the ramp, it's Florian Vermeersch, and so it is somebody that perhaps we're a little more familiar with, at least out of these early riders, and somebody who can go very well, taking advantage of the quota, fielding 3 riders actually, courtesy of having won it. You're allowed to have the champion plus 2. So Florian Vermeersch is here. How will he go?
Well, I would say that we're expecting a solid ride, and it's something that you've nodded to. Of course, we would expect as we go up this start list, as we get closer and closer to the conclusion of today, we're going to see more and more exciting rides come out of the bag. But something I wanted to go back to is Nsengiumva here, and the display that we've seen in terms of the start order, and that they have really put on show their best talent from Rwanda here today. And we've had a real good opportunity to have eyes on the first 2 riders in the women's and the men's to start, to go, have the availability to go into that hot seat. But they've put in really, really good rides today, those 2 riders from Rwanda.
The Volcanoes National Park, and there was a gorilla. The gorilla looked like it got a microphone. Maybe it's just the way I'm looking at the statue, but beautiful. The natural parks here there's so many natural, indeed, attractions, I've got to say, here in Rwanda. The Nyungwe Forest National Park, just nestled between the mountains and some of the water features. And of course the mountain gorillas themselves, as we say, amazing creatures. And indeed the scheme to help them and their population to grow has been, I guess, an example to the world. It's fantastic. The mountain gorillas, and in fact in the lowland areas with the white rhinoceros as well. 70 new arrivals of the rhinos, and an ever-growing population of the mountain gorillas in the Volcano National Park. Something to be proud of for this nation. Well, there's one silverback, ascends the peaks. Another will take on some peaks and troughs of this course, and indeed it is a tough ask, I think it's fair to say, with over 600 meters of altitude gain compressed into this short time trial by some standards, but long by others. And in fact, if we talk about altitude gain, this course is the most peaky that we've had since 2001 in Lisbon. Can you believe that?
I can believe it. I can believe it, having seen everything at play earlier on today in the women's elite time trial. I think it's also notable, obviously, the structure of a course, the layout of it is not just looking at the pure elevation gain, as you know, it's the positioning of it in terms of pacing that effort. And I think a lot of riders have arrived here and had a good recon, a good look at exactly what lies ahead, and the severity of the latter part of this course, I think, has perhaps been bigger than people anticipated. But it's given us so much to talk about, and not only in the pacing and the form of the riders and their preparations for that, and potentially how much a rider has been able to train at altitude compared with riders that haven't. It's also the tech as well, in terms of a rider's time trial position. How long are they able to stay in that position on a course like this? You know, we've seen a lot of the best riders being forced out of position with how much these gradients are biting when they're reaching the heights of around 11%. And you've also got to navigate cobbles. Is it a gain to stay in the skis, to stay in that position, or are you better off trying to power over them out of those bars? So it'll be really telling to see when we get the smaller time gaps coming through a little bit later as to how riders are approaching it. But we've talked a lot about the elevation gain, but of course on the other side of that we've got some really, really pivotal descents that do lend themselves to really high speeds, open wide roads. And how much can a rider continue to unleash power on that? That's where we can have an eagle eye on people's gearing choices.
This is Edwin Undungu of Kenya, about another famed place for its tea, I've got to tell you. Yeah, I do love a rich Kenyan black tea. It's just absolutely amazing. There is Kenyan white tea as well, but to be honest, the black tea is a heady brew. Gives you a boost. You tell I need one. Anyway, here is our friend, and to be honest, the second and third checkpoints are separated by not a mighty distance, but just to give you an example of how far ahead of the field that Nissen Gyumva is, he's been through the third checkpoint, and only two riders have been through the second checkpoint, which of course he led through as well. So it's going to be a proper benchmark for him. Just passing by one of the formal gardens here. Top topiary, I've got to say, around the fountain there, but haven't said that for a while. Meanwhile, just get himself slightly out of line here. Can't decide which side of the road to go to. Looking down, I hope he hasn't got a gear issue. I think it's just fatigue just starting to settle in, because he's turning himself inside out. He's got to do so for another 5.2 kilometres. And the worst part of his run is still to come. Yes. It'll be the first view for some people of that test.
Yeah, it's a really, really neat ride, isn't it, from the Sangimba. And yeah, I think it's no surprise that he set off first, because what a benchmark he's setting. And we've been able to look now at some of these intermediate time splits and see the damage that he is doing, and the vast time gaps, actually.
Goodness me.
Talking of which.
Yes, that is Apollino Ka of Guinea-Bissau, and he has just been speared by Dalhani of the Comoros Islands, and the pace difference there was absolutely startling. Meanwhile, a big pickup here by Jaikun Liu of China. Actually, do you know what? He looks like Bradley Wiggins on the bike here. Similar kind of style. Bradley had quite a shimmy, but a very, very effective time trialist he was as well.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not too shabby. Yeah, and we've talked about the contrast that we were expecting to see in sections of this field, let's say, and that has been so stark, that's been so apparent, but it is something that we've discussed a lot with some of these riders going off with these early time slots, is that we are seeing that variety.
Ethiopia's Bijay Radey going off. Next it will be Briton John from Guyana. I think that's the right way around. Artem Nish will then be joining us, and it then starts to get really quite dialed in terms of those who are going to be on more favoured equipment, let's put it that way, and possibly going to start really affecting the timing sheets, but no disrespect to those who are up the road.
Absolutely not.
And loving the fact that our friend from Rwanda, Isiganwa, is still bossing the field at the moment through every single checkpoint.
Yeah, really, really solid ride from the Isiganwa, and as we saw, you can just get the visibility on how smooth a ride is, can't you? And he's just been in such a brilliant position all day, really, and yeah, he's got his sights on that hot seat, and we'll get eyes on that when he completes his ride, of course. And it's been really, really good to see from the Rwandan cyclist to go off on that start ramp first to really absorb this occasion, but of course keeping ultimate focus. Talking of which, 2.3 kilometres remains for Isiganwa of Rwanda, and then barring incident, which we very much hope we don't see, he will go into that hot seat first.
He's already on cobbles, as you can see, and right now you'll see the shock waves just ripping through his wrists, elbows and shoulders here. This is not a comfortable surface.
It's not comfortable, but look at the way he's using that power transfer here and making relatively light work of a section we know is so difficult. And I think, the psychological aspect of coming in with so much on your shoulders for a rider like Isiganwa today, I think it's amazing. And I've just said about this, enormous pressure, but the enormous support that comes with that as well. And I think different riders are able to absorb different levels of that out on the road, aren't they? Because some people like to shut that out, as you know, and just pure focus. Some people channel it, absorb it, use it to put in the best effort they possibly can. And some people just have to shut it out until they've finished, until it's job done. But he's doing a tremendous job over these cobbles, and just every inch of power transfer that he can now.
Loving watching him. Schemmel in his element, one can only hope. At the moment, he looks like he's tying up ever so slightly, but this is an awful lot steeper than perhaps it appears. And it's about to get even worse. It nudges up to, indeed, 11%, but look at the pace he is going at the moment. 13 and 14 kilometres per hour. It tells you exactly what he's having to deal with. Gravity is not his friend at the moment, I'm afraid. And in fact, there's a Heartbreak Hill, which is where he's coming to, where they go over several little rises. Upon every crest, they're thinking, well, redemption must be just over this next hill, and it's just not. It keeps going, doesn't it, like some kind of pesky nightmare roller coaster ride through a house of horrors, and you're just waiting for to be gobbled up by the big beast at the end. And here we go, there is that 11% just ahead of him. Give him a cheer, everybody, he's going to need it.
Heartbreak Hill is a very good summary for this section of the course, isn't it? Because it's painful for us watching just how long this final 2 kilometres feels, let alone the rider that is out first, setting the benchmark today, and indeed every rider that takes on this elite time trial for the men today. It's agonising seeing just how long 1.5 kilometres remaining can be, but it's all about about keeping as smooth as possible over this segment, and it has proven to be a big talking point already today in terms of how many elements are at play on this course. It's not just the elevation, it's not just the fact that we have a section of cobbles, it's where that comes in the course. And in terms of pacing, the riders know what lies ahead of them. They know that latter part is so pivotal. And also in the tech that they're using, what are the tyre pressures going to look like for this? Is that a big consideration for people? You do not want to fail with your kit coming in at that last point in the course when you might think you've got it in the bag. So yeah, every element of this time trial and the preparations for it have been really crucial.
This is Ahmed Bedreddin Wais, the refugee Olympic team, and I just love watching this man. I mean, he is clearly struggling, but he is, if nothing else, absolutely rack full of determination to make this count. 35 years of age now. He's been around for quite some time, but he's honoured us with his presence, and the very fact that he has the will to do this and just to drive himself on, it's a credit to him and indeed to those who have helped him to get here.
Completely, and I think at every level you have to focus on your own race, don't you? Everybody's got a target within a race, and it's going to look vastly different for different competitors, but it doesn't take anything away from the importance of that rider being here today. And that is the story for a lot of these early starters. But talking of early starters, Isiganwa coming into the closing meters of his ride, and it has been brilliant today.
Good man, a very good man indeed. Well, we said around about an hour we could be seeing times. Well, he's trimmed that. He's going to be in the 56s by the time he finishes. He's still got these desperate little rises and falls which account for the last 300 or 400 meters, and it really is rather cruel. I mean, it's great entertainment for us, and he is smiling through the grimace as well, and bless him for that. He comes up out of the heat haze which is still being displayed here despite the clouds which have just taken away the sunshine for a moment. But a beam of brightness is going to fall upon this man. He comes over this rise, he'll go into another one. And look at the reception he is receiving here. They're waiting for him, and so are we. He's going to be the first man to stop the clock on this men's elite world championship time trial, and he wants to finish under 57. He's going to do it as well. Wonderful.
What a ride from Isiganwa. Every inch of that hurt, but you could see the mix of grimace and pure delight coming into those crowds to finish a time trial effort of this magnitude. He, of course, was the first rider to start in this field today in that beautiful arena with so much sense of occasion, of importance around today. The first time we've had the World Championships, the UCI Worlds, come to Africa, here in Rwanda, in Kigali, and he will now take to that hot seat. And yeah, that was a fine example of the local talent.
Some beautiful buildings here as well. This is the convention centre here in Kigali, modelled upon a beehive, apparently, traditional beehive. Not one, I believe, built by bees, but they used to make beehives out of kind of bound rope. There we are, built up in a spiral. You know, save you having to climb a tree to get your honey, that kind of thing. Anyway, moving on, more technology. Rope beehives, it's worth pondering. Gervais, we are looking at the moment, and we're waiting for our splits. Gervais, second quickest, 10 seconds down at the first split to Isiganwa, who has indeed completed the course. But showing you just how competitive the Rwandans are. They will naturally have practiced every single twist and turn, probably knows every single millimetre of this course. The man has just finished, but Laurent Gervais is on his case, and as we have seen earlier in the women's time trial, running a negative split, holding your pace throughout. I mean, our women's champion, I won't give the game away, did an amazing job of nailing every single split, to be fair, to achieve the title. Right now, Laurent Gervais may well be moderating his pace. He could be our leader at the end of this run.
And it's no small feat, is it, to achieve that? And we talk about riders mapping out their effort and knowing exactly what they can do, but doing that on race day with the different pressures that are thrown at a rider in that scenario, you can't guarantee it. You cannot guarantee mentally, physically how you're going to feel at each point. And yeah, how much you are absorbing on the day of all the potential difficulties thrown at you. And again, as we move up the list to the pointy end today, you know, there's riders that will have psychologists around them, or have ultimate team support, will have played out every inch of this race in their head for quite some time before fielding it. But that's not going to be the case for everyone. But I think we're seeing the gains refined and refined for our top competitors, and it's fascinating from every element of the sport.
Some very vocal support, I must say, for Ahmed Orkin here. Well, I've seen him in action on the track, Ahmed. Also seen him in the Tour of Turkey. Well, a constant reminder of the history of this now great nation. And this is the Campaign Against Genocide Museum and their gardens. And a rather spectacular statue, I must say, as well. Stands as a proud testament to the courage, resilience and ultimate unity of the Rwandan people to put that unimaginable horror behind us and indeed move on. And having the UCI World Championships is absolutely part of indeed that celebration, that this is now a peaceful and beautiful nation with some extraordinarily friendly people that have welcomed us roundly. And Laurent Gervais at the moment is being screened through every single benchmark, and he is standing up to the test, doing a phenomenal job. And I think the Canadian will be our leader at the end of this run. Let's see how his latest splits are going. He's coming to the second split. In fact, it'll be a little while before he gets there. In about 6 minutes' time, he should be there. And I think that he may well have taken control of this. Take nothing away from Isiganwa. I think his run was absolutely one to write home about. This is Lake Kivu, as you can see, and it's an absolutely beautiful. It is, of course, a landlocked nation, but yet, of course, it does have these enormous bodies of water, and how beautiful they are as well. Almost tranquil. It kind of looks like an ocean opening up before you. I mean, some of the lakes in Africa are unbelievably large. Lake Victoria, many of you will know, is I mean, you get to the middle of Lake Victoria and you may as well be in the Pacific Ocean. You have no sight of any land either side of it. It's so vast, and there's some big bodies of water as well, of course, here in Rwanda, which very much part of our backdrop today, and very beautiful they are too. Well, how beautiful that run is going to be for Gervais, we will wait to find out. Meanwhile, back to the start house. And it is Red Walters who is off the ramp for Grenada. You know, no rider who takes part in this is going to forget this. It is a life experience for everybody who witnesses it. It's lovely, isn't it?
It's spectacular. We were so excited at the start of the day, and it's just delivered, hasn't it? It's not disappointed whatsoever. It's, yeah, in every element of it, it's been a real joy, a real pleasure to observe this so far, and it's going to get better and better as more of our riders manifest their rides today. But we've, of course, got such big talking points in our contenders. We've mentioned people, including Ghana, that aren't here, but the people that are here are, yes, are going to certainly get our tongues wagging. And we have Tadej Pogačar going later, much later on, of course, as we'd expect. But Remco Evenepoel wants to make history, and the biggest talking point coming into this has been their head-to-head, and what the outcome of that might be today.
Let's see, shall we? They measure each other's success against each other, and why not have that ultimate benchmark? I often think that the likes of Remco Evenepoel you know, they say Tadej Pogačar, somebody like Tadej Pogačar comes along once in a lifetime. Why did it have to be in my lifetime? Because, I mean, it is a dominant performance by Tadej Pogačar. He skipped the Vuelta, so I'm actually wondering what sort of shape he's going to be in to take on Remco Evenepoel, who's also had a bit of a gap himself, of course, by design, stepped off the bike in the Tour, as you well know, changing teams. So we'll see what sort of mood he's come here. I think the very fact that Remco Evenepoel could get the hat-trick, 3 in a row, it's too big to pass up, surely.
It's a big mind game, isn't it? Between those two riders, and we are here for it. We absolutely love that battle. And I just think, from looking at all the anecdotes and quotes in the press so far from Remco this week, he's so confident and he's really throwing it out there, isn't he, publicly to Pogačar, which makes it even more of a joy for us to anticipate.
Aurélien de Comeron is next, riding for Mauritius. Do you know what? I want them to come to my next birthday party. I like this vibe.
You're going to have to see about arranging it. It would be spectacular, wouldn't it?
I could put a hip out, to be honest, quite easily. We thought about going to a samba bar last night. We thought again because we were just too. We were dedicated to you.
Well, I was going to say we decided to talk about development of skin suits and things like that instead. But it did sound good. Next time.
Next time. Gervais still catching. In fact, I think this is his second. I was going to say minute man, but it's 2.5 minute men, isn't it, in front of him? So Gervais is eating into the crowd. In fact, he's caught 3 riders out there. That was Ricardo Sogede. He's just moved by from Benin. So he looks like he is having a very effective run as we dwell on, of course, the Volcanoes National Park once again. These volcanoes, you know, there's 2 ways to form mountains. One is by tectonic motion, and the other is, of course, by volcanic activity. One gets thrown up from the deep, and the other is the movement of the Earth's crust. I mean, you're getting it all here.
That's at least my second geography lesson of the day.
No, there'll be more.
One was teaching me how time zones work.
We are playing here in Kigali, this wonderful capital of the great country of Rwanda. And we are loving the cycling so far. It's about to get very, very intense. And I think our benchmark, our next one, in fact, I think he's just coming up to our next split in a few moments' time. We, of course, are busy ourselves, not only in keeping it. Oh, hello, it's Cox gone red against him. So still, Isiganwa has the advantage now. It's 13 seconds down. It looks like it's going to be magnified far more than that. So what's Gervais got for the latter part of the course? And I don't think he's got the measure of Isiganwa, who has done an absolute dream start. We had no reference to it until this moment. But the very fact that Gervais has been found out by this kind of margin, all it does is underscore what the Rwandan did a little bit, Rwandan champion, I should say, Shemu did a little bit earlier on. Because this is 3 times the advantage.
Yeah, it was a really, really stunning early ride, really solid performance. So after the first intermediate time check, Florian Vermeuch came in 45 seconds up on Isiganwa and Gervais at 56. But he looks to be coming. Let's have a confirmation of what happens at this second intermediate time check.
He's just been through it, 39, near enough. 38.82, there it is.
There we go, confirmation of that.
So Liu at 2 minutes and 44. So still Rwanda will be indeed continue the dancing band theme, because they've got a lot to celebrate with a fantastic performance by their national champion and Isiganwa, who has done an amazing job and is still out of reach. I'll be getting in touch with Anthony McCrossan a little bit later on, because the Kimu Ronku market have got a special hat sale tonight. And I'm just hoping that it can bring me back something rather special. Let's wait and see. Baskets, shoes, kitchenware, and artisan-made crafts, and homemade herbal remedies. That sounds like a winter warmer. Meanwhile, Gervais sails by another. This is Delaney of the Comoros Islands. Very sort of old school looking coloured kit there. I actually really quite like that. In the old racing days, the solid, the national colours were reflected, and they had to have they had a meeting, and I believe it was in France, to decide on the national racing colours of all nations. And apparently we missed the boat, the Brits did, and got to the meeting late, and all that was left was green, which is British racing green. There we are. So there we are. Don't know why. But let's go for a little heli shot over the magnificent tea plantations once again. Still haven't had a cup of tea. Anyway, it's time for Mr. Munton. Byron, in fact. Well, somebody, of course, well known for a Grand Tour. Let's see how he gets on. I was talking Byron there, but anyway, that was a long time ago. This is Byron Munton for the Republic of South Africa. In fact, for many years, of course, African success generally tended to focus on South Africa, but the focus has kind of moved to include many other nations of the great continent, hasn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just keeping an eagle eye here. I'm distracting myself on the performance of Ramirez, and we've talked a lot about our expectations in different tech setups, and just look at the contrast here as we're starting to see him go through these timing points, and 45 seconds he was up on Isiganwa at the first time check, and we'll see what plays out in the rest of his ride for Belgium. But I've also been trying to really have a look at the gear selection of some of these riders, because I think what will happen as we get further on today will be that differences can be made on these descents, and so I think again it's been quite a difficult measure to get of the preparation of the bike, given the elevation gain, but given how much they'll want to unleash as much power as possible on other parts of this course, including those wide descents. So yeah, I'm sure we'll get a bike close up of Florian Vermeersch in a moment.
This looks like a dried up mangrove lake, I believe, in the Agera National Park, because just the very nature of it. It looks like, indeed, this is a dry lake. Maybe it has been warmer than in other parts of the year. We're in one of the two dry seasons. There are two dry seasons, two wet seasons. So we are in a dry season, although I've got to say, with the billowing clouds here and a look of glissé upon the road, I actually wonder if we haven't had a little bit of light rain through the course by the looks of things.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it now? And we've been speculating as to these conditions, as to whether or not things like air condition, air quality, and the altitude we're at, and the humidity level, like all these things have been discussion points, haven't they, coming in? I'm just seeing the pure image of joy and enthusiasm there, which has not waned all day from our crowds here.
Still waiting for Canada to finish, but they have another rider off and underway as Laurent Gervais is out on course. This is Michael Leonard who starts now. Took a big step with his 10th place in the Basque Country, but not performed at the same level since. But as you can see with his feisty start here, he means business. He's on full attack mode, gets himself on the skis right now. He can climb well as a time trialist, so he's got that skill set to his name. Possibly handicapped by the route. Let's wait and see. I think that he will be okay, and he certainly started busy.
Yeah, and it's really good, isn't it, to see riders just explode out of the start arena, down that ramp out, and you can just see how people are settling into their ride. And it's so nerve-wracking to get the pacing right today. Yep. I'm having to hold back because I keep going to talk about the result of the women's race, but I am going to hold back on that. But it is interesting to hear insights from riders that have taken to the course earlier today and saying that even themselves haven't known whether they've got the pacing right during the ride, because the plans have somewhat gone out the window on the course today. And you were saying we might have well seen the skies open up a little bit. And some of the riders were saying when a lot of the Europeans arrived to Rwanda in preparation for today and the start of this World Championships, that they weren't sure what to expect from the conditions, from the humidity, from this part of the world. So it's been interesting to see how riders have fared, and not all of us have been able to predict how some riders are going to fare, even if they are favourites on paper. And here's Florian Vermeersch for Belgium. 17.2 kilometres remaining for him.
Target time was a 34.26. I think he's going to breach that, so he should be in the lead, but it's a question of just by how much, and unfortunately we just cut away from him at a rather important moment. Because with the Belgians getting an extra pass because they have the defending champion Remco Evenepoel, Florian Vermeersch is kind of here as a guest, and so he's taken his opportunity to go for it. This is Ryan Tarame. Now, somebody who on his day can actually produce very, very good time trials. The Estonian is often in the service of others, so he doesn't, even if there's a time trial in a stage race, he will often not be allowed to fully go for it because he's got to be a support rider within his trade team. So he wouldn't be expected to turn himself inside out for a time trial and give himself a chance of winning it. Today, he's got a great chance of going strongly. So Ryan Tarame will go well. We're still waiting, though, to see what Florian Vermeersch does through this split. And here it is. Now, don't forget, 34.26 is his time. He's easily going to be ahead of that. And so this will be our new benchmark. Now, he was trailing, don't forget, by, he had an advantage, I beg your pardon, at the first split of 45 seconds. Let's see what his advantage is this time. Has he held on to it? We'll get 3 checks along the way, and of course our finale at the end. We'll see if it's tying up just a little bit or whether he's managed to extend it. The clock will stop, of course, when he just bridges this corner. You'll see that. Still very much green. It'll stay green against him, and he has found another 6 seconds. So this is going to come down to how he can cope with the final climb over the cobbles, which we'll be seeing a little bit later on. But for now, he's in the bird seat.
He certainly is, and we were expecting this, weren't we, when we looked down our start list at who was perhaps a little bit more of an earlier starter today, and we expected big things at this point from Vermeersch, and he's delivering that, and it's really interesting. But you can see that Isiganwa put in a really solid benchmark for everybody to follow today, but this is, a solid ride from the Belgian with 16.2 kilometres remaining. Just getting more aerial shots here of our area here in Rwanda. But yes, back to your point on riders' priorities and how different that will look coming into a World Championships. And I think that that's another really interesting element to this, is we can compare how a rider has approached a time trial, of course, in the likes of a Grand Tour. But as you've well pointed out, that is probably not a priority for a lot of this field if they are working in support of teammates. So when they come in with a solo objective from themselves, that's when we really get to see some riders shine.
Darren Rafferty off the ramp. Again, somebody else that's often in the service of others. And so this will be an opportunity for him to have a straight run at this. When it comes to time trials, you wouldn't possibly say that Darren Rafferty would be at top of your list. But I think he can wrestle a route, and this is one of those which is set for a proper battle. We're coming to Leonard. He's only about 5.5 minutes into his run, so he's a long way from the first checkpoint. However, just dwelling very briefly on the second and third checkpoints are really quite close together. When you're at full flight, they're probably only about 6 minutes apart, 6 or 7 minutes apart. So we're going to get the next Vermeersch checkpoint in just a moment's time. And my feeling is, well, let's see. If he found another, 7 seconds from his first checkpoint, he added to the margin that he had. In fact, let me just double check that. 6 seconds. I know there's some pedants of you out there, and you want these things absolutely bang on. So he was leading by 45.2 at the first checkpoint, leading by 51.7 at the second checkpoint. But the third checkpoint comes to us a bit like ground rush, so he's going to be through that very, very soon. It's a power part of the course, as you can see. He's holding a great line here, just inside that those yellow markers, and he's nearly there. So if the margin is bigger than 51 seconds advantage, so 51 seconds in green, he's holding it, and we'll see how he delivers it a little bit later on. Meanwhile, it's delivery time for our friend from the Olympic refugee team, and it is Ahmed Bedreddin Wais who is going to come home and stop the clock. It's not about the time for this man, it's about the very fact that he's here at all, and we salute him.
We certainly do. A real story of inspiration from this rider fielding today, and as you say, that's the important factor. Getting sights once again on these crowds, and we know from the Tour of Rwanda that they are pretty spectacular, but that's elevated further today, and this means so much here in Rwanda.
I just love the way that when the riders pop up over the brow there, as he stops the clock at 8 minutes and 21, all we see from the crowd is the back of their heads, because they're all watching for the rider, and that is